right, it's deciders, which means we're now entering the best of three territory. Welcome to the first day where we're going to have two best of threes to uncover to see which teams are going to be going up against the first place from Group A as well as Group B. I'm Jeannie, your host, joined on the desk by CDAPS. And how's it going? It's been a little break, so you had some chance to dig into some numbers?
Yeah, I mean, I'm always crunching the numbers, and I've been really excited going in towards these deciders because BO3s are just exponentially more complicated and therefore way more fun to get into.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're also going to be starting off by looking specifically at the standings to see where we left things off. Just a little bit of a memory refresher. When we're looking at Group A, Ninjas in Pajamas were on top with 11 points because they basically won every single one of their games. Expected here, CNAPS?
You know, I think they came out a little bit stronger than expected. I would have kind of slotted them into that 2 spot, but NIP came out swinging and they ran across the finish line, broke through it first, and looked so dang good while doing it, while Black Dragons almost came out of nowhere, where they were a really fringe roster that weren't quite at the level of the kind of expected big three. But when you have a member of the big three like FaZe who just limp across the finish line, it does open the door, and Black Dragons have kicked it down.
Yeah, actually, it's really great that you're mentioning FaZe because they actually placed third, and that was a team that we really expected to perform. Best of ones, maybe not their strongest suit. We're going to be seeing them today in that final best of three against E1 Sports. Do you think best of three maybe for FaZe, they're going to have to that chance to make up for best of ones and how they went?
I think it's actually going to be a really hard matchup against E1, just play style wise, but I almost don't want to go into that too much because we'll have like 30 minutes to talk about that entire game, but overall FaZe are in a rough spot and could see themselves going home.
Ooh, that's looking a little bit scary. Also, they're the only team who lost against Los, so that's something to keep in mind. Let's have a look at Group B as well, where we also had a couple of upsets taking place. The one specifically standing out to me is the fact that Team Liquid has had a total of only 1 win, which was in OT, meaning that they placed in 4th.
Yeah, there's some poor 18-year-old up-and-coming gunner in the Brazilian region, really excited to play open playoffs, and all of a sudden they're going to have to load up against Nesk, Palu, and Volps, and that's just really sad personally, but with the way Liquid have looked, it has been rough. There's a lot of issues that you can poke in on their just attacks as well as defense. There's so many glaring issues that hopefully with a talented support staff like Team Liquid, they would be able to really just step in and fix all of those things. The rest of the group, not as surprising besides E1 just popping out of nowhere. This is a roster that was completely newly formed for this stage 2 and came out looking great.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that as well, we have the bracket ready because if you are top 1 in your group, it means that you are going to be chilling in the semifinals. So W7M as well as NIP, they have a play day to just relax, sit back and see what their opponents are up against. Whereas if you're placed 2nd or 3rd, you're going to be fighting it out in the quarterfinals where you have Black Dragons against Vivo Stars and then E1 Sports against FaZe Clan. Now, loser of these games are going to be dropping to that lower bracket, so there is always going to be a chance to fight. But if you lose today, it's kind of it.
Yeah, it's at that point tomorrow you just fight for your seeding in the LCQ where you might get a slightly easier match 1, but at the end of the day only 1 team survives the LCQ, so you got to beat all the teams anyways, so it's not necessarily the most important thing besides maybe if you're a roster that needs to bounce back on some momentum that you can carry through LCQ. That's where you can really get your first step going.
Yeah, so to see which teams are on the chopping block today, we have Black Dragons against Vivo Stars, which will be the first matchup, followed by E1 Sports against FaZe Clan. Only 2 of these 4 teams are going to have a chance to head into the semifinals. And then, you know what? You're going to be up against W7M and NIP, which to me, CDAPS, is that really a win?
No. That is both 2 rosters that you don't really want to play against right now. W7M, they haven't really regressed since their dominance that they displayed in Copenhagen and came back. A lot of the other teams seem to have taken a step back. They didn't. They look strong. NIP, they're also really well improved. And just play style wise, both those teams just look to be head and shoulders above the rest of Brazil. So do you really want to play against them? Probably not.
Probably not, but that's something that we're going to have to unpack tomorrow because today instead we're going to be looking at Black Dragons against Vivo Stars as the first matchup. When we're looking at Black Dragons, you said it yourself, they just came out swinging out of the woodwork. We didn't really know what to expect, and my oh my, did they blow our expectations out of the water.
Yeah, Black Dragons have looked very, very good. I mean, top attacking team in the league is not an honor I would have expected to give them. And coming just behind a very strong NIP roster for that first place spot in that group is definitely very impressive. Their defense is also probably the most improved thing about this roster from stage to stage. And when you talk about their attacks once again, they do get to play against one of the worst defensive teams in the league that managed to make playoffs. That also is on a little bit of a downward trajectory form-wise, starting off with a solid win against MIBR, then losing points in the next games, as opposed to Black Dragons, who kind of managed to keep that momentum that they started off earlier running all the way until they ultimately ran into NIP.
Yeah, we're looking as well as MIBR, and I think something really that is Vivo Keystar, and what's really standing out is the only game that they won was against MIBR. One win was enough for them to be able to qualify here and be the top third spot, which then again also says a lot about Liquid and how they have had a great performance so far during the best of ones. But that is really scary because you're going up against a team that hasn't lost anything. You're going up against a team that has been doing so incredibly well. They are very great under pressure, and you can't just beat them in one. You have to beat them in 2 games out of the best of 3 if you want to go forward.
Yeah, I mean, a best of 3, you win your map choice and potentially the decider. That's sort of the mentality that a lot of teams take into the map ban phase when we eventually get to it. But, I mean, you got to close out 2 games. For the side of Black Dragons, they've been doing a great job of closing out in regulation, as opposed to on the other side, Vivo Keystars, they like to linger around and keep it into overtime. But starting off on that first game that we saw of Black Dragons, just an absolute masterclass of what we saw on Bank, especially on the attacking side. Sure, was against Netshoes Miners, which we learned as the season progressed to be a weaker team, but you can only beat the team in front of you, Jenny.
Yeah, absolutely. And unfortunately for Vivo Keystar, Black Dragons is a team that is currently in front of them. And they're on that momentum. They're on the heat. They have that streak behind them. So coming into today, I'm assuming they're feeling confidence because the roster in general and how they have been performing as a unit, as a team, has been incredible.
Yeah, I mean, Black Dragons have just been looking so dang good, and Vivo Keyed, they kind of didn't even put themselves into playoffs. They required a lot of help. They required Liquid to choke, and Liquid did. That's the only reason Vivo Keyed Stars are here. Sure, I like this Vivo Keyed Stars iteration a lot more than past Magic Squad rosters, but when you look at Black Dragons, it's just a roster that you just look at and you're like, yeah, these are some great players. Everything looking phenomenal statistically besides the entry, but with how great they are in the mid-round adaptations with their resiliency, where if they don't get the opening kill, they have the opening death, they can still bounce back. They've been a joy to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. But then also looking at the team that has a pretty high attack as well as defensive, right? Pretty close match to each other, which means that this is a team that is strong on both sides, wherever you throw them. And we've seen that some teams sometimes lacking on the attacking side, others on the defensive side. When it comes to Black Dragons, when it comes to their decisiveness, when it comes to closing out rounds, as you said it yourself, they've got it in the bag.
Yeah, I mean, the decisive round count has been very strong in the side of Black Dragons, where it almost feels like it's an all or nothing gambit for a lot of the ways that they're going to attack or defend, where it's either going to be, you know, they lose very handedly, they have at least like 3 to 4 people left alive on the enemy team, or on their side, they have almost everybody left alive. Sure, still winning the close rounds at a margin of 9-5 is still massive for the side of Black Dragons, because you have to win the close rounds when sometimes a player is able to make a big play on the defensive side, on the side of Vivo Keyed Stars, which definitely can happen with the players on their roster, still being able to just take a step back, recoup, and just talk it out, solve the problems, and bounce back is a massive skill to have.
Yep, absolutely. And it's also the bouncing back really that you're mentioning, because when we're looking at stage 1 from Black Dragon, how they've been able to transfer what they learned and their maybe shortcomings from that part into stage 2, it has been incredible.
Yeah, it's been a complete black and white difference for Black Dragons, pun intended on their name, but there are a lot of numbers on this sheet, and it's a very big graphic that just kind of helps show the highlight progression for Black Dragons. But one of the main things that you really want to hone in and focus on would definitely be that defensive win rate for Black Dragons. Right now, first stage 1, they were by far the worst in the league. 37% is atrocious. It's horrendous, especially in a region that we continuously say is very defender-sided. They were not able to buy a defensive round. And as you look towards stage 2, there's a little bit of a difference. There's a big, massive improvement going from 37 to 61%, which has been a big factor of why they have been so much better this stage. And I think one of the key factors to why that they had this big improvement is that they, on the defensive side, got so much more aggressive and they had the playmaking capabilities. With Black Dragons, we said that, hey, there wasn't really that much of a firepower. There was much oomph beside them, especially on the defensive roam game. They cranked up the aggression. Their average time went from almost 2 minutes to 1 minute. Massive change, and they found a lot of success.
Yeah, absolutely. And that success is something that Vivo Keystar is going to have to at least try and withhold, which looks a little bit difficult, or if not like a more of an impossible task, considering how Black Dragons has been adapting, how they have been improving. So what is it that Vivo Keystar can pull out today to just completely flip the script and shut Black Dragons down in their tracks?
It's going to be really difficult, but with Vivo Keystars, it's once again from stage 1, we said they didn't have quite enough firepower. It was just Hornetau, and when Hornetau didn't show up, the roster really struggled. This stage, at least in the early ends, you see HTZ, that's Hates. He was the one that was stepping up a lot in conjunction with Hornetau. That made a lot better of a dynamic because, as you know, like little 1-2 combos, a bit stronger than just a singular punch.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what you need. You need a couple of players to be able to stand up, but as you said, maybe 1-2 better than a singular punch. But today, we need every single one of the roster to get up to the plate.
Oh, definitely. I mean, you still have some good facilitators on the side of Vivo Keystar. I really liked last stage what Daffodil was able to do with the LFO roster, and even bringing in somebody like Linda, who has been very impactful if you look like kind of just zone in on his droning capabilities and how he's playing supportive with people like Hornetau and Hates. That is a big reason to why they're facilitating a pretty decent entry number. But with the attacking win rate not being the best, it's kind of mid, it's kind of average, and the lower end defensive win rate is a bit of a worry when they're going up against a strong attacking team. But if anybody can do it, it would be Vivo Keystars because they're so great at keeping the rounds close. Jenny, it's almost like the complete opposite of what we saw with NIP.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's like a flip chart, right?
Yeah, it's the complete opposite, where there's not as many decisive rounds for the side of Vivo Keystars. They like to linger. They're a team that you can't let hang around. They bring games to overtime. If they're close rounds, they can typically get them in their favor more often than not. They fight back. They claw well. Sure, their clutches, they don't really win those. But, you know, if it's like a 2v2, they have a lot better of a shot.
Yeah, but also when it comes down to those clutches, you know, at the end of the day, that could be the make or break for some of the games that we're going to be seeing today. So it will also bring the question how they're going to be performing under pressure. The pressure of a clutch, if you're not able to do well then, how is the pressure today? Because winning means you get into the semifinals and you get one step closer to the major. But the pressure of losing and dropping down, having to play for that seeding for the LCQ, that's a whole different beast.
Yeah, it definitely is, because we have the progressions once again for this team, where for the side of Vivo Keystars, this was a roster that, once again, like Black Dragons, struggled a lot in stage 1. They just fizzled out in the LCQ. They did not compete in Copenhagen, and one of the biggest criticisms I had for them was their lackluster attacks. They just weren't able to win those rounds, especially when Hornetau didn't drop a 3K. That's pretty much what happened all the time. It was really frustrating where they would just fumble man advantages and do everything. So when you talk about improvement on this team, there's a couple of ways that you can just zone in and realize exactly what's going to happen. Because when you have massive entry woes like they did, especially on the attacking side, they were missing firepower. And with the solid improvement we've seen so far with Hates really stepping up to the plate and getting in a more aggressive area with Hornetau in conjunction, there's been massive improvement on that entry, and overall has made Vivo Keystars look a little bit better. But I don't quite know if it's enough.
Yeah, that remains the question to be answered, whether or not Vivo Keystar is going to have what it takes to be able to close it out today against Black Dragons. I think as well, looking at this matchup, it's a whole new territory for both of these teams, considering the fact that we are going to be heading into these best of threes. This is the first time, so the map bans are going to be different, but also it's not just about the fact that you need to hit the ground running. You also need to be able to keep the momentum going and stay in the game for as long as possible, because it's not a sprint this time around, it's a marathon.
Yeah, so far on this map ban phase, like you said, it is a marathon. You've got to go the full distance, and I already don't like one certain ban being Vivo Keystars taking away the border that is the only loss of Black Dragons this stage, and going towards a cafe for the side of Black Dragons for their map choice isn't necessarily the worst thing in the world, even though they don't play cafe that often. But that's because teams banned it against them very heavily. We already have a direct instance of what Vivo Keystars brings to Cafe, and it was a pretty handed loss that they had early in the season.
Yeah, we're looking as well at the fact that Cafe being picked, first of all, by Black Dragons, followed up by Oregon. When we're looking at Vivo Keystar, it feels like as well when it comes to Vivo Keystar, they just kind of want to go back to the basics, back to what they're comfortable with, back to what we can be expecting from the teams to be good at from day one, because at the end of the day, it is Oregon.
Yeah, Oregon, at least for Vivo Keystars, you might say, hey, they lost it last time they played, but a 7-4 loss against a strong team like W7M isn't the worst thing in the world. And if you're trying to go up against a roster like Black Dragons, who have a phenomenal map pool in comparison to Vivo Keystars, you got to kind of take the lesser of two evils so far, and then taking away the consulate, the Black Dragons don't necessarily have that high of an affinity towards. They've been banning quite a lot, is a bit more awkward, but going towards a skyscraper that neither team seems to play also seems like the lesser of two evils, and might lead to a interesting decider if we manage to make it there.
Oh, I like how you say if we manage to make it there. A little bit of a doubt creeping in. Is that towards Black Dragons or Vivo Key?
Oh, it's 100% towards Vivo Key. I'm really well set on Black Dragons. I think that everything they brought to the table has looked very good. Stimp is having a phenomenal stage so far, and a lot of the ideologies that Black Dragons have shown, with their affinity to go towards plants on their executes and how they really have set up their roam game, I think Vivo Keystars are really going to struggle against in this matchup.
You're right. Seems like you're a very big advocate for Black Dragon. So let's see how our casters for today are feeling about it. We have Intero, and all the way from Europe. Hi, Luke. How are you doing?
Sort of Europe. We Brexited a little bit of time ago, but
yeah,
I'm kind of here. What's up? It's me, Brexit Fluke.
Brexit Fluke. Okay. So we've heard C-Daps and how he's very confident that Black Dragons are going to win. Do you want to toss a coin and see which team you want to vote for, or do you think you already have your mindset on either one?
Is that me or Fluke?
I don't know. Was it me specifically?
No,
I did not know who that question was being asked to.
I'm a day jobber. I will pay.
So you want to toss the coin?
I take the coin. I hold on to it because I need it. And I just followed the crowd on this one. Later, I go a little bit wilder on the second game, but on this first game, I'm thinking Black Dragons. Yeah, they're looking pretty good.
Awesome. Intero, are you agreeing with Black Dragons? They're looking pretty good. Do you have a specific reason for it, or are you just following the crowd today as well? Because last time when you went against the crowd, you actually won the most.
I'm playing it safe today. No panache, no excitement, no electricity. Just who do I think is actually going to win this time? That's it. Us all pulling them all from these brain thoughts up here.
Okay, coming from your brain thoughts then, Intero, Cafe specifically being that first map, how are you expecting that to play out, considering the great track record that Black Dragons have?
Yeah, I mean, strong record on the map for Black Dragons. Black Dragons overall, I think, has just competed against better teams and done better across a wide swath of maps as well. We saw Vivo Keystars go to this map and they lost already once this stage, right? It was a 5-7 loss to E1. So to me, there's no reason on this map alone to think that Black Dragons will stumble. And again, you can basically give me the 3 best maps for Vivo Keystars against Black Dragons, and I'm honestly still going to be tempted to pick what I think is just the better team on any map, which is BD.
All right. Well, it seems like the tone is set. BD has a lot of expectations to be living up to, but going up against Vivo Keystar on Cafe, we'll see whether that's going to be a struggle or not. I'm going to let you guys take it away and shout at Pixels, which is what you guys do for a living. So, Intero and Fluke, feel free to do so.
Thank you very much. It's up to you. You're the host this time, by the way.
Am I the host? You're just lazy.
I'm backing away.
You're just lazy. Is this what Pengu has to put up with all the time?
That and a receding hairline.
That is... Oh, I mean... I laughed already. I've already thrown my hat in on that being funny. There's a man with 2 mouse mats that have just released that you're assassin.
Speaking of hats, great way to cover up a receding hairline. So, you know.
I didn't say hats. I said mouse mats. I don't know how many hats. I don't know how many hats.
Throw your hat in. You didn't want to throw your hat in.
You might also sell hats.
I've never seen you wear a hat. So
really big head.
You have a large head. I have a large head.
We both have quite a large head. I think it's a precursor to being a caster.
Could you imagine if we were like one of those conjoined twins where our heads were stuck together? It would be like 4 times the size of a normal head.
We wouldn't be able to get through doors.
Not even close. And
doors
that's
would
just
be a big struggle. We'd never be allowed on a roller coaster again.
We casted together once in Copenhagen for the major on, I think it was like a stage 1 or phase 1.
Yeah, it was like a nothing game.
It was a very low stakes game from what I can recall, and it was a very pleasant time. Yeah. Well, now you are, we're shackled together, or some would even say conjoined together at the head.
I wish there was a community fan artist. I could be like, fan artist, draw this monstrosity.
Take a photo of Emmy and I, and then just stitch our heads together.
Glue them together.
At a very inconvenient angle. Not that there is a convenient
angle. What's the most convenient way?
I suppose maybe I'm thinking just like logistically, maybe like back to back. But then I mean, like, that makes everything else challenging.
I think that would be a harder way of living, but it could allow some fun switcheroo moments.
I want to go this way. No, I want to go that way. Who's got the stronger calves? And both you and I, elevated calf game. But operator bands. When you look at the operator bands here, because I'm going to be doing the color commentary work today.
Yeah, you're my Pengu.
I am with a better hairline. In terms of the operator bands, there have not been that many maps actually played in this region. When it comes to operator bands, Monty and Ying.
Oh. Sorry, just.
Oh, hell yeah, black magic.
Sorry, that was just me.
Yeah, that's just.
That was me. I'm sorry.
About with the settings.
I'm sorry. I'm real sorry about that, guys.
Just on camera. Yeah, I have to imagine that because we're the rebroadcast, they were probably doing that on the Brazilian broadcast, like while the casters were on, and they weren't even thinking about it. And then we're like, no, we're exposing
anyone else.
We're exposing all of it. Operator bands, Nomad. And 3 times prior to this map, very, very strong on Cafe for a litany of reasons. Mira as well, only being banned 1 time in this region. So that is a bit of a surprise. Vivo Keydstars going on to a deeply uncomfortable map based on the numbers, and then pulling out 2 target bans against BD. As for the Monty and Azami, these are quite literally the 2nd most banned attacking operator and the 2nd most banned defending operator, so those are not a surprise at all. They've got a lot of strength. Monty is banned out quite heavily in this region for how many teams actually play this operator and how well they play it.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, is if you took that Azami around the world, you'd see the same sort of statistics. Same with the Mirror. Monty and Nomad, a little bit more particular to, I think, the playstyle of the region. But hey, they've won so many things. They're allowed to do whatever they like, what they think is responsible. I know we didn't talk about much about our predictions. I can see Black Dragons, if they start to steal a bit of momentum here, for how rubbish they are at the entry statistic, which they have just kind of messed up pretty much every game. They should be able to get themselves a good control and a good 2-0 here, but it's almost Gomez, the first one bit, as he just pulls back from the back of top red.
Not the same Gomez from North America, by the way, whose name I said probably a nauseating amount of times last night and the day prior when M80 were playing. M80, one of the teams that will represent North America, by the way. Ask is the first to die.
Aren't they the best team in the world?
Depends who you ask.
Ooh, they're already in across the top of bar, but the kit isn't, so they're trying to just get some control of the back line of it. Stemp is gone, top player, top MVP. Nothing compared to this, the first opening round of Vivo Keyed. They're able to get themselves down to a 5 versus 1 now. It was said on the desk before that they do have a habit of being able to keep rounds balanced, but you sort of hope that they don't. For this one, Loyera is stuck inside. The diffuser is cold on the roof. They are just peppering bullets towards corners. But for all I said about Black Dragons maybe getting themselves some good momentum, the first is a rodada perfecta.
You know I don't speak Spanish.
I'm so sorry. I forgot that you can't read.
Come on, I'm not American. First round, how did that go? And how did that go? Well, Black Dragons had 2 separate players enter solo with very minimal support. they get picked off. Evo Keyed Stars are not roaming unconventionally on that bomb site, but they're certainly taking chances that, to me, tell one of two things. Either one, you're confident on this map and you want to knock them off their stride, so play into, if they're a quick team, play into shutting them down early on. Or it does the complete opposite, which frankly, I'm not certain. I can't get in the head of the Vivo Keyed Stars players, but if you know that if you are just going to sit in the bomb site and then you become a sitting duck, Black Dragons are a Tomahawk cruise missile. You don't.
It's just a normal scenario.
You don't need to be Richard Attenborough to know that if you're a duck, you don't want to get hit with a Tomahawk cruise missile.
If you're a goose, it's all right.
Especially Canadian geese. Those are Satan's children. They pull all the evil out of every new Canadian that is born, and they put it into a Canada goose. But no, I mean, Vivo Keyed Stars had an incredible amount of map control. And again, as we saw from Black Dragons on their entry, Vivo Keyed Stars were also largely roaming unsupported. But if you're roaming unsupported and you're playing angles that are advantageous to you and the attackers are playing unsupported and they come in without drones, defenders are going to win more often than not just based on the way that maps function. So Evo Keyed Stars are either very confident, which again, we don't know. There's no reason for them to be as of the record that they have on this map. So I lean towards the assumption that they're going to try to knock Black Dragons off stride by playing really aggressive and very unconventional for the way that Cafe usually plays out, and hope that it pays dividends. On round number 1, it certainly did.
With 50 seconds gone, they're being as cautious as they can here. Black Dragons, they're doing that pitter-patter rainfall take. Start at the top. As you do, break across the top. See if you can die less. You're trying to wrest control of the pixel corner, maybe across the side of bar as well. Gomez is underneath, waiting. There might be some vertical angles, just cutting off the top of the rotate at the top of red stairs too. So they've got to be a bit cautious as they go for this pressure, which is why they're still being as cautious as they are. Hornet buzzes their way in a circle. Loop themselves back round to a slightly safer angle, but there's sort of preparation on this. They're sort of saying, come on in, see if you can get yourself swung in. And you said that aggression is keeping Black Dragons a bit at bay. Throws of utility, but nothing has caught anyone as of yet. It's going to come to a bit of a hot swing.
They got to take control of Piano. That's the first step, right? You're looking at a reading defense, which is what we have laid out for Vivo Keyed Stars. You're hard pressed to get into that reading bomb site where most teams will focus on without wrestling Cocktail away from the defenders. And this is the engagement that happens. There's not a lot of time left for them to then clear out the top floor and translate. And there's at minimum 2 players of Evo Keyed Stars who are holding very aggressively from Freezer and Cocktail. There's been no real progress from BD to take out these players from these spots.
Yeah, huge amount of time it's taken to get this. The loss on the first fight, as I said, the entry statistics is not something that goes with them, but they at least get the trade back. 40 seconds, and they've only just got boots inside of Freezer. You've got Daffodil still playing a swing position on one side of the floor, Lender's on the opposite with a sliver of health, but as long as they're still in that place, this time that's ticking away, this 15 seconds is pointless to throw themselves in on the plant. They almost got caught out there, but he did, as I said, waste the time specifically for this role. 20 seconds now, and it can just take one player to put one bullet into the head of a planter, and the round is theirs. Daffodil wants that retake. He really wants this engagement to go in his favor. Zars going for the kit. The cover's inside laundry. There it is. The kit going cold, as I talked about. It just takes one player being in this pressure position, and then suddenly you're not going to be able to get that kit back down again, and 1 versus 1 is how we end. They're going to have to blow their way in through the door. The fight is on the left. He cannot find it. Stemp, MVP of the league so far, and saves the end of that round.
Stemp really has been an exceptionally good player and really does play most of those rounds well on whatever utility you throw his way. Takes 2 minutes for Black Dragons to go through about 7 drones to clear out that top floor. And then you have to take engagements. They do the first one blind, but they double up on the top floor. All the while, Ask goes through a completely different part of the map than we were expecting. At this point, Vivo Keyed Stars should have a numbers advantage that can carry them through. But then that sloppy play of the mute on white stairs looks away. How does Loira win that engagement? That should not have been a fight. Could it have been bad comms from Vivo Keyed Stars that drew the mute's attention towards reading as they heard the case go down again? Entirely possible. You've still got 1 player roaming. That was the Legion who had to retake the bomb site. But then Black Dragons win 2 extremely easy gunfights. Because again, Vivo Keydstars were scrambling. And when you've got a 4v5 and there's 20 seconds remaining and you are the 4 and 2 of those players are in the bomb site, yeah, you're going to be taking engagements and you might win your duel. The bomb site's going to be working for you. You should still have some utility that works in your favor. There really weren't a lot of reasons why Vivo Keyd should have lost those fights, and yet they still did. And this has been the story of Vivo Keyd up to this point. Stats showed it. Almost every single round for Vivo Keydstars is close. They've got talented players. It should not be this close. But while they are carried with gun skill, I think sometimes the strategy is left wanting. And in that particular round, that was a good example of it.
It's the stress that's going to be put to the test as we get deeper into a best of 3, best of 1's, sort of a throw in the air and see what sticks. We get a long game, a long brawl, and it's always worth remembering that they've had 3 losses to get to this place. Their success rate is a lot lower than Black Dragons, which has been so consistently strong with just the sort of last day slipping away from them. Also, you said 20 seconds left on the clock, and you just can't stop thinking about them, can you?
I can't. Diffuser down?
What do you do? What does it take to call?
Next, I guess, next step.
Yeah.
I'm not certain.
Listen, I've been wanting to get a hold of you for a while to ask.
Look, they don't pay me anymore, so I can't answer that question. What's that saying where it was Brock Lesnar or something like that won a UFC fight, and he's like, I'm going to go home and drink like this beer because the sponsor of the event doesn't pay me anything? It's like, yeah, hell yeah, brother. It's kind of the same here. What does it take to call next? I don't know. Paybell doesn't pay me anymore, so I don't have an answer.
I did forget that Brock Lesnar was your brother.
Yeah. Kindred Spirits. A good Saskatchewan farmer now from Canada. Anyway.
You're a bad Saskatchewan farmer.
Not from Saskatchewan at all, so I suppose I'm quite bad. At some point, Hates is going to have to realize that front bake is no longer a concern for Vivo Keystars. It seems like he's woken up to this realization, and now he can play more freely. So you've got Wamai, who can either commandeer bottom red, he can support Lenda by whiskey, or can continue to throw utility over towards bakery because he knows something that we don't, which is maybe that he thinks this Black Dragons team will come around and eventually pressure from that spot. But this looks like a freezer take for BD at this point.
That's entirely it. It's this sort of take where the team has pulled themselves entirely off the site. They're sort of waiting for the drop to come down. They have 2 players inside that are just hucking impact and hoping for the best. But with 30 seconds left, with Goyos and smokes popping, it becomes such a dicey take here. And the Wamai has been untested. The only real cost of them being in that position is, well, their discs are all out there. It's not catching any of these explosives that are raining down towards the site and towards the attempted plant. At this point, you can see both of them are just tucked in one semblance of safety. Ask and Daffodil, 1 apiece, but now they're trying to get the kit down inside the site. Again, 10 seconds left, and they've really just battered down against the hatches and not found a single catch. Live is in a position where they can't get the back of this kit. They're losing out on these trades engagements. They're out of time to try and get it down, and it's just the frustrating thing there about that take is when you try and push the players out for so long and you are throwing yourselves in with such a sort of, this is where I'm going, la 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 la, it's very easy for Smoke to go, okay, here they go, stop.
Well, all right. That particular round, Black Dragons took no time at all clearing out the 3rd floor because there wasn't much offside presence for Vivo Keydstars. First kill came with what, 27 seconds left in the round. It was a very slow take from BD because the Vivo Keydstars didn't really need to hold the map themselves. But one thing that we always refer to as is phantom pressure, which is that even if you're not roaming, it's still usually going to take 30 to 45 seconds for 2 players to drone out the entirety of the top of a map. And that information is only going to be particularly relevant depending on the map for 5 to 10 seconds. You have to follow up relatively quickly. On that very first round, Black Dragons did not seem to do that. And that was their major deficiency that we talked about. In the second round, they were better at it, but still not particularly great. Well, they were downright miserable at it in that 3rd round. They were able to drone quickly, but once they got that first floor, that was the top floor rather, once they got the first floor under their control, then they moved to the 2nd floor, and guess what? They struggle there. I don't even think Hates died in that round, by the way. I think he just sat inside a bakery the entire time. If you don't need to move a player into harm's way for the entire round, you are in pretty good shape. And Hates had the easiest round of just about any player in the lobby sitting inside a bakery, while the entire execute came utility-less from Black Dragons towards the back. I was worried that Hates would ultimately be ineffective, and he was, but not for the wrong reasons, for all the right reasons.
Yeah, it was just unpressured. It was very chill, very relaxed. Whoop. Don't think they wanted that to happen.
Or not. Oh, my
Mistakes
Lenda.
occur, though. Warden. Those who don't know, they do have an ability where they can see through smoke, but they also have the 1.5. And more than happy to try and swing it now against the windows. The pressure is still slow and still steady. Remember how this came down? As soon as they dropped down last time onto the hatches, they were closed against. But it seems like they want to pull away from that pressure and trying to move into it. Vivo Keedstars want to apply that pressure back on. There's a grenade to get the first catch onto the Warden. They are removed. There's that rotate back. Omai is trying to step in to offer some countenance to be like, whoops, sorry, didn't expect those grenades. They've already moved off. Black Dragons, they've pulled themselves back. They've sort of done a strike on the back end, said, haha, we're over here, and then pulled the rug and appeared at the top red.
Oh, you've got half of your drones remaining if you're Black Dragons. And Hates gets... What are you doing? It has been a very frustrating stage for Ask enjoyers, who is consistently struggling to find kills. And when you do that, you tussle on the window. Yeah, usually Hates would fall off of that position, but he just refuses to relinquish Piano. And with no info and no drones and no utility, they're just going to keep punishing him. Every player will take a piece of HP away. But you have buried half of this Black Dragon squad, or almost half of the squad, in the same part of the map. BD does have the advantage. That's good. A lot will fall onto the shoulders of Gomez, who now creeps up to take a very similar spot inside a bathroom.
I love that they are just stepping themselves in here and getting themselves prepared. Look how slow and cautious that drone was. Sure, it didn't get caught out with how limited they are. They still have the swing shield. They still have a bit of wiggle room and width on the air utility. And they know that if they cannot close out that position, then they can't really try and tuck a plant towards the default. They've either got to try and drive themselves all the way across the top of bar, as it seems like they're going wider and wider onto, or they've got to see if they can try and cover the motions. And without the kit moving, bouncing back and forth either way, they're just giving more time, more pressure to themselves here against the swing. And here's Gomez driving all the way up, a team kill in the corner, a little bit of a massacre, leaving a 1 versus 1. They don't have themselves in a position to plant the kit. They're swinging on Ben past the bathroom. That was a messy end.
Why re-engage there? Gomez had no reason to take that fight. Keep running. There was 4 seconds left on the timer. Why are you putting your team in a 1v1? You're a Jaeger. You can get to pallets and get around the corner without the lion pushing you. You had tracers go through the bathroom. You knew where he was. That's only one small thing that I saw as being an issue.
There was a lot at the end of that round.
We're in a frustrating situation right now where Vivo Keedstars aren't doing a ton right.
No.
But Black Dragons are doing a ton wrong. And for a team that is supposed to be as good on Cafe as BD is, this is a very puzzling first 4 rounds, because Black Dragons have had struggles in a couple of their matches. They've kept it annoyingly close for their fans, I'm certain. But here, slow clears, poor utility work, no follow-up on drones, needless engagements for both teams, frankly. But in that case, it was early on. It was Ask taking the fight that didn't need to be taken on Repel. You've got 2 players who can drop hatch, and you're trying to flush out somebody in Piano. You've got 5 drones left. You know at this point from what you've drawn, there's only a single player in Piano. Why take the engagement on the window? Why not wait for one of the players to drop hatch and then swing the window at the same time? It's just these little things that don't really seem to make a lot of sense and leave me kind of scratching my head saying, this is the team that everybody's been banning Cafe against?
It almost feels like they are succumbing to the pressure of this best of 3 more than Vivo Keedstars. Vivo Keedstars seem so free in their motions. The fact that they're sort of sticking themselves in and going, no, I'm going to just play behind Piano and try and kill as many of them that come around the corner as I can. Them going back into that fight there It's almost like they're like, look, we're just playing this game against these people. Like, they're playing for elo more than what they're really playing for, in a really good mentality sense. Whereas Black Dragons, every single step seems a bit overtly cautious. They're losing a lot of drones, but they're not having anybody move behind them. Vetoxy gets the cover there. On the attempt on the jump out, they're just going to try and get themselves flashed. They can go for the pick back up. There is players on the rappel watching as well. They're making their way over, but again, it's that sort of swing play. The Solace had a read on someone on a drone, but probably be beating themselves up. They couldn't confirm the kill.
I mean, a Solus dying early is a big sigh of relief for Black Dragons, though Black Dragons have had issues with drone work, whether a Solus has or has not been present at all. I like the pace for Black Dragons in this round compared to what we've seen before, but the point that I made was that you clear out the top floor very quickly. It's what comes next that is most important, because Black Dragons can get into the building fast, and that they have, even though they've lost Loira, and actually scratch that. They don't even have control of this full top floor yet. Well, Lenda and Hornet Tower still up there. So you're treading very close to the bomb site up in Piano, but there's still 2 players lying in wait not far from you.
And they're droning out. They're still trying to drone out the side of Pillar. There's nobody to try and move behind Stemp's drone. A great take from Live onto Lenda. Gonna try and bounce some pressure down on the opposite end, but there's a Vivo Keydstars player wanting to swing into the fight. They want to keep sort of trying to find these little moments. 2 C4 kills this round so far. That's something the drone's not going to be able to pick yourself up on, and it's just that reactivity that Vivo Keyd seem to have. Ask. The drop rotate over on the opposite end starts doing some of the soft destruction here with the sledge, finally making their way across the second story. Something that could have and probably should have been attempted to put this pressure on about 40 seconds earlier, as Toxie's left sort of watching the dance of how do we get this diffuser in the door. Almost a third C4 kill there. Live somehow survives, but it will just take a sniff of anything else from the pockets in the final 10 seconds. Gomez has the cover. Gomez has the kill. Watches up. There's not a second player there because Ask wasn't in the right place to try and stop this. They can win that fight, sure, but it's 4 seconds. Again, the situation we're in. Hornet gets the diffuser once again, and you're left sort of a bit confused.
Bit confused. A bit confused.
I'm polite.
If you're going to try a plant in default spot, which is where that Dokkaebi was planting, or by the doorway, which might not be default, but is relatively close to default, there's basically 2 things you need to do. Number 1, ensure that you've got a sledge, a buck, somebody play. It doesn't even need to be that operator. You just need somebody above with a relatively good gun and good mechanical skill to watch the holes that are made by breach charges, sledge, buck, Flores, ram, etc. They made the kill holes. Ask was the one that was supposed to watch it, but he was still sledging away. And then number 2, the step is after you get those kill holes, you put somebody over laundry hatch, you drone out laundry, you make sure that nobody's playing in laundry and nobody is playing behind the bookshelf. They didn't do that second step at all. Gomez was still inside of laundry for half the time and then was able to rotate over, pop up, and then pick off the diffuse planter, which is one of the more brazen plants I've ever seen, and they've done it absent of smoke. There's been no smokes being brought by this Black Dragons team, so there's no concealment for that diffuser to go down. If you're going to attempt a default plant or close to a default plant, which is in the wide open spaces, you need to ensure that the most common spot that most people play in reading has been taken care of. I'm very interested to see where the mute jammers were in that round, because part of me wants to give some credit to Vivo Keyd for setting up denial on that information.
I love how you're saying part of you wants to give them credit, and they won the round.
Yeah, because I mean, a lot of these rounds are Black Dragons beating themselves.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to sound too pessimistic, and I'm really trying not to. But we're in a situation right now where, unless there's stuff we're missing, I am not seeing a lot that I like from Vivo Keydstars. I am seeing a lot I don't like from Black Dragons, and Black Dragons have just had to burn a timeout and are now at risk of going down 5-1 in the first half of their own map.
It could have been 5-0 already as well. That other round came down to the 1 versus 1 sort of showdown on the post plant attempt. If that reading door was open and they were cleaner on the swing, it could be a 5-0. And it feels again, it's that weird place here where Black Dragons don't seem to have that pressure of we need to get moving, we need to get into this game, but at the same time the pressure of we're in this game and things are going wrong isn't quite hitting. But I think you're very correct, because you have to remember, whoever wins this game, what, they're playing W7M next? W7M would slaughter either of these two teams right now, based on how they're playing.
W7M will slaughter. Yes, W7M is their opponent. Correct. Sorry, my brain stopped working for a second there.
Okay.
The two teams that got the buys were W7M and NiP. NiP obviously plays winner of E1 FaZe, which is up next. Yep. But yes, W7M plays next match, which will be tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, W7M will slaughter most teams. There are a couple teams in the region that I think can give them a good run for their money. In a best of 1, in a best of 3, I don't know. And in a best of 5, I don't think there's a chance. Obviously, none of these teams are going to play a best of 5. Best of 1s are over. So in a best of 3, W7M is going to be quite comfortable. But you're absolutely right. With the way that both of these teams are playing right now, W7M will make absolute mincemeat out of them.
Yeah, and then they've got to play another game still with the chance. It's still so far away. Even if they're going for the win on this game, as they should be, both these teams need to try and find a tightness. It's the start of a very long slog before you get yourself ready to fight on the biggest stage. Anyway, seems the team talk has led to a little bit more width on this approach. They're still sort of setting themselves up and saying, we're going to smash our way down over the top here. We're looking towards Freezer. We've got the drop, and the players underneath are happy enough to sit and stay. That C4 won't catch anybody as of yet, but you're still sort of, you know, looking at your watch, looking at the time at the top center, and looking at where Black Dragons are, because we don't have pressure down in the staircases. We don't have pressure against any of the players. No direct challenges as of yet. It's the same pace they went for. They were almost netted the kill onto the smoke there. More out of Hornet's positioning than anything.
The players that was first talked about when we began Brazil was Hornetau and how good he consistently is. But honestly, the Vivo Keystars have not seen the play from him that I think you come to expect. Hates has actually been, by my thoughts, the best player on the team. And now Hornetau is dead. All those smokes are gone. This is a better round for Black Dragons. They are going after the freezer still. They know what needs to be done. They've lost Patoxy, but you've still got players in position. You got to drop, though, at some point. Emmy, there's 10 seconds left. This is going to be an absolute brawl.
And a Glash that's just reading all of this intel. It just takes a single kill. They get the person with the kit, and I was confused. Now I'm kind of frustrated.
That was one of the worst first attacking halves I have seen this entire stage.
It's their map.
It's their map. They had no pressure on that second floor whatsoever. You kill the smoke who's playing inside of prep. You've got some freedom to go after Bakery. Even one person to go over by Bakery. Gridlock tried, from what it looked like, the Gridlock tried to go through Whiskey, which is still not really a split take. But you have 2 players of 4 close to the bomb site. Osa walks in. You both just casually glance at the Clash and go, yeah, I guess that's fine. And then you try to get the diffuser down. You get picked off. The sledge is there, unable to do anything as the Osa's behind the shield. And then you run out of time with 3 of your players still left, 2 of whom are upstairs holding angles. Which is fine, by the way. The 2 players upstairs holding angles is what you expect. Because once you get that diffuser down, you've got somebody up there, like a Sledge, a Buck, a Ram, etc., depending on what you want to bring. A Zofia was who was up there, by the way, getting that first pick on the Hornetau. So you've got the players upstairs in the right position. Why are you so slow? Again, there's not much from Vivo Keystar's defense that I'm looking at going, yeah, that'll do. Instead, I'm thinking, what are Black Dragons thinking at this point? I wanted to give them credit, and I did because I thought some of the things that they did to start off the first half of that round were okay. But boy, are they in trouble on their own map.
I mean, it's potentially going to turn into a very long map here. I think we will see Black Dragons have some comfort on their defense. I think 2, maybe 3 rounds in a row, and Vivo Keyd will take their time out and see if they can try and push this one over the edge. Because as you sort of have said a couple of times, it's not that they are playing out of their skin here. They're playing an aggressive game, and their gun skill is sharper than Black Dragons, and that is the only deciding factor right now. is when the fights are coming down, vivokid have been ready to try and take them, but now they've got to be the ones that put the pressure onto their opponents, and, well, Black Dragons really sucked at their time management before. There's the first off the board. Ask is able to tie himself, bit of revenge. Stemp is waiting for the Flores to roll it down, and here's that sort of handed over to the other team. Black Dragons don't have to do any time management anymore, and they are so happy for it.
All that criticism that I thrust upon Black Dragons might now also be thrust upon vivokid, depending on the way that this map plays out. A 5-1-half on Cafe is not normal. We've been just seeing 4-2s pretty much every single map. Back and forth ad nauseum.
You sound thrilled.
No, I mean, I'm wearing a different hat. We're going to keep that pun going, which is my analyst hat.
Yeah. It's Pengu's and it doesn't fit your head.
The last time, there goes Ask. That's a nice shot by Lenda, by the way. The last time that I did full-blown color commentator work was like that West Garfield Park LCQ match where I think their opponents won like 14-1 or something like that. So not a lot to analyze here. But hey, vivokid Stars have the upper hand and they're going to keep it going until they tie back, and now it's just live to die. Okay, well, this one might be over in a hurry, Emmy.
I mean, that was sudden, right? Obviously, we're talking about hats and picturing hats and you wearing different hats.
What is this, a Team Fortress 2 broadcast?
And yet we find ourselves suddenly in a fight. And what I really appreciate there, vivokid, which I don't think we got a taste of from Black Dragons' attack really at all, was multi-dimensional attacks at the same time. It's something, you know, Jack Fresh Allen.
I am familiar with his work.
You're familiar with him.
I am familiar with his work.
You might hear him always talk about the way Siege is played and how it's about probing the defense and finding a weak spot. And I don't know.
He does talk about probing a lot.
He says a lot about probing and
numbers. A suspicious amount of probing.
I only like one of those things.
Suspicion.
Yes. We find there, vivokid had the engagements ready on multiple different sides. They had the player putting the pressure in, the IQ gets the kill onto Ask, looking all the way across the bar to allow that player on the east windows to suddenly have space to swing in. We didn't really get a taste of Black Dragons ever doing that. They did go and attack one side and then entirely pick up and go to another side, but it's not very effective in the modern game of Siege. There's only really a couple of teams that can do takes like that. One of them, VP, has done it very, very well over in EUL, but here, against a team that's so solid as the sort of gun skills as vivokid have been and happy with that aggression, it's where Black Dragons are sort of falling apart a little bit. If you and
I think it's very charitable to say a little bit.
Yeah, I'm
okay.
Full of care. If you and I are sewn together, does that mean that Hap and Pengu are as well?
Say that again.
If you and I were conjoined twins by the head, as a reference to the earlier bit, does that mean that Hap and Pengu are as well?
Why does it necessitate somebody else?
Well,
why?
You know,
why?
At the karmic balance of the world.
Could you imagine having to talk to both Hap and Pengu at the same time all the time?
Wouldn't understand a word. Goodbye.
That's correct. This is a very tough round for Black Dragons, and basically what's happening here is they assess that they're down 6-1, and they know that this map, in a lot of ways, is pretty much over. So, do what a lot of teams do at this particular point in time. Get aggressive, take wild chances, engage on these 50-50s, and hope to God that you can win a couple gunfights. Now, obviously, this hasn't worked for Lawyer or Stemp. I don't know if Patoxy's going to pull it off. No, Live is also on 1 HP. vivokid Stars might flawlessly end this, and, well, no.
Oh.
Ask with 1 kill.
You got to get a few more, though. He can't find anything else. I never would have predicted this result. I don't think anyone would have, to be honest. Even vivokid, you know, you're sort of going in with the idea of a win, but a 7-1 against the team that pulled off a 7-0 earlier on in the sort of season and the split that's put in great fights throughout it. This is the bounce back game for vivokid, and it was a bit of a slaughter.
A bit. You need to be more honest with the people that are watching. Okay, there are dozens and dozens of viewers right now who need to hear our honesty. Vivo Keystars played this map against E1 in the third week, or well, their third game rather, of stage 2, and they lost to E1. And E1 has looked like a good team so far this stage. I will give them that credit. But dear mother of God and all who is holy above us, that was a terrible game for Black Dragons. Just miserable. Flowery language like, oh, it could have gone better. Yeah.
Room for growth.
It could have gone better when Mark jumped out of a plane without a parachute. It could have. No, I don't have a brother. It was a joke.
Yeah, because he jumped out of the plane without a parachute.
That's correct. I had a brother. That was dreadful for Black Dragons. There's no way around it. This is their map. And basically what they did was the equivalent of jumping out of a plane without a parachute. There was no way to go but down, and it did not end well. Certainly wasn't pretty. Evo Keyed, stun us on map number 1.
Well, I am a bit stunned, mainly because I didn't think that they were that great either. So we'll take a quick break before we see if both teams can improve before map 2.
Setups. There's a lot of ways that we can start the segment, but I would really like to send a very hard-hitting question to get that analysis, really. How does it feel to be wrong?
It hurts. It hurts a lot. It really makes me incredibly upset because if you told me that we somehow invented time travel and we pulled Black Dragons from last stage, who were a awful team, and somehow put them in the future here, I would 100% believe you, and I would ask you tomorrow's winning lottery numbers. But instead, we got vivokid just absolutely smacking Black Dragons all over the map in nearly every single statistic. It was disrespectfully. They disrespectfully slapped them around because this was not much of a game. Black Dragons, we talked about... Do you remember their bank game where they were so good at planting the bomb, Jenny?
Yeah, back in the day.
Yes. They didn't know how to plant the bomb because they forgot that there's a timer in the round.
Whoa,
and
it
they
happens, you know?
It was very rough to watch because I expected a lot out of this Black Dragon squad, and for vivokid, I also didn't expect somebody like Gomez to just pop off as much as he did. He had 100% cost, which sure, in a 7-1 victory, that means like you got to kill every round or you survived. He only died 3 times, and then maybe he was traded, something like that. But just absolutely mind-boggling to see Black Dragons come out so flat. But I also do still want to give a little bit of credit towards the side of vivokids because they came out and looked strong.
A lot of credit here for vivokid because this is a map as well that we were going, okay, Black Dragons picked it, vivokid lost it against W7M. It was 7-4 loss, yes, but still, it was still a loss that they had to go through. We're a little concerned. We had a lot of questions about how vivokid Stars has been performing over the last couple of playdays, how the best of ones went. And it looks like, you know what, when you throw them in a best of 3, it feels like CDAPS, this is the environment where they thrive. And we're now going to be heading into Oregon, which also happens to be their map pick. So are they cooking?
I don't quite know. For the side of vivokid Stars, they're in the driver's seat now, but if we want to highlight back on a little bit of a Black Dragons player, somebody that we expected to step up was Stemp, and he was relatively silent last game. Look at these stats. This is attacking as well as defender breakdown, showing that he's actually a little bit more prolific on the attacking side with that fragging capability. He's been an absolutely phenomenal mid-round player for this Black Dragons team, but unfortunately, the late round is really where we saw struggles back on Cafe. Sure, the entry battle did actually swing a little bit in the favor of Black Dragons in that match, as opposed to what we see through the regular stage where Stemp, their best player, was struggling in the early round. But when he's still left alive, he's typically able to make plays in that mid to late round. However, we didn't see that happen. It was incredibly frustrating to see because we know there's so much talent.
Yeah, and it also brings the question of how they're going to be performing now that they have to deal with a loss, because the fact that the best of ones have always gotten their way, they haven't really faced too much adversity. So how are they going to be doing now? They've had a setback. What are they going to be bringing to Oregon? Can they perform under that pressure? Can they just hit that mental reset button, come back into it, and start from scratch?
They're going to have to definitely start from scratch because they're going up against another phenomenal player in the side of Hornitow that didn't necessarily step up that much because he didn't have to last game. Through the first little bit of the stage and through group play, he has been incredibly strong, especially on that defender side, in a stark contrast to what we saw with Stemp, where Stemp, he's an attacking player. For Hornitow, he's a defensive player, and applying that onto a map like Oregon, where you have strength in that, just how slow Black Dragons played last game. When you see Hornitow on the roam, where we know he's already a little bit stronger in his play style, does really open up a giant gap that we can see him absolutely pop off.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see for that. But as well, another concern for me is Oregon. And I kind of touched upon this a little bit already, but it's the fact that it's a map that vivokid have picked. So to me, that brings forward the possibility that they're feeling very comfortable on this map. They're very confident. They have something potentially in their back pocket that they can just pull out and play with. Whereas when we were looking at Cafe being Black Dragon's pick, we're like, okay, this is not the strength that vivokid Stars is looking to play into. So with Oregon being the next map and potentially Decider going Skyscraper, I feel like everything we have said at the beginning of today, when we were hyping up Black Dragons, when we were hyping up how they have been performing over the best of ones, it kind of just low-key went down the drain.
Yeah, it really did, because sure, vivokid on Cafe, 7-5 loss against E1. You can argue that, you know, I think W7M are a better team than E1, so a still similar close 7-4 loss on a map like Oregon that is just very fundamentals heavy is just as good of a result, and now applying that they're, hey, still really confident on this map. Maybe they've reworked a couple of things. They might be starting on the attacking side. But I think as soon as they get to the defensive side, with how slow Black Dragons have looked, which something I glossed over to say is that they're the second slowest attacking team here in Brazil through this stage. Second only to NIP, who we also have criticized that, hey, they are lethargic sometimes, but it works. For Black Dragons, they've been lethargic last game, and it didn't work.
Yeah, so it's really down to Black Dragons here to be able to claw back. There are so many expectations on them this time around to be able to make it out. So the question remains whether or not they'll be able to live up to these expectations. Coming in the beginning of stage 2, there weren't many on their shoulders, and it was more for them to prove themselves. So it feels like now they're maybe a little struggling. We're going to be heading over to Emmy, so please do take it away.
Thank you. Yeah, it's just me, because Parker's gone off for a quarter feet.
I'm
Whatever
here.
he said. What? What?
What do you mean, what?
I was told that you were not.
You were lied to.
Wow.
I did go get a coffee, but then I came back and I was waving to the camera. I heard people talking. I sat here because I thought it'd be rude to interrupt.
Well, it would be. What kind of a hot cup of Joe did you get?
I got a cup of it. They didn't just splash it in my face.
Is it drip? Like the kind of coffee?
No, he retired.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
It is indeed drip coffee. I started my day on with a PSL, which you didn't know what that was, but now you do.
I didn't know what that was. I bet Ginny would. No.
Ginny is Ginny seems like that kind of gal. Yeah.
Ginny is a big TikTok gal.
This PSLs predate TikTok, okay?
Yeah.
PSLs predate Vine.
Well, you got mad when Ginny called you a boomer earlier.
Yes, because I'm not. I'm a millennial. Anyway.
I'm a millennial also, I think.
That is true. We are I think we're pretty much I think you're a year older than me, actually.
Stop telling people that.
Okay, my mistake.
Thank you.
Because everybody calls me old.
Yeah,
God, what does that mean for you?
It's like you, me, Milosh. I like the old people.
Ace is like 10 years older than all of us.
Ace is... Have you haven't played recent hit RPG game, have you?
You can say the name of other games on this show. Are you talking about Baldur's Gate?
I am. There's a helpful skeleton in it called Withers that gives me a lot of Ace energy.
Does it also wear floral shirts?
I'm gonna make that mod. Somewhere your son Lynx is like laughing.
I don't know if he's watching this broadcast. He makes TikToks now. That's what he does.
He does.
I hope like for the caliber of the match that he did not watch map 1.
Yeah. Well,
that was a rough one.
We'll see if the middle has slightly better caliber here. It could be going all the way. I worry if we get to a third map for Black Dragons, to be honest. Even if they win this, you're looking at Skyscraper. You're looking at a real slow attack map.
Yep.
And they weren't great. I'm just saying it politely to set you off. They were pretty bad.
See, you're still doing it.
They were real not good. Look at this though. The first fight's about to pop around.
Oh.
There goes the head instantly into trophy.
I appreciate this.
Remember where the sight is as well. Stamping him.
These two teams, man. I use man as a expression this time.
I know. Don't worry. I know. 4 versus 2.
There's an Amaru still on the board. I am waiting with bated breath. Out. All right. I was going to lose my mind if that gunfight did not work out. How do you magged up the SMG-12 onto a smoke at close range and miss most of the shots?
Twice. Not the perfect start, you could say, here for Black Dragons. Okay. They lose out the laundry hold. Oh, a quick replay.
FaZe didn't go very well. Could have been better, 7 out of 10.
Could have been better. We've got notes.
I feel this is very hurtful to show that again. It's like the replay operators know what they're doing. We just had production was like, that's the point.
The cruelty is the point.
The cruelty
So
is the point.
That's now 7 rounds in a row for vivokeyed.
That's crazy.
Yes. No, vivokeyed, actually. Crazy is an old roster. Played in tier 2. Oh, you never worked tier 2. You don't know about the heart of the scene.
Crazy was a pro player in NA. He actually used to play for Powerhouse when I was still involved with the organization. He also played for, what was it? I think he was like Tempo Storm. I don't remember what other teams he played for. God, it was a long time ago.
Memory isn't what it used to be, Boomer.
It's not even about that. It's that I would suspect that I've probably casted thousands of maps. Without exaggeration.
Yeah. We've
as
had
of the other day, I found out that I've been doing this for 6 years now.
Has it been good?
It hasn't been Black Dragons, that's for sure.
Well, they're able to at least get themselves out of tower without suffering a loss. vivokeyed. They were trying to pepper some bullets up towards T3, and at first they looked like they wanted to fight, but then they sort of went, nope, pulled themselves back in because, well, look, Hornet Tower's putting pressure across the window. This is the same thing I sort of talked about from the little bit of attack we saw from vivokeyed on the previous map. I like that they stretch themselves out a bit. There's width, there's wiggle room, there's a plan B and a plan C that preparation work is being done on them whilst everything else is coming together. And Black Dragons, the sooner they learn that, maybe they can try and break the deadlock. This is the longest I think we've gone over the past 3 attack rounds that we've had from vivokeyed, where Black Dragons haven't lost a player.
I mean, I like the setup from Black Dragons, all joking aside. You know, the Azami showing her worth, and that's a tough one for vivokeyed. But I mean, you're going to go into harm's way. Daffodil could be the next one to fall in that same position. You got drones still available. You got time still available. One thing that a lot of people don't realize, because if they turn their graphic settings down, is the shadows actually really do help you. And that was a particular instance where you can actually see the shadow. Because of the lighting on this map, if you stand on the balcony facing the door to the left of the door, your shadow will cast across the doorway. So the defenders can see you. Same as if you are on rafters and you're staring at the doorway in Clubhouse. If somebody is to the left of that door frame, your shadow will go across the door as well. It's very advantageous for the defense. And it just ultimately gives Black Dragons a huge advantage that continues to get better for them.
Technically, a 2 versus 2 right now. This is the down player inside the core of the site with 45 seconds. Though Hornet Tower's pretty beat up. They've been quite dagger sharp with their guns so far. It's Loira's position that might cause problems here. There goes one on that position. There's the second. Loira.
Is that an ace for Loira?
It was at least 4.
I didn't even see like the quad kill popping up on the screen. Pretend I'm a baby. You have to spoon feed me this information. If I don't see a giant quad kill go across the screen, I can't even count that high. You know.
Well, you need to go back into education. Anyone can learn to count.
I'm not good at math, or as you say, maths.
Maths. Say it with 2 F. Maths.
Maths.
Go back to maths.
So where did things go wrong on that attack? Well, it's really quite simple. When you let an Azami through the ban phase, and you let that Azami live, and Loira did not get an ace, by the way, 4 kills. It was Stemp who got one of the other picks.
Stamp.
Stamp! When you let an Azami go through the ban phase, which is a bit abnormal in this region, one of the most, banned operators on either attack or defense for good reason. If you let an Azami go through and the entirety of Azami's gadget will go on trophy and bedroom, then you either need to have explosives, something that can disrupt, whether it be flashes, a smoke, a firebolt if you're Capitao, potentially a Flores drone. If you don't do that, and you think the only way you're going to be able to engage on that bedroom hold with 3 Kiba barriers plugging the doorway to trophy, 1 on the bed, 1 blocking the doorway out on the balcony, you got to rotate that leads to top armory stairs, but then you got somebody playing over in trophy or armory to watch so that you don't get swung from that angle, even though that wasn't the case. Vivo did swing from that angle and ultimately end up losing their Ash. You're just going to lose every single engagement you take against Loira. Not this round. Laura dies to Hates. But
instantly in Zulu, opening 20 seconds.
I
Hates
guess
just drove in.
Maybe Laura's feeling good. Feeling nice, feeling nasty. You got 4 kills in the previous round. Take your, shoot your shot.
Well, they did, and they missed. And Hates was able to actually get them down. Not the most common gun to be seen in the pockets of the Brava. Brava, I guess, isn't the most common operator on this sort of map at this sort of position. They're going to see if they can try and full send the drone game alongside the Flores. Maybe clear out the back end here of Blue. They've got a lot of focus coming down on towards Freezer. Don't know what that was. Saw a ghost. Melee'd it. New operator is a ghost.
You don't need to give them ideas. It's just a sentient crossbow.
It's the new Halloween thing. We're not doing hide and seek anymore. We're doing ghosts.
I like the tools that are being brought from Vivo Keyed, though. You got a Capitao, you've got the Brava to take care of some of the utility, so those arrows provide far more value. Now, obviously, you can't deal with the Warden, who's going to see right through that smoke, but the Wamai dying early means there's only going to be probably 2 magnets at this point on the board, and even then, it'll be easy for Hates to find them. You've got the Flores drones to take out whatever might come in that direction and dislodge these players inside of the closet and over towards Blue. You have to deal with Freezer, and I guess you're not going to do that because the smoke gets in on the action. Now, what was really good for Vivo Keyed is fallen apart. Lenda and Ask in a 1v1 with Diffuser going down in the hands of Lenda.
2 huge names, a lot of history, and, well, where eyes locked down, Lenda's able to get it, and with the impact, misses the player! Looks too wide, too deep, too far, and he's having a moment, celebrating with his team. Changing his audio settings, and then getting the kit down. It suddenly exploded there on the back end. There was one very important kill that gave Black Dragons a little bit of momentum, which was the swing round towards Freezer and towards main door. As soon as they got that read on that first engagement, it gave so much confidence for Black Dragons to try and move up and to retake. You saw the snap come towards Freezer door. You saw the pressure come back around across what was otherwise just all of them being pushed away by utility.
So the tools that were brought from Vivo Keyed were perfect for that bomb site. Right? You've got smokes, you've got contingency with the Brava to take out anything that might come your way, be it magnets, be it, cameras. You've got Flores drones to take care of the rest. And again, concealment has not been a big thing for either of these teams. Smoke grenades, and I don't mean smokes canisters, I mean smoke grenades on attack have really not been that important for either of these teams. There haven't been a lot of diffusers that have been planted, in all fairness. So I suppose if you're not going to go for objective play right off the rip, then that's okay. But you struggle in Freezer. All right, you've got 2 players from Vivo Keyed asserting themselves in Freezer. 3 players are remaining for Black Dragons. It's a 5v3. You have a good inclination that somebody's going to be playing either from Freezer all the way back to Pillar or back Tower Stairs. That's a very common position for one of the defenders. And given the 2 that you've killed, somebody's almost certainly going to be in that spot. Flores is an excellent operator to tackle Blue. If you've got stuns or fire arrows, commandeering those back steps are excellent. And you have every gadget you could possibly hope for. But one thing that these 2 teams have shown time and time again, and again, I don't want to be mean-spirited here, but it's just that they are not very well coordinated together. There is very limited follow-up. We are not watching methodical clears with another player capitalizing off of that drone intel. And more importantly, we are not seeing smokes and utility work in the bomb site that somebody can immediately follow up on. This is a very solo and singular hero style of gameplay between these 2 squads. I don't know if something will change at some point, because we've seen, especially on the side of Evo Keyed Stars, a very coordinated matchup before with them, but they're going to have some trouble as they lose Lenda very early on. Gomez will probably get the finish here. And there we go, back to a 4-4.
It's a great shot there onto the kill onto Trophy Door as well. The pick back up, they lose a very powerful operator. They lose the Izami quite early. There's Pitoxy gone as well. Stemp is isolated a little. They have all the Fenrirs in the world, but they can't find a route back towards the kitchen without being shot from the cover. Well, Hornetau's actually looking the other way right now. He tucks into the next engagement, smokes off one side. There's some support from above, but They're just holding themselves at arm reach. They keep swinging at the worst possible time. Loria gets Gomez. Tates is trying to sneak his way up round onto the back of the player. They wanted the pinch, and there's the hop out. Live just jumps out the window that Hornetower was watching and gets the kill onto the player. Daffodil is now suddenly isolated a bit. They need the support to come around from the opposite end. There's the cover of the gadget, which they just move into. Quick fight back, but they know exactly where you are. There's a big sort of cover over the position of the players. And with them still holding vertical, it's pretty far away from easy to get this plant down.
Yeah, I mean, you've got some, I use the word concealment, but you've got some concealment here with those boogie drones. They make a ton of noise, and the racket that will come from them will give Hates an opportunity to rotate around. No diffuser to be held, and unfortunately walking into those dread mines from the Fenrir means that you're going to give that information away. They're going to hear it go off. Fenrir of Ask, or the Fenrir of Stem is not up, but yeah, confused by the purple. The zombie's also got purple jacket.
I know you were learning colors. I understand.
Hates is the diffuser, though. Really slow. 15 seconds. On cam as well. We'll go for the plant just by split wall.
Well,
I'm getting into position, so is Laura.
Yeah, one's on the swing. They exploded. Things happen.
Imagine somebody takes your words at face value. They exploded.
Hi, welcome. If this is your first ever Rainbow Six watching the esports, welcome. Couple of things I'll just quickly point out. Yes, it is always in Portuguese on the screen. You better learn Portuguese.
I was like, get ready to learn Portuguese.
Get ready to learn Portuguese, buddy. Sometimes people just explode, and we can't explain that. Can you explain that?
Yeah, you explode. It's a new mechanic. It's the opposite of withstand. So basically, instead of holding a key and bringing yourself back to life, you hold a key and then you detonate. And it's basically used to deny the opposing team the victory that they so badly want.
3-1, and Black Dragons, they're feeling themselves a little bit more. They're swinging into these engagements. They're confident in some of these fights. The jump out of the window that is actively being watched for 30 seconds and winning that is a big sign of, okay, they're starting to return. They still have the most terrifying thing, which is actually putting an attack together as the second half of this map. But if they can get themselves onto a 5-1 split, as was done to them in a similar fashion at a similar point, was where panic was sort of setting in for them on the previous round. Keyed, I mean, from where they started taking laundry, they know that they've got at least dorms and maybe a laundry ahead of them again. So it's not an easy end towards this half then.
No, not one bit. I mean, this has been quite a confusing matchup between these teams with the way that, you know, things have gone, frankly. I didn't expect the 7-1 scoreline on Cafe whatsoever, and I certainly didn't expect Black Dragons to be this competitive on Oregon. This map has not been played by Black Dragons so far this stage. It's played once by Vivo Keyed, where they lost to W7M or 7, but I mean, name a team that hasn't lost to a map against W7M, right? I don't think you can draw a lot from that in particular. It could just also speak to the fact that Vivo Keyed aren't very confident in their map pool. Maybe, maybe not. But Border, which was the map that Black Dragons lost on, was banned by Vivo Keyed, and it earned a finger wag from CDAPS on the desk, asking, you know, why would you do that?
Why are you running? You have glasses.
I was going to say, you're a warden. Use your gadget.
Yeah.
Live remembered. He did remember, in all fairness.
Did remember. I mean, you know, a lot of warden mains don't in ranked at the minute. They should ban the 1.5. I wish you could just ban that site.
Stop it.
Imagine.
Don't give them any idea.
Have it not as an operator, but you can just ban the 1.5 scope and see how people fall apart. Talking of falling apart, me. No, talking of falling apart, the pressure's coming across trophy.
You're just actively deteriorating?
Always. They're going to see if they can try and remove the Azami. That was a big problem last time. You said, hey, I'm Parker. And then you also said, well, if they had explosives, they could get rid of them. Yes, and they've got the Ashe to try and do that. The Ashe last time went for the swing and lost out that engagement. Eights in the meantime, they've got themselves tucked in on the far side. The Ying's going to start getting an approach and broach here over towards the back end of the army. They want to try and draw some focus. Stemp might be a bit under fire. There's Lender lending themselves towards the fight, but they just can't find the angle. Lyra's still in there.
This is really good at this moment for Vivo Keyed, though. You've got your first 2 picks. You haven't used a ton of utility in the process. You've still got drones up. Only problem is going to be this same operator and the same player in the same position that you struggled with before, and that's Loira over in bedroom. If you cannot get that utility in that part of the map to flush out Loira, who can now command games, can go back into bedroom, and has all of these opportunities against you, you're going to be in serious trouble. The 4K from Loira in the same spot. Gomez doesn't have any Candelas left. The Loira's going to have to play off of this intel without being blinded, and is ultimately succeeding, but Vivo Keyed Stars pick up 2 very quick kills, and they win the round.
The response that they needed, a win, which, yeah, that makes sense. Anybody needs that when you're losing so many in a row, but they keep themselves back and forth, obviously, with how quick they got a dominant performance on the first sort of map, with how the attack slowed down. That's still the pressure of Black Dragons. Their second half of this map is going to be the sort of truth tell. And, you know, if we go in at a 3-3 here, you're still sort of favoring a bit of Vivo Keyed action. If they're feeling confident, if they're going for these fights and they're just putting pressure onto the time, there's a lot of good ways of doing that with his army, with the clash that they were sort of rolling around with in the previous map a little bit. They can put that pressure immediately back on the Black Dragons here, and they need this 4-2.
Yeah, with the way that we tend to see Oregon going this stage, a 4-2 for the defenders, irrespective of if it's a good map for you, irrespective of who you're playing against. If the defense can win a 4-2 on Oregon, you're basically doing what is needed based on what everybody else does on this map. Black Dragons winning those 3 rounds in a row, making Vivo Keyed look semi-lost, gives them a lot of opportunity to close this out. They just need 1 more round, and they're going to go to a relatively favorable bomb site, right? Yeah, they lost it in round number 1 to Vivo Keyed. That Black Dragons team that showed up in round number 1 looked more like the Cafe Black Dragons, not like what we've seen so far over the last couple rounds. I will say, though, that Vivo Keyed learned from that last Dorms execute, and I really appreciate the fact that they were able to change some things up. Uh-oh. Gomez driving the drone.
I really wanted them to try and kill the player there.
I thought he might have tried to kill Ask, but opted for something else entirely. No, I mean, Vivo Keyed bringing tools, first and foremost, not directly funneling into bedroom upstairs and dying to Loira 1 by 1 by 1 is honestly a big accomplishment. So the fact that they picked off some of the offside players made that the emphasis of the round. And once they had an advantage, weaken Loira's position just by nature of taking out the other players scattered around the map. That was a smart adaptation. And then they brought the Ying as well to deal with it. Another smart adaptation. You know, I would argue that you should be bringing a Ying pretty much every single round on Oregon. And the fact that Vivo Keyed aren't is kind of distressing and not optimal, but I'm not competing in this match. They brought the Ying last time. They made it work. They have to pull off one final attack without the Ying this time.
Hatches tried to get themselves popped open. You get your Xkyra set on all of them and do multiple at the same ghost. What is with that corner? What am I missing?
What do you mean?
He punched it twice in the exact same way, 2 times in a row. I haven't seen anything though. Maybe I'm losing it.
Could be.
Maybe it's Maybelline.
Well, there have been a couple times, maybe it is Maybelline. There have been a couple times where I know that the spectators have not had certain parts of the map load in.
Right. That's cool.
Bank, it happened, I think yesterday. Either yesterday or 2 days ago, the wall of Bank just did not show up on the exterior, and it looked like the map was floating in the sky.
That's kind of cool.
Money talks. New Columbia vibes. So
it's capitalism for you. I have a tattoo of Bioshock Infinite, and well, they might have a tattoo as it asks bullets in their face. Hates is trying to find the fight either side, but it's a tricky drop as they go right into the smoke canister. Stemp and Live get 1 apiece, but there's instantly Daffodil with a double back on the shotgun. Pops its way across. Not the most common lead-in weapon here for the Habana, but they're going to see if they can try and make it swing as we're about to sing a song of a shotgun corner. Live really is itching for this fight, or it's just something on his back that he's trying to scrape off. Either way, he's ready for the pop around the corner. There's Hornetau taking a lot of damage. There's the rest of it from the back end, the Stemp. Daffodil, well, they've got to try and find a fight first. Pops towards one, gets the drop down. The second is there, and Black Dragons get 4-2 half.
I mean, you knew that Live was in this position. Why would you, expose yourself to it? I suppose it looked like they might have been going for a pick. But again, you've got the down inside of Pill. You're in a tough spot either way. I suppose if you're in E-Box or Pillbox, or the call-out varies depending on the region.
Sorry, I use E-Box.
E-Box, there you go. Electrical is what some people call it too.
I know that you talk about your pills that you need every day.
My
your
pills.
Old age.
I actually I don't take any pills.
What?
Yeah. I'm diabetic, so I have to use insulin, but I don't take any pills.
I use Dino gummy vitamins, Flintstone vitamins.
I did used to eat the Flintstone vitamins.
Yeah, vitamin.
How do you say the old French org's name that has the hornet as their logo?
BDS.
No.
Sorry.
Say their name. Say the org name.
Vitality.
Okay.
Huh?
Now say vitamin.
Vitamin.
Okay.
No, I can do it.
Say milk.
Ask me again.
Say milkshake. Milkshake. Say milk.
Milkshake.
Milk.
Milk.
You guys aren't even saying the same thing.
What?
That's from. I'll show it to you later. It's from a skit. It's a very funny skit. If you've never watched Julian Smith, you need to.
BDS.
Not the same.
Black Dragons. Let's see. What? Let's see what they can do here on their attack. Because if you missed the first map, well, to be fair, so did they. They could not get an attack together if they had paid a lot of money for it. And we'll see if they can try and take the lessons of a timeout and go, look, we're up here. Let's try and push this one over the edge. Semp moving behind a hot drone. Again, something I don't think we really saw last map at all. Was that active use utility ahead of the players.
Yeah. I mean,
all right.
That's what I'm going to say, yeah. In terms of the first half, things actually went quite well for Vivo Keydstars. Despite the scoreline not going in their favor, they were able to get some objective play. It wasn't much. But then in terms of kills and just trades, with the exception of round number 2, they either struck first or answered back with a down or a kill very fast. It was the mid to late round where they seemed to struggle. And that was also the same struggle for Black Dragons when they were on attack on Cafe. These teams just through the mid round kind of lose the plot, it seems like. And it could be that they're just really evenly matched or that they are just struggling together, hand in hand.
Well, you have to also take into consideration for how slow they are on attack. You know, at this point, Vivo Keyd were either dead inside the side or putting pressure towards the fight on the back end of it. You can still get this setup game. And you still have lots of time here for Black Dragons. You're just, this is the moment where you go, okay, well, where are we going to lead on to from this point onwards? Gomez, a little bit too late for that Twitch drone, like the other one on the opposite end. They still have the full stretch, but there's a little bit of antsiness about the motions here of Vivo Keyd. They don't quite have that mobility that they want. There's Patoxy getting the first to drop. Patoxy gets the second all the way from the back of blue. Laurie's able to get a really snappy execute here. They're inside the side. It's 4 versus nobody. Black Dragons, great execute.
All right, and look at that. In the back and to the side. I don't think there was a single player who died on the side of Vivo Keyd. Maybe one, but from all the players that I saw die, and that includes the ones that died just moments before that final 2K for Mask, it looked like most of Vivo Keydstars were looking in different directions. Are we sure that we got the map bans right, by the way? Because this one is going towards a 7-2 in a hurry. And for Black Dragons to pick Cafe and then Vivo Keydstars, 7 won it. And then Vivo Keydstars to pick Oregon and Black Dragons to 7-2 it.
Yeah.
It was a joke, by the way, to ask if we got the bands right. It wasn't being serious. So
no, I think we should double check with Fame. If you go to furry conventions to get your staff, this is what happened.
I'd like you to repeat what you just said.
Ferme's a furry. You know what that is?
Do you have a fursona?
Do you have... I do... No, but I really want to get a cat.
Is not even close to the same conversation.
I know.
You spending an expensive amount or a lot of money on an expensive fursuit is completely different from adopting an animal.
No, true. Unless it's like a Mr. Burns situation.
If you're looking to adopt a puppy, you could always ask if Stokes is willing to move in with you. He's a little puppy dog.
I mean, you know who I work with. I've got Hap. There's a golden retriever that made a wish and came to life.
It's true. Oh, hold on a second. Observation blockers don't get the love that they deserve and are harder to highlight.
Neither do I. Observation blockers don't get the love that they deserve. They're harder to highlight because they are really a great piece of gadgetry, especially for takes like this. It shuts down any immediate approach of anyone trying to get onto the back of blue, because you realize that, you know, if you're trying to drive in a rush there, you're trying to drive in quick bodies, you will just get cut to pieces, or you don't know. It's really tricky, and you have to dedicate utilities to get the swing.
Well, where that observation blocker was, and we do see that when the Jaeger is brought on this map, observation blockers will usually go upstairs in trophy or bedroom if you're defending up top, whether you're actually defending it because the bomb site is there or you're holding it as a part of the map. In this particular case, the observation blocker is going to cut off that side laundry room that works as the connecting angle to that supply bomb site. And then there's one as well at the bottom of main stairs, which there's a visual height to this. For a second, we just saw a snapshot of how it deprives you of seeing if somebody is playing pillar or over towards blue. Now, the good news is that the most powerful operator on this entire bomb site, other than Ying, is Flores. So the fact that they've got a Flores, and I imagine we're going to see one every single time you attack laundry supply room, they can very easily get those drones in to blow up the blockers.
Are they prepared for this drop of Lawyer? The reload comes out and Lender should be able to hear that, but they actually pull away. They have the pings on the laundry player, but remember the first 2 kills came from here, right behind an Ella that you hope is a little bit more aware of what's about to come. Live takes a lot of, I assume, explosive damage based on that chunk of health getting ripped away from them. There's the catch on a player that just wanted to sprint away across an open doorway. They were scared of the drop. The drop comes around. They're not in a position to fight against it. The Jaeger could be the big key piece player here. The dip round the corner. It's a great explosion back on for Black Dragons. The 3 versus 1 suddenly pulls apart. As I said, the Jaeger might be the one that stops it, but they're going for the plant itself. Hornet trying to dip around, find an angle. It's just on the other side of the hard wall. They can't quite get the cover. They know exactly where they are. Black Dragons, once again, a very good execute.
Yeah, I mean, this time, obviously, Vivo Keydstars made them work for it a little bit more. Previous round, you had 5 players walk in. I think only a single player died on the side of Black Dragons. This time around, far more evenly balanced between the two of them. And honestly, it speaks to the lineup that's coming out from this Black Dragon squad. They are using very optimal operators. They are not pulling Vivo Keydstars, which is not bringing the Ying. You should be bringing a Ying every single round on this map. When you're attacking downstairs, you should couple Ying up with a Flores. There is a reason why Ying is the most banned operator in Brazil and the most banned operator in almost every single region in the world at the moment. Smokes, if you need concealment. Can openers, if you need some hard destruction. And additionally, you've got the ability to distract in days, etc. I am not certain I love the fact that Batoxy is going off of this operator. If you're bringing an Amaru and a Nook, I suppose the Ying is not fully necessary. You need some kind of destruction that can open up a pathway for the Nook, so the Nook doesn't have to do it herself, or make noise so that an Amaru can get in, or open up a part of the floor, push the defenders out, have an Amaru slingshot up a hatch. A lot of teams will bring the Amaru specifically to go under the B bomb site, which happens to be the kitchen room of this map. Go up through the hatch, maybe get a pick and get diffuser down. I'm not super happy that there's no Ying from Black Dragons, but I'm sure they'll make it work. They've been in the driver's seat for this entire matchup. I haven't seen a lot from Vivo Keyd so far on their defenses that lead me to believe that they'll be able to stop this very aggressive Black Dragons take. And speaking of, one of the main points of criticism was coordination. You just saw the Nook of Stemp getting droned in. So there will be a fast follow-up and could be an early first pick if there's somebody roaming down below. We know there is. Whether they're close enough to the Nook is our question.
they barely did it as well on Cafe. It really feels like they sort of had that big team talk going, look, we know what we can do. We're not doing it very well. They lose the ace. It's the first fight, and there's Stemp getting one right back. The Nook said, drone into that position. They really cut the defense in half there. A quick response, and losing the hard breach might be a bit of an issue. You've got a couple of the tin openers in the pocket of Live, and Lawyer is able to find Hornetow as well and get another body off. They're having a great map, Lawyer, as well. A huge return to form and really stepping into the space that, okay, the rest of the team are getting themselves even KDs, but you have to sort of see how this team's got here. They have statistically the best player in the league, or they did from the start of the play day, and now they're holding on to see if they can try and get themselves onto Sky. At first, they said I was a little bit concerned of how their attacks would go if they couldn't find a pace, but their pace has been excellent on this drive so far. Lawyer is prepped and burning and waiting out for those smokes at the top of White. You've got Toxie and Lender in a bit of a showdown. Daffodil is in a swing position, but if they go too far, Stemp might catch them. At this point, it's just the collapse. Where they're going to find a space, they had no idea Stemp had got into that place. There's the drop over the top of Attic. And Parker, my friend, we are going to the third map.
I have no idea what I don't know.
But
I don't know things.
It comes
I
after
don't know
the
things
second.
anymore. Okay.
Yep.
I don't know things anymore.
Yeah.
7-1 for Vivo Keystars on Black Dragons map. 7-2 for Black Dragons on Vivo Keys map. I will say the only thing that is, I suppose, helping this is the speed at which we are skating through this matchup. We only started the broadcast an hour and 25 minutes ago. We are already on to map number 3. I think we have the same door, by the way.
No, you're just on the other side of it.
Could you imagine?
I would get up and do a gag here, but I'm wearing like sweatpants.
That's fine. I'm in shorts. But
Really
honestly,
dressed.
Black Dragons looked like the better team on that map for good reason. On defense, it wasn't even Vivo Keystars not doing particularly well. Good utility from Black Dragons. On attack, BD actually worked really well. There's a reason why Black Dragons has been statistically one of the best teams in this region, and we got to see that in Oregon, droning each other and working with each other, not repeating the same mistakes that Vivo Key did, which was bring good utility, and it worked out in spades, and they won quite handily because of it.
They also work together. And what else works together? How about us and a break? Not the analyst desk. We're going on a break. We'll be back in a little bit. Bye.
thing that we mentioned coming into this was the fact that Vivo Kid won Black Dragons' map 7-on-1, but now Black Dragons, in similar convincing fashion, close out Vivo Kid Stars map, and we're gonna have to be going all the way to Decider to find out who's gonna be going forward to the semis.
Yeah, it's very perplexing because this is what I expected Black Dragons to do in both maps. However, maybe they're just on a little bit of a delay. You know, my prediction, it still could come through because Vivo Kid Stars seemingly came back down to earth from their astral form that they came out in map 1.
Yeah, so brings the question, which team is going to be able to bring that form into the next game? But before we talk about that, this time around, everything just felt like it went wrong for Vivo Kid Stars, and Black Dragons were really capable of capitalizing off of their mistakes perfectly.
Yeah, it's just when the fragging goes the way of Black Dragons, it's actually looks like they know what they're doing. From on the map of Cafe, Black Dragons, they just weren't winning the 50-50 gunfights. It led to their attacks being so incredibly slow. And sure, you know, they only had 3 attacks that they had to go through on Oregon, but to win all 3 of them, it's a massive step in the right direction. It's seemingly like the little break that we had in between maps breathed some life back into the form of Black Dragons, where they were like, you know what? We're a good team. We know how to play the game. Somebody like Lawyer was able to step up in a massive way, playing a little bit more of an aggressive role than he typically does. And on the side of Vivo Kid Stars, only Hornetow was really doing much. And funnily enough, Hornetow historically is a very, very bad Oregon player, like significantly bad to the point of averaging a 0.43 rating through multiple maps of Oregon. Actually stepping up and doing what we expected out of him was nice to see.
Yeah, and that's something that we mentioned as well earlier today when before the games even started, saying that from the side of Vivo Kid, if we want them to proceed, if we want them to be able to close out these games, we will need to see every single one on that roster step up. That's what we've seen from them in the first game, but as you mentioned already, the second game wasn't so much the case. So going into that third one, going into Skyscraper, this is a decider, and it was a little bit of an if at the start of the day whether we will actually be going into Skyscraper. But now that we've seen both of these teams, as we might say, at their peak performances, 7-1, 7-2, what are the odds looking like? Who's has it more stacked in their favor, CDAPS?
It really does worry me that for the side of Vivo Kid Stars, that Skyscraper has been their permaban this entire stage. They've pretty much first banned at every single map ban phase, but they're confident enough here to leave it up for the decider against a Black Dragons team that has had a little bit more of an affinity towards the map. They've already played at this stage. Sure, a close 7-5 loss against Los might look good, but if you dive a little bit deeper, that's the really perplexing game that Los got 7-0'd by NIP on Skyscraper, then the very next play day went back to the map immediately, and sure, kept it close with Black Dragons, but maybe it's one of those things that Black Dragons has this map in their back pocket. It's not necessarily the strongest thing in the world, but it's also the possibility that for the side of Vivo Kid Stars, they've been saving this for a rainy day, and it might be raining right now.
It might be, but not at least for Unbased, but definitely when we're looking at Vivo Kid as well, because of the fact that Black Dragons have decided to start an attack. Is that going to sway your opinion one way or the other, CDAPS?
Well, going through on the first couple of maps, the team that got the side choice and went to the stronger side built up a lot of momentum. But here on a map like Skyscraper, it typically does lean a little bit more towards the defender sided, which interestingly enough, Skyscraper is one of those weird maps for me that I almost feel like is a matchup dependent map, that it can swing very attacker sided, it can swing very defender sided, and a lot of the map really relies on the entry game, which funnily enough, the Black Dragons, which something that they've struggled on, have been doing pretty well in this matchup, and I think will sort of relate directly into more success.
All right, let's see whether or not Black Dragons or Vivo Kid Star is going to be coming out on top as we're heading into the final map of the series. Skyscraper coming up with Intero and hello. Is that an Uno reverse? What is that?
It was a barricade.
I was behind his barricade.
Ah. I thought it was an Uno reverse card. Sorry, I thought you were like gonna Uno reverse it and be like, Genie, you were gonna throw it to us? Psych, you thought.
No, I'm gonna throw it to Ginny. You two are gonna cast. Parker and
We're gonna cast. Ooh.
We're old.
Okay.
Look at Parker. Look at this man. Parker looks like the kind of man that has his 6 kids' names tattooed on his arm.
6? Wow. Okay. Yeah.
One's called Julius.
Okay. All right. You know what? You guys can go and talk about the 6 names of Parker's kids, because I'm gonna give the mic over to you guys. You can talk us through the action and just go. Just.
I named a child Janira.
Yeah. Yeah. After your favorite host.
Golden Boy?
Yes. That's the G
engineer. That's
the G engineer. Golden Boy. Hey, we're taking over apparently.
I thought you threw to them.
I did throw to them. Production has really got this one backwards. I didn't even know what that was. Very sudden. Production said you're on in 3 minutes, and then said, "Look." They didn't say about the game. I don't think. Did they say that to you?
I heard that the game would be. We are on a delay.
All right.
So for those that, if you want some inside baseball, if you don't know ball, if you want some inside baseball, basically what happens is Brazil goes live. As far as I'm aware, they don't have a delay because they are live in studio. But we get a delay that we can do production ahead of time, and then we go live. As far as I'm aware, or they're already delayed on their feed. I'm not sure. I don't really know. All I know is that we are not live. So if the game has started 5 minutes ago, we're actually in the past. So things that happened in the game happened 5 minutes ago.
Did you ever used to play sports?
Do I look like it?
I mean, maybe like badminton. You look like you. Yeah.
I played road hockey. I used to play baseball, and I played baseball. I played tennis, and I used to swim when I was younger.
Road hockey.
Yes.
It's just hockey on a road, right?
What is field hockey, Emmy?
Yeah, sure, but like, why does hockey have to specify where it's played? Like, you don't have road tennis.
Are you playing tennis on a random road?
I have been known to.
I don't think that's true. I think you're lying.
Well, I'm trying to do insurance fraud and get hit by a car. It's an easy excuse.
I feel like if your goal is insurance fraud, admitting it is probably not.
Oh no.
A wise idea.
Can we delete this VOD?
There's 45 people watching this show. What if one of them works for your insurance company?
Listen. If my insurance man, Jeffrey, if you hear me in the audience, the car hit me. I was playing tennis, and I really need this money to help fund my 6 kids. We're going to Sala de Chat.
How is Sebastian?
He's in prison. 25 years. He was driving the car. That's the problem. That's why things get a little bit stickier. He was the one driving the car. We find ourselves on Skyscraper and Black Dragons. We'll be attacking first. What are your thoughts on that, PD Parker?
Well, all right. Very interesting ban phase, actually. And I do want to spend some time just kind of diving into what we saw. Monty, Dokkaebi, Bandit, and Fenrir. Bandit and Fenrir have only been banned twice apiece prior to this matchup and now are gone. Dokkaebi banned 3 times prior to this series of matches. And while it was Nomad and Monty back in round number 1, it was Blitz and Buck in round number 2, and now it's Monty and Doke, with Monty being banned out yet again. Fenrir is an incredibly strong operator on this map, as is Azami. If you get rid of Fenrir, you're going to probably see an Azami every single round on defense. If you're defending upstairs, you're probably going to see a lot of presence from the Azami, either in Geisha or over towards Drum. That is the speculation. Oh,
swooping. Getting a bit motion sick.
I was going to say, off the right.
There's free cam in the game right now. This is actually the first taste of it we've really gotten on this site, and it's just shown us beautiful sweeping shots of the roof. Daffodil has had beautiful sweeping shots, hit him in the face, which is why he's so injured right now. And Ask is, well, at least a little bit prepared for the danger. They have some semblance of support here, but look at how much pressure is being thrown towards Black Stairs here. Tucked at the worst time. Somehow Stemp just needed the single shot to connect, and it does. And Lender trying to lend a hand to the area to keep it safe.
The Zami on the board, you're going to see a Flores most of the time. You want to take out those Kiba barriers, which will continue to generate, but Gomez has not used them. 3 in pocket at the moment. Might not have an opportunity here, but the nade goes off a bit too prematurely. And Gomez will follow up. Not quite in drum, not quite in geisha. Gomez is literally in between those two parts of the map.
It was a very early strike onto the smoke, rotate round underneath, and there they are, caught out entirely. A huge retake. Gomez took the drop. They're going to see if they can swing their way up black stairs. They're waiting for you, and you should have expected it, but at this point, you need to try and close down towards the site itself. Hornetau doesn't quite have the angle on the shot, but that player is very much stuck there as Hertz goes underneath with the C4. It does get the connection onto the planter. 2 versus 2. They still have the site at 2 versus 1. From the opening from the C4, they rock the rest of the round, and Live creeps his way closer towards gold. He wants to try and get this 1 versus 1 on the second story, but the longer it takes, the more time it buys for the other player to rotate their way up. Are they aware of this? The pressure coming up from the stair set? No, it's a 2 versus 1 post-plant situation. They're still trying to isolate a single fight here. They have to try and strike. At the same time, they've got to be ready to pick up the fight against Live if it goes away from one of them. Second needs to be there. It's either side, though. A great retake here from Vivo Keed. He's getting the defuse.
It takes more, takes some missteps from Vivo Keed Stars in order for Black Dragons to win that in the post plant, because when you approach gold from those 2 angles, which we saw was the middle of T and then by the door frame to T, the 2 players on defense, if they are optimally defending the bomb site and playing for a retake, they're going to push at the same time, which is exactly what they did. But before we got to that point, I was a bit confused again, focusing solely on the Azami. Where was this beachhead that an Azami is supposed to create on this map? There didn't really seem like a lot of obstacles for Black Dragons to overcome to get towards the bomb site. Now, usually you'd see an Azami maybe playing over towards Office. Maybe you'd see it by Dragon. Maybe you'd see it, as I said, a little bit in Terrace, extending out to Drum. You've got those Kiba barriers which can be strewn about, not just to keep you safe, but to also block doorways, forcing an attacker to either melee it or have to use an explosive to get close. A lot of times, you're going to use an explosive. You don't want to be thrown into danger. Very reasonable. But I think the assumption from Vivo Keed Stars was, let's wait until we're later in the round and then use those Kiba barriers in ways that we know they're pushing from. Well, the first push came from main stairs. Gomez dropped down into restaurant side, went through barbecue, and then got killed by brown stairs. Was back stairs. Was not able to really be that effective by doing that. So a head-scratching moment from an incredibly powerful and very influential operator. Lenda will rock the Azami now as there's an Office defense on the board. We've got frost mats in on the windows. You're going to have no denial on that wall, which is actually quite interesting because teams have this dogged insistence to hold that top panel leading up house stairs. Should be relatively easy for Black Dragons to open it up. And again, the Ying comes out. Incredibly strong operator, most banned operator, has been able to be played so far through this series. If you're not bringing Ying almost every single round, you're falling behind.
You really are full send on the Ying train.
She's just so strong right now. That's really what it is. I mean, it's the same with what we see in other regions back when we're casting NA. If a Monty's not banned, you're seeing a Monty ran by both teams at this point, right? Ying is being banned out all the time. Here, Ying is just so strong. And again,
whoa,
it's suboptimal for you to not bring one. Nice play by Stemp and trade it off by Hates. Wow.
Yeah, they didn't really expect the player just lying down there with all the drone work that was going across the single loose thread of a Valk that so far has been able to tear themselves in. 4 kills at this point, with the bot coming in the first round. It looks like they want to try and keep that drive going. A Valk can cause a lot of problems for a team that has openings to be punished here, and that was what happened in the first map. That was what kept on happening. Black Dragons' approach. There was a sort of player, there was an entity that threw them out of the loop, threw them out of rhythm, and then they were dancing poorly. Evo Keed bought themselves some time. They bought themselves some more caution. 2 drones making their way across Drum, across Terrace, towards the site itself that the Flores wants to move back in on. Now that they've got the all clear, they go for the hop over. The C4 from underneath. There it is, I said. And we got an eliminação dupla, which means 2.
You know I don't speak Spanish.
Oh. Hornetow. Takes care of live. Takes care of dragon. What's the scariest thing about a dragon? The Ying behind it. Can they get a kill? Can they live up to all your dreams? Will you be able to etch something else underneath your Ying poster of she is just the coolest? They have all the intel. They just don't have the friends.
Oh my.
Nope.
Well, I mean, you brought the tools, but if you're going to only use it for yourself and there'll be no follow-up from your teammates and very poor drone work, which really is what set the stage on that round, then it really doesn't matter if you're bringing a, I don't know, a Tomahawk cruise missile to a duck fighting contest. You know, you're ultimately, you're probably not going to excel. I'm sticking to it. It's
I appreciate it.
It's a point of reference that I'm gonna make my own.
It's gonna be really hard for production to get that in a graphic form when you request that graphic.
I'd like to see. I'd like to see a Tomahawk cruise missile about to absolutely obliterate a duck.
Can we have the Tomahawk cruise missile duck graphic, please, on screen, please, Ferme? Is that Ferme's response, or is that just what you want the graphic to do?
I think that's just the sound a duck makes. Hold on a second.
Why do you have that?
It's one of the default soundboard noises for Discord. I don't know. I have no idea if the broadcast picked that up, by the way.
I don't know if that comes down the broadcast.
I'm hopeful. Oh,
it did not. I heard a duck stream, and you did not hear Parker's duck.
I was really hoping the broadcast would pick it up. I've been having good fun. I mean, I have the mute button, which we've used a couple times. Breaking news: duck struck by Tomahawk cruise missile. But
wow.
There you go. They give us these tools. Where are your tools? You need to use your tools. No, that previous round though, it was deficiencies on drone work that set the stage. You failed to drone out a very important part of the map. Like, if you're going to attack office, you got to drone out the entirety of the Karaoke Tea and Geisha side of the map. If you're not doing that, you are losing. Black Dragons had a little bit of negligence on that front. They lose Stemp. They lose a valuable part of their plan. Now, your emphasis is on another part of the same floor, right? You're going to barbecue kitchen. You want to drone out the house side. Make sure that you're not going to have any scary surprises. You're bringing a Nomad. You know that flanks are an issue. You know that offsite play is an issue. Black Dragons have tools. You're not bringing the Ying. That's fine. I suppose on this round, you actually don't need it. But I do like a set of smokes. I'm very glad that they have them in the set. They have a set in the hands of Live.
Here we have another sweeping overhead look to see, well, this is what is going on in the sky. Not a lot, actually.
What about the Scraper?
But you do have a bit of presence on the side of Scraper. Laurie was trying to creep their way across towards the ground floor. They want to have a bit of that pressure scraped away from the second story, which is what it needs to do. You need to be able to remove the player that's sort of keeping you away from the vertical play here. And we're in that worrying symptom. We're in that worrying moment of the time pressure, more drones being removed. They're just getting intel on who is on the back of the site. And unless you're doing this sort of snappy 3-2-1 take, you don't really need to be sacrificing your drones at this point. We saw this player in this position a minute and a half ago, killing drones. What is coming to the back of this, Black Dragons? Black Dragons, please, here's my megaphone, Black Dragons, please do something.
You have cut out. I don't know if you're still speaking.
Oh.
You said Black Dragons.
I just want them to do something.
I was waiting with bated breath. Avadil is dead. Black Dragons have an early advantage. I say early, and I cannot stress this enough. It's actually not that early, but trades will work in their favor. Eights has yet to die. That's impressive. Same with Hornetow. Gomez drops from above. Diffuser going down. Hornetow has an eye on it. Almost takes out his own teammate. My goodness. It comes down to Kitchen Barbecue and Hornetow in a 1v4 with Diffuser down. Hornetow has been standout player for this team in a great previous match. Black Dragons very intent on taking these gunfights 1v1v1. Next up, little remains of Patoxy. 1 HP, Ask there as well, but Ask will get the final kill. Black Dragons finally get on the board.
It took the offsite. It took the third swing round, and as I said, it was late. There was a moment where you sort of had them eyeing up and aiming towards it and a bit of motion, and I guess it was paid off by the fact that Vivo Keyed weren't entirely aware of where that kit was going down at that point. They weren't entirely aware of what the rest of their team was doing. You needed to take the vertical, and they did it. But, you know, it still just gives me flashbacks towards the first map that we saw of very late executes, single bullets, single Vivo Keyed moments taking away from a Black Dragons round. 2-1. They get one. But I still want to see some more assured action behind it. I want to see more of their first round play. Even though they lost it, it was down to some hero plays underneath.
Was the first round where I said something similar, where, you know, you're just relying on, that was the spring in my mic, by the way. People were probably wondering what that noise was.
What?
I went to adjust my mic and there was a loud, like, grinding noise, and it was just like,
Spring goes boing.
It's not the only sound that springs make, actually.
Slinkies. Actually quiet.
A lifelong springologist here, and you're, you know, you need to, it sounds like you need to do your own research. I'm glad you didn't respond, because that joke could have absolutely flown off the rails in a matter of moments.
I gave it some air.
I know.
And also, you were making a point, and I rudely interrupted to talk about springs.
Oh, no, that's fine. The point is that one thing that was noticed on Cafe was when Black Dragons were droning, they had no support. Very limited follow-up. Utility was used. There's nobody there to capitalize on it. Drones going in, you gain information for a snapshot, a couple seconds, 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds. That's all you're really going to gain from a drone. It gets shot away. If there's nobody there actively following it, unless it's for map control and you put it somewhere else, it's not being used correctly. Black Dragons fixed this on Oregon. They were far more composed on Oregon. Through the first 3 rounds, there's been some serious struggles, and hero plays have really dominated. All the while that we've been talking, Hates died, Toxie died, now Stemp dies. Vivo Keyed taking a numbers advantage as they're back on very favorable ground. And Lendo will get the diffuser down as well onto Ask. Not a second. As Loira punishes him.
Keeps being very quick responses here, but obviously now live hasn't been able to respond to that kill. The body balance has slipped a little bit further out of favor, and they've slipped their way further back towards the site. Remember where it was? Yes, that's right. On the other side of the story, Vivo Keyed Stars just sort of said, nah, we're going to have the fight here around Museum. We love these artifacts, and you're not allowed to look at them. Another take, a much cleaner Geisha hold than their first time round there. They will not be going back there this half. And they try and push that momentum into Museum, into the other second story. Well, Black Dragons, they want to stop that momentum right now.
Yeah, but all of these timeouts are being called very, very early on by my count. I mean, it's entirely possible. I didn't write it all down as thoroughly as humanly possible, but I'm getting timeouts in the first half of every single match so far. Now, I will say,
yes,
one caveat is that there hasn't been much of the second part of the match for most of these maps. Cafe, we got 2 rounds into the second half. That was it. Oregon, we got 3 rounds into the second half. That was it. Now we are hurtling towards a very similar scoreline with what we see out of Vivo Keyed Stars. They're up 3-1 on a defensive map. Skyscraper does tilt in their favor, but still worrying signs, obviously. None of these matches have been particularly close. The rounds, a lot of the times, haven't even been particularly close either. It has been a really puzzling match, and the landscape of Brazil obviously has changed a lot. And the one thing that, you know, Nick and I have been talking about quite a lot is that because you're playing on LAN and because you're playing a best of one, because you're playing sometimes back to back, and there's been upheaval with these teams, not just in terms of organizations, but also in terms of rosters, the unpredictability in this region is really, really high. The only constants are NIP and W7M. Pretty much every other team has seen some form of change, either in roles, in terms of rosters, in terms of map pools. There's a reason why NIP and W7M are right now, far and away, the 2 best teams in the region. That's because they have consistency going for them. You see teams like Liquid, who have to go through the LCQ. They bottled their stage just last week. You see FaZe Clan, who are playing later today, but don't look like themselves. It's been an unpredictable stage, and this matchup is no exception. I've given the task of doing color commentary work for this, and there are a lot of rounds where I genuinely have been confused.
Well, some say casters have an easy job, and you're out there proving that color casters don't. Vivo keyed. 2 players popping off right now. Hornetau and hates. But the others hate getting involved as much. Hornetau. They're gonna see if they can try and get some control here. Top of VIP stairs. Of course, the players out there, they're putting the pressure onto the space itself before they try and clear their way underneath. They're looking for a pick, looking for a player. And again, you know, I know we've sort of had statements about how slow some of the droning has been, how slow the motion has been. There's a hatch, it's open, and there's a frost mat. It's ready for somebody to try and come up it. That's Petoxy, and I kind of want it to happen.
The way this match goes, 2 things will happen. Okay, Lenda... Oh. Lenda was actively playing on the hatch. Did not trust the frost mat to do the job. Petoxy will wait. We'll wait for Petoxy. There's no rush. Take your time.
We can put your feet up. Eat a busy fish.
I get that. Uh-oh. They see the nade, by the way. And the nade actually missed. They saw the mat. They tried to get rid of it. Can't do it. Ask dies. Daffodil on the board this round. 1 minute remaining. These teams on even footing.
Daffodil got that kill retreating up the stairs as well. They still have the frost mat. Petoxy still can't go up because of that single piece of utility they're trying to remove. They're shooting through it. They've got the pings, but with 50 seconds, the inability to get this cleared comfortably has really slowed things down. 45 seconds and we enter that terrifying sort of moment. This is the most sort of put together, I am going to zip up here I've ever seen. The flashes come out. Ace and Laurie get 1 apiece. Hornetau with a run out is able to secure 1 more kill. They come up through the hatch. And behind the bomb chassis, they're the only one left. And they, you know, usually when you see a take like that, there's a little bit of smoke and mirrors. There's a little bit of, we're going to do something. We're going to do something else. Haha, we're in. I have never seen a more, this is what we're doing, and we're going to try and do it from a rush plant up the hatch.
I mean, you did see the Amaru slingshot up, but they droned out the frost map before that, so it wasn't really that exciting, unfortunately. Womp womp.
Womp womp.
Again, though, Black Dragons, your first focus. What lies beneath? Frost was down there and unpunished for almost 2 minutes. The only reason why Black Dragons got that first pick is because there was a bit of a confusing play by Lenda. I believe it was Lenda on the Azami to peek a hatch that was already being watched by a frost below and already had a frost mat on it. I mean, why do you need to do that at that point? Unless in defense, it was just scouting for information and you got picked early, but that's not what I saw. So Vivo Key sacrificed the first pick. Then Black Dragons get stuck out on the balcony, out on rappel, down below. They're not able to really do too much down below. They never pressure house stairs because, as you saw when the Amaru did finally go up that hatch, 2 players from Vivo Keyed Stars were playing over by house side. They were playing above the stairs. Very linear executes by BD here. Yeah, I mean, CDAP's talked about this. This was a map where we would have a lot of questions just based on how little it's played by these teams. It was played by Black Dragons. They beat Los 7-5. For how Los has looked this season, that is not a very good number for BD. They should have put that match away way earlier. Crazy things happen. Now, though, Vivo Key have burned Black Dragons' timeout. They have won the first half. Are they able to go up 5-1? Because if so, that sounds like the death knell of Black Dragons in this series. But again, could be a defender-sided skyscraper, and things could balance out on the second half, which they haven't done for the first 2 maps, but it happened here.
It was what was, I would still say, a bit of a late execute. It was a bit of a, you know, danger close for how close the fight is at this point, and they have used their tack timeout. So getting into the second half, being down 5-1 with nothing ahead of you other than just playing the game out is a very stressful position to be in, especially as obviously, you know, if this goes away from you, you're just seeding at that point. You've only really got a long loop round ahead of you. And otherwise, you know, when you're trying to break your way across, when you're looking at the opponents you've got next, when you look at how the seeding things can go, fighting in the lower bracket final, regardless of who wins this, if you're up against W7M, you kind of a little bit expect it. But then you've got, you know, either E1, FaZe, or NIP ahead of you. Here, Hornetau starts things off well. As Vivo keyed closer to this 5-1 half, to this 5-1 position and the chance to fight to replace the major.
And you still got that daunting task of going up against W7M should you win. Black Dragons, it would be down to the lower bracket, and they would await the loser of our next series, which is FaZe Clan versus E1. There goes Daffodils. Must have heard the commotion at the bottom of backstairs. Ask opened things up. Now Live taking some damage. Hornetau downed, and Gomez will swing out. Only 2 drones on the board for Black Dragon, so they're going to be flying completely blind as Gomez picks up 2 and gives an advantage to Vivo Keyed. Live looking for kill number 2, and he secures the down. But to the rescue, will the rest of Vivo Keyed come? Lenda in the bomb site. He'll need to wait for one to emerge from that position. He's also got Cross. As the smoke goes off on the stairs, that will put Hates in a tough position.
Oh, it's a Solus.
Solus will have all this information, and he can feed it to Lenda, who now swings in. Nitro Cell goes out for 2. Nitro doesn't actually kill either of them. The guns do. But it's a flashy end either way, as the Nitro Cell would have certainly killed them both if the guns hadn't accomplished it first. 5-1 first half for Vivo Key. They are marching their way towards a date with Destiny.
I talked about it last time we were there, about the importance of the vertical play, and the Solus being in that position was enough to win that round out. At that point, with that little time, you knew they had some fear as to where that player was. They were opening it up. They played it perfectly. But also, there's a man in the kitchen that they just entirely didn't seem aware of, who was played that as well perfectly. They were tucked, they were ready, they were doing that Vivo Keyed Stars thing from the first map of just striking and taking opportunities that were gifted to them by Black Dragons to win out rounds and to win out against some odds and against some positions. A 2 versus 2 is a pretty, you know, good odd for either attacker or defenders, let's be honest, but still, that lack of awareness has once again come to haunt Black Dragons. They have a big task ahead of them. Vivo Keyed, the sooner they get this first round, the sooner they can start preparing their fight against W7M.
What does W7M mean anyway? Furthermore, what does Vivo Keyed Stars mean as well?
I keep hearing Keemstar.
I'm so sorry.
I don't want to hear it.
Who does? I suppose actually quite a lot of people is a sizable audience, but I don't, and I'm sure you don't.
I wanted to have a look at what W7M Esports stands for, and this is how it opens on Wikipedia. W7M Esports, formerly known as W7M Gaming.
Big distinction.
Okay. Big change. Apparently it's an investment company called W7M. And then their website is all in Portuguese, and I don't understand.
I imagined it had something to do with branding. Oh god, okay, there it is. It's back. Whew. Sound like the top floor just completely disappeared.
Makes things tricky.
This has been a very interesting best of 3, and in stark contrast to Europe, stark contrast to North America, and from what I've seen of many of the Asian regions, very similarly, this has been a best of 3 dominated by blowouts, right? Your opponents only won a single, the losing team only won a single round back in map 1, 2 rounds in map 2. A 7-1 is possible yet again. It's the same scoreline that Vivo Keyed Stars pulled off on map numero 1, Cafe.
That is a narrow angle and a narrow fight. Neither wants to be the one to put a bit of width in. There's a lot of air jabs to buy themselves some safety here. The shadow gives some of the motion in the game away. They're able to throw out some of this pressure, but whoever takes the first swing will be the drive. They want to get themselves underneath. A great take from Hornetau, who's been explosive this map. Daffodil is in a position to put the pressure on. They've still been able to get a couple of bites in. There's no one really left standing on the side of Black Dragons, who's been sitting on a positive KD today. They got to try and find some of that map 2 Loira energy that was so sort of monumental. We are in the void. Now we're back out the void. Nothing's changed post-void.
But saying it's important that when you stare into the abyss, that the abyss doesn't stare back. That was basically it at that point. It's been a tough go for these attacking teams, and things will not be easy for Vivo Keedstars. Now they find themselves into a 2v2. It's all up to Patoxy. He was in a very powerful position inside of T. Will now need to emerge from the safety and comfort of his room to take on the defuse plan, and he can't get it done. 6-1 for Vivo Keedstars, stunning us, changing the predictions. Not a single person voted for Vivo Keedstars. Even the coin went for Black Dragons.
Even the coin.
Even the coin. Look at what the score lines were for these matchups, by the way, that both of these teams played prior to this game. Black Dragons in their 4 best of ones beat Netshoes Miners 7-0, beat Los 7-5, beat FaZe 7-5, lost to NIP 4-7. Vivo Keedstars beat MIBR 7-3, lost to Team Liquid 6-8, lost to E1 5-7, lost to W7M 4-7. They still end up playing against each other. On paper, sure, Black Dragons did play 2 inarguably worse teams. Netshoes Miners and Los have looked like 2 of the worst teams in this region. So maybe you have a weaker bracket. But Vivo Keed lost to a weakened Team Liquid in overtime. Beat a pretty poor performing MIBR. Lost to W7M, that one's pretty normal. Lost to E1. If you want to get to this point in stage 2, you need to be competing with your contemporaries, and that E1 is a contemporary. Black Dragons beat FaZe. That's Black Dragons' contemporary. On paper, BD looked like one of the top teams for a while in this stage. And now it's all fallen apart. Black Dragons won Oregon, obviously, but in the 2 losing maps, they might only combine for 2 rounds. That is dreadfully bad. That is a lopsided game that we don't see often. We can be getting ahead of ourselves. But the only way for Black Dragons to win this map and therefore advance positively to W7M is to win 5 in a row in regulation and then ultimately win 2 in overtime.
It is wild that we could end this 3rd map having 2 maps worth of rounds played over 3 maps. In how one-sided these games have been, how just sort of full-faced slaps we've seen both teams suffer. And here, Vivo Keed, if they get this opening body, which is a statistic that even coming in today, Black Dragons were terrible at the opening KD. It really went away from them. Then they're just up against it once again, and you're still... I think you'll be looking at this as they might be as well, if they can't do a meteoric comeback here of wondering what's sort of happened, where things truly went wrong.
I at least will say that while Cafe was a bad map for both teams, Oregon was at least a little bit more evenly balanced, and Skyscraper has looked good for Vivo Keedstars. Vivo Keed really didn't do that much to earn Cafe, in my opinion. I think so far on Skyscraper they absolutely have, and they've improved quite a lot on both attack and defense. This is going to be a tough round as they lose Lenda and Gomez, and now also lose Hornetau. Black Dragons are holding full court press with a minute to go, and they find themselves in a 5v2 for survival, almost assured of, and there it is, a flawless round from Black Dragons. That one comes in a hurry.
A little unexpected, a little against the grain and the rhythm of the game, but hey, sometimes when the pressure is at its maximum and you are only 1 round away from not having this as an opportunity to get to Atlanta, playing for the 5th seed and then having to go through the fun old qualifiers once again, your last sort of take against such teams as Liquid, then you sort of maybe get that bit of urgency. Is it too late? Time will tell. They've still got to try and play what is a tertiary site. They've still got to go back to the site that they lost as well. It came down to a sort of 2 versus 2 with not a huge amount of time left. It wasn't a million miles away, but one more mistake of a round, which has been an unfortunate consistency from Black Dragons today. One more bit of punishment. And Vivo Keyed step themselves up to their game tomorrow. Right?
Let's look at the timings, because I know that we are doing 3 best of 3s tomorrow. It is.
I'm not casting tomorrow, which is why I'm curious.
You're not casting anymore. Is this your last show period for stage 2?
No, I think I have at least. I think I have a couple of odds and ends days. This is an odds and ends day. This is. I'm like a Swiss Army person.
Oh.
Pop me in. Yeah. Just so affable. I have a few days of career left.
So tomorrow we start off with the 5th place seeding match. A match that plays for virtually no stakes. It just impacts where somebody finishes in the LCQ. As you saw from the SSG OXG matchup, teams don't necessarily take it as seriously as a regular match. Understandably so. But with those seeding matches, you often find players playing on unconventional roles. You'll see role swaps that can lead to excitement. You'll see things like a Blackbeard. You'll see things like, well, back when he was a little bit abnormal, you'll see a Blitz. That's our first match of the day tomorrow. Then we have the W7M versus likely Keyed Stars, but we don't know. And then we finish the day with Ninjas and Pajamas versus the winner of E1 FaZe Clan. The lower bracket finals will be played on the 1st alongside the upper bracket finals, which basically the upper bracket finals are the Brazil championships. That's our lineup here.
Well, there's the first trade out, and there's Hornetal trying to break their way across. They've been able to wrest some control here over the vertical, but you forgot about Stemp. Never forget about Stemp.
Ever.
Moira's still holding on. He's going to rebuild. Cover there, on towards the Geisha and the karaoke swing. Just keep things a little bit more secure as Sates is still cutting their way across the players. Now, with the single player down of Patoxy, it is technically 3 versus 2, but they're sort of dancing a dangerous game here. Vivo Keyed Stars have to make sure they keep themselves a bit together. You can see Hates is making that motion across as well. They're going for the pinch and the pull at the same time. They know exactly where the players are, and this might settle itself here on the second story. Stemp is traded out. Patoxy, who's back up, gets one knocked right down during that engagement, leaving just 8 left. Now the 2 remaining players slip their way away as far away as they can. They drop. They realize that they want the fight to be here flat, and well, Hates wants the same thing, makes a lot of noise on the transition from the top to the bottom floor here and hides behind the tomatoes. But with Loira just around the corner, ready for the swing, they have the pings, they know exactly where the player is, and they're waiting for this time to tick further along.
It's a very winnable fight for Hates, but he's got to be concerned with where Loira is, right? Hates with 13 kills, absolutely leading the way. Watched under cam, his control of kitchen. Both remaining players from Black Dragons within striking distance of Hates. Over in delivery and pantry. They're just waiting for the sound call. Nice angle from Patoxy. That one's over. Black Dragons suddenly coming back to life. Flawlessly done in the previous round. This one a little bit closer. But still, a win's a win. That's Office under their control. There's Barbecue under their control. 3 more rounds in a row needing to be won by Black Dragons to go to overtime.
The impossible starts as they start trying to bite their way back in. Across it, it was back and forth. The revive, quite an important one, to be honest, in the grand scheme of things. We've got to remember that it was a sort of, 3 versus 2, but one of the players was down. Patoxy, that player, gets back up and gets 2 kills to lock out the rest of that round there. With the trade coming out against them, it's that sort of pressure of the momentum. It is these little engagements. As I said, Black Dragons, they just need to slip up once, and this goes away from them. Vivo Keyed, they are repeatedly sniffing at all the problems ahead of them. Like a duck trying to fight a tomahawk missile. They're ready to try and swing into this, though.
I've heard that's really tough for the duck to do. I don't know if you've...
It's not an easy fight.
Yeah, I'm not exactly certain, but I'm putting money on the missile.
Well, maybe the duck is wearing their missile fighting hat today.
Missiles, hats. What haven't we spoken about?
Conjoined twins. Vitamins.
Vitamins.
ETS. Spanish speaking. Our producer.
What was that actually Spanish? It sounded like Italian.
Mamma mia.
A bit offensive. What did you say?
Mamma mia. I say that to our Observer Red like quite a lot. Obviously, they're not the Observer right now, but they are the Italian stallion of the EU/NAL observing group.
Very nice guy, by the way.
Love him so much. So great. He's so Italian.
Okay,
Took him to
love
an
is
Italian restaurant. It was
very
one of
strong
the funniest
word.
things. What Italian?
Lynx is my son, and I don't even tell him I love him.
Yeah, that's why he has those complexes he does.
I think it's more about his height than anything.
Right, because you wanted a son who could play ball. I remember you saying
That's
quite
correct.
a
I
lot.
said when I had Lynx, I said to you, I looked you in the eyes with tears in the corners of my eyelids, and I said, I just want a son who can ball.
You just want to...
I want a baller. Lynx cannot ball out at all.
And Tim came in and said, "You want a bald son?" He said, "No, I would never want that."
Strong hairline in that young man.
Stronger than Pengu's?
Pengu battling his hairline right now is like a duck trying to fight a Tomahawk cruise missile. And his hairline is the duck. And male pattern baldness is the missile.
Well, that's why the duck's wearing a new hat.
And now we have come full circle. And we can focus on the round.
decisivo, though.
Yeah.
Minute left. Every player still standing, and they're
Oh,
looking
no.
for the feet
Oh,
season,
that's
the
a-
toes, but it's hate that gets one, and live gets hates right back.
That's a greasy angle. The Toxie flushed out of that position as Lenda asserts himself. A good game from Ask so far, and with Stem still on the board, even with Black Dragons trailing, you've got tools at your disposal. You've got one gas canister for 40 seconds left. That's not ideal timing. It should be for relatively good coverage, and it'll be used to try to smoke Lenda out of this spot. That will succeed. Down goes live. Stem maybe following. There he goes. Ask looking for the last kill. Won't get it. Stem gives it. Evo keyed stars. They move on.
Sort of on against anyone's expectation. Vivo keyed stars, they're able to secure the maps. Huge performances, 7-1 and a 7-3. And you sort of look at that middle map and go, well, you lost 2-7 on your choice, but still, you congratulate them now. But you know that they have to have a team talk before they go up against W7M tomorrow, because they're going up against W7M tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, you've already climbed a mountain. Dare I say it? You've slayed the dragon.
That it.
But there is a much bigger dragon, a mecha dragon, made of metal that fires Tomahawk cruise missiles, and you don't want to be the duck.
Nothing would make you want to be the duck in this scenario.
Ducks are great birds. Beautiful birds. I love a good
what hat
mallard.
you're wearing. You want to be the goose.
That's true. Or, in this case, the Mecha Dragon. And that's what awaits Vivo Keyed Stars tomorrow. They play up against W7M, the major champions, and frankly, looking like one of the best teams in the entire world. As for Black Dragons, it was an impressive stage 2, but they ultimately fell apart when they needed to be cohesive more than ever. And now they go down the lower bracket. Goodbye. Sorry.
Bye-bye.
You're done. That's it for you and I. The desk is going to want to talk about it, so we'll let them chat about it.
pretty true that the fact that when we're looking at Vivo Keystars and what they've done, they have come such a long way. But you know what? As Fogard mentioned it, there's a whole different challenge waiting for them tomorrow.
Yeah, it's like Parker said, you know, they get to the top of the mountain, they slay the dragon, whatever, and then you turn around and there's another mountain to climb that's even bigger. Like, it's gonna be such a tough uphill battle for the side of Vivo Keystars, but at the end of the day, we do have to celebrate their victory today because it was strong. It was dominant. They got the 7-3. They got the 7-1. They looked good. And pretty much all of the issues that we saw out of Vivo Keystars that really arose where they started the stage so strong. And then they pushed through, and kind of as the stage progressed, they looked weaker and weaker. All of a sudden, they completely changed their form, bounced back, and are back to what we saw at the beginning of the stage.
Yeah, they're absolutely in tip-top shape, and for them to be able to just basically send Black Dragons to the LCQ after the performance that they've had is such an unfortunate scenario for Black Dragons. But looking at how Vivo Keyd has performed specifically on this map, everything has swung very heavily in their favor, cost and entries, however, being equal across both teams, which, to be fair, from the side of Black Dragons, considering the amount of rounds that they were able to collect, that is quite impressive.
Yeah, it definitely is. The conversion rate not looking the best for the side of Black Dragons, as well as that 1-5 attacking split where they chose attack, Jenny. That's what hurts the most. They chose that attacking side and were unable to get anything going. They had a little resurgence towards the defensive half, but at the end of the day, Vivo Keystars, they just rode the momentum at getting the defense once again in a very defender-sided overall series. And where Hate steps up, looks phenomenal. 14-6 with 4-0 on entry. Just wow.
Yeah, when we're looking as well at Vivo Keystars, to be completely honest here, we've seen Gomez in the first game, we seen Hornitower in the second game, we're now seeing Haters, and it's like every single time there is a different game and a different individual steps up, but it also means that the rest of the team is coming together. Now, these are the entire game stats, and when we're looking at the entries, yes, Black Dragons are ahead of it, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, you can get all the entry picks in the world, but if you can't convert them properly, then what did you even fight for? It's having that man advantage going into the middle part of the round where you're transitioning towards your execute or stopping the execute that makes the opening pick so incredibly impactful. And for Black Dragons on their attacks, their transitionary periods were really rough. It was really bad. And for the side of Vivo Keystars, they actually did on the defensive side had do a phenomenal job at disrupting what Black Dragons wanted to go to because they understood how slow the attacks moved, that if you hit them when they're a little bit vulnerable and a little bit in a more complicated state, you throw a wrench in it, they can't bounce back.
Yeah, it also feels like what we've seen today from Vivo Keystars, them at their peak, which then brings a question from my end in terms of what can we expect from them tomorrow? Is this a one-day thing? Is this like a flash in the pan? They're like super excited, so much adrenaline, they have all the pressure and they're able to step up. Is tomorrow going to be a close affair against W7M? Is it going to be a very one-sided affair from either one of these teams? I think that really is the question to be answered because yes, they rose to the occasion today, but what is tomorrow looking like? Because as both yourself as well as Parker and Emmy mentioned, this is a very, very difficult game for them.
For me personally, I want to say that, hey, I liked what Vivo Keystars did today. They came out and they executed their game plan perfectly, but just the logical start of my brain is like, oh, they're playing W7M. Like, that's wraps. It's over. It's kind of done. But with that being said, yeah, with that being said, they do have the lower bracket to still try to make the major if they lose, but I wouldn't necessarily want to close the door fully on that semifinal matchup. With W7M, they have made maybe a little bit of a step back from their Copenhagen form, and there have been some gaps that they're leaving in their gameplay that if, you know, they're asleep at the wheel, they're looking past this Vivo Keystars roster, all of a sudden we might see the potential for an upset in the game a little bit closer than people might expect.
Yeah, and the next game that we have coming up is E1 Sports up against FaZe Clan. And one of these teams is going to be heading up against NIP tomorrow. The other one will be heading up against Black Dragons in the 5th place and 4th place decider. So we were completely wrong about the first game. Do you think we're going to be right about the second? Because FaZe is historically better in those best of 3s than they are in the best of 1s.
Yeah, and for the side of E1, we haven't seen them in a BO3 yet, so maybe their map pool isn't as strong as we might expect. Maybe FaZe Clan are going to be able to feel out their opponents and adjust on the fly a little bit better, but when you look at the names on E1, they have been around the block, so hopefully they still bring that experience. But it's also all speculation. We don't know yet. We have to see them get in the lobby.
Yeah, and the plot thickens. If you want to find out how this game is going to be playing out, make sure that you stick around. We're going to be heading over to a short break, and we'll be back with E1 up against FaZe Clan. With Vivo Keys secured in the semifinals up against W7M tomorrow, who's going to be going up against NIP? Will it be E1 Sports or is it going to be FaZe Clan? This final best of 3 of today is going to decide our winners. So, you know what, C-Dubs, let's head straight into it. especially looking at E1 Sports, this is a team that just came out of the woodworks. We didn't know what to expect, similar to Black Dragon's story, and they just came out with a bang. We're now looking at FaZe Clan, and they made it by the skin of their teeth into the decider. So it looks exactly like what we've seen from the previous game, but this time around, there's again a lot on the line.
Yeah, it's almost like that. Just two sides of the same coin, where E1, this is a team that is definitely overperforming what we expected out of them. And for FaZe Clan, the former champions of Stage 1 Brazil, as well as a top 4 team at the Copenhagen Major, they're definitely underperforming. Having those losses, sure, against NIP, that one's fine. Max OT lost to NIP. Okay, NIP's a good team. The loss to Black Dragons, and especially the loss to Los.
The loss to Los.
Oh, the loss to Los. Oh, that one hurt my very soul, and it was just so rough. And on the other side, for E1 on the top, starting off beating Liquid so handedly and continuing the momentum, just taking points against the rest of the teams besides W7M, it's exactly what you want and what you would expect out of a solid above average team in the form of E1.
Yeah, absolutely. That loss to Lowe's from FaZe Clan really sent me, but not in like a good way. And then we're looking at E1 Sports, and they're so phenomenal. And it feels like that's what we've seen last game as well, when it came to Black Dragons coming out of the woodworks, having no expectations on them and doing really well. And then Viva Kid maybe not so much, but Viva Kid were the ones to step up to the plate. Is this going to be the same what we're seeing right now from FaZe Clan side of things? Because on those best of ones, they haven't really performed that well. They're now coming into the best of 3. There is so much pressure, and if anything from FaZe Clan, they are used to pressure. They were the winners of Stage 1, a little bit of a reminder here. So how are we expecting this to go?
I mean, they just have to bounce back and play better Siege than what they've been going through. They've been getting ahead of themselves quite a lot and just making simple mistakes that they can't be making. It's almost seems like they've regressed to the point of, it's like they have a new player, but they don't. They have the same 5, and just almost simple communication level errors and people just not being on the same page for things is just the easiest diagnosis that I can make, that hopefully over the course of the last week they can really just hone in and just fix, because the loss to Los is probably like the rock bottom point that hopefully they can bounce back up from.
Yeah, that loss to Los was a little bit unfortunate, but they're not going up against Los, they're going up against E1 Sports. And this is a team that has, as you said it, day 1 of Stage 2, 7-2 to Liquid.
Yeah, that was just such a dominant game, and they started on the attacking side of Oregon. So yeah, it was interesting, as well as a nice game against Vivo Keydstars, and this probably the shakiest part of their entire stage, taking MIBR, who was a weaker team in their group, all the way to overtime in Skyscraper. Maybe Skyscraper isn't going to be in the cards for the map ban phase, because, you know, FaZe Clan are strong on that map, and it's the only weakness we've seen on the side of E1, but you never know. As well as in this W7M map, to kind of bounce back, as make it as close as it was starting off 0-4, does show a lot of resiliency and really heart grit on this team.
Yeah, but we're looking at E1 Sports, and again, it's something that they haven't really been under a lot of pressure so far, and they have done so phenomenal. 72 on the defense, 42% on the attacking side. The attacking side maybe a little lackluster this time around, but we've had some time off. Maybe this week is what they've needed. But it feels like this roster, with the fact that there were no expectations on them, they've given themselves a chance to flourish.
Oh, for sure. I mean, when you have leaders like Sexy Cake and Astro just reigning into, or pardon me, 3 newer generation players like Lucid Raps, as well as Dodez coming straight out of T2 for Dodez, it's been really great to see, because this is not just a team that's running around shooting everybody and playing insanely aggressive. This is a roster that's really well disciplined and plays like just simple, just solid Siege.
Yeah, and that also translates into the way that the rounds play out for this team when we're looking at their close rounds, decisive rounds, and I mean, even the clutches, they're coming out on top.
Yeah, I mean, when players need to step up, they definitely can, but a lot of those decisive rounds came early in the stage where they were just establishing amazing crossfires. Their attack looks so like just clean and concise, not making any mistakes. And sure, some of the rounds do get a little bit close, but when you have a strong backbone and support system on the side of E1, all of a sudden when players like Sexy Cake aren't going to be getting those opening kills, they still have players that can bounce back and make sure those close rounds go the way of E1.
And it's been a great involvement from E1 as well. I mean, looking at Stage 1, well, we're being completely honest, we didn't see anything from them on stage 1. We didn't see anything from them on the majors. So this was really their chance to set the tone.
Yeah, setting the tone, like you said, they did not compete in stage 1 because they did not exist. They were not a team yet. So as they come out into stage 2, starting off with their win rates, it's been pretty solid. It's a solid showing so far. 65% win rate and a 46 attacking. I mean, in a defender-sided league, it's pretty good, above average in both regards. But there is still one slight issue, and the needs improvement section is on those entry numbers, especially on the defense side. Only getting the opening pick on a coin flip less, not necessarily the best thing in the world, because if you look at their defensive time, I think they're going a little bit too fast. I think they're getting a little bit too aggressive. If they reel it in, they slow down a little bit and don't make some of the gambit gimmicky plays, I think that they'll be a lot stronger.
All right, but it also seems to be a weakness that potentially FaZe Clan could be exploiting this time around, because when we're looking at FaZe Clan, it is a team that has an ability to punish mistakes when they arise, and if you're able to identify that they need to slow down, I'm pretty sure that FaZe that too. You think?
Yeah, I think that they probably have, because these players, they've been around the block. You know them, you love them. They did amazing in Copenhagen, and they're just players that have been just staples of the Brazilian region for so long. Cyber, he's great. Souls, just like this whole team, it makes sense on paper. And the newer pieces, Handy as well as Vidiking, have finally meshed with this roster fully. What we saw in stage 1, what we saw in Copenhagen, is the form that we want to see them get back to.
Yeah, and we'll see whether or not today is the beginning of that redemption arc. Coming into this, they are the bottom of their respective group with only 1 win out of 4 best of 1s on the board, which is a little bit concerning. Alarm bells are ringing for FaZe Clan, and if they don't win this matchup, they are going to be playing that seeding match up against Black Dragons rather than pushing forward and trying to get themselves into the second major of the year, which then brings a lot of questions in regards to their SI points and where they will be standing.
Yeah, it means that if they were to lose, they'd have to get pretty high placement in the LCQ, and it's just not a position that you want to be in when you're a top 4 major team coming off of a number 1 finish in your region. It's not a position that FaZe Clan would have seen themselves in. So as you look, their attacks, they've definitely gone downhill. They're 39%. Their entry game, not as good as you would expect out of a roster with just such high caliber players. And it's just been a disappointing stage so far, Jenny. There's no other way to put it.
Yeah, and we're looking as well at FaZe Clan and how they have been performing over the last couple of play days. We're saying it's been disappointing, and yes, that is correct, but I think it's also important to take into consideration that they have been best of 1s, and it just felt like they weren't able to find their footing. And that very highly translates into how these rounds have been playing out. Yeah,
I mean, a lot of their losses are just not being able to close out those close rounds. That's probably the biggest difference here for the side of FaZe. More, if you count the flawless and decisives together, it means that when their plan goes correct, it goes really well. They have the plan A, but the plan B is not necessarily doing too hot. For the close and the clutch rounds, losing those out, it means that maybe there's just slight tweaks that you can make on their game plan that can just make the world of a difference.
And also, what would those tweaks be? Because looking at how FaZe Clan has performed in stage 1, phenomenal. Looking at how they've done at the major in Copenhagen, absolutely great. And then you're coming into stage 2, and it feels like everything just been on a downhill spiral since.
Yeah, and starting off with FaZe Clan on stage 1, their defenses looked so good, and their entry game was something that we really highlighted to be bad. And typically in the group stage for Cyber, he had a really slow start. He was really struggling getting things going. And once they hit playoffs, that's where he just kind of exploded and helped FaZe just on that Cinderella run almost through. Just look so much better. But as they moved into Copenhagen, it was a disappointing event. When you're coming off winning your league and you're the favorites to win the entire event, you come out with a 54% defensive win rate. It's not the best position. FaZe Clan, they had such higher aspirations than getting just top 4. They wanted to win the whole thing. They didn't make the grand finals like the other 2 Brazilian rosters. And I think that defensive win rate is a big thing because they weren't able to just win the rounds that they were able to win, usually in their own region. Now back in stage 2, their defensive win rate, it's recovering just a little bit, and they slowed down on their defensive side, which I think is a massive factor, going all the way from 58 seconds in the beginning of the season all the way now to 77 seconds. It's just allowing the team to not make risky plays. They're playing a lot more static and just fundamental solid siege that I think is going to work as they continue to the transition.
Yeah, and we're going to have to wait and see whether or not that's something that they'll be able to bring to the table today. It feels like there have been improvements, but there have also been the opposite of improvements on some of their parts. So coming into this with the map veto, it being a best of 3, we haven't seen too much when it comes to E1 Sports and their map pool, which could potentially present either a curveball for FaZe or a really great benefit for them.
Yeah, for E1, instantly banning out the Nighthaven Labs, I think is very indicative of them saying, we really don't play this map. They banned it almost every playday so far, and they would have had the opportunity to take FaZe where they lost to Los on Nighthaven, but instead we're going to be going to the skyscraper of FaZe Clan, which I've already said is a very strong map for them that I like their playstyle upon. And for the side of E1, sure, they won the map, but it was against MIBR, and it took all the way in overtime. Now going to the next pick, E1, we haven't seen them on this map once again, but we've seen FaZe on it in an overtime loss against NIP, which means kind of on these first 2 maps, I want to swing the favor into FaZe, where I think that E1 have looked weaker on this map, and now FaZe on Consulate have looked strong enough to take NIP to max overtime, where I think they almost could have won that game too, Jenny.
All right, so far it seems like it's going more in favor of FaZe when it comes to these maps, but that is also down to the fact that we haven't really seen E1 on console. We have Cafe as the decider, so if we do end up going to Cafe, is there a clear favorite?
I think going to Cafe, FaZe Clan, they don't really play the map that often. E1, they bounced back and looked strong enough in a close matchup where, sure, it's very defender-sided, and I imagine once again we're going to see a very defender-sided matchup on all 3 of these maps. But with E1, their playstyle, I still think that FaZe Clan are going to struggle against it. If we do make it to that decider, I honestly think maybe FaZe Clan wins one attack on that. And for the side of E1 as well, if they just get things going early on, it might just be a slaughter.
All right, Skyscraper and Consulate though, and you mentioned it yourself, you like FaZe on both of these maps. Is that swaying your decision? Is that swaying potentially showing you that this is the start for FaZe Clan to come out with a bang? Or because of the fact that we haven't actually seen E1 on the map, maybe this is a complete curveball? Which way are you leaning more to? Because E1 did pick it.
Yeah, looking at the map ban phase and just the history of FaZe makes me want to swing it into their favor, but the most recency bias moment I've ever had on broadcast is seeing FaZe Clan play against Los and get absolutely destroyed and look horrible. And you can draw a comparison to this game because that game was Cameraman's return. It was his reunion game. It was his homecoming game against FaZe. And guess what? We've got a situation of that again. Astro playing against his former team, and I think he's going to get the revenge.
All right, well, let's see whether Parker as well as Emmy agree. So, Fluke, I'm going to start with you and your predictions. More of a coin toss. So, do you want to toss the coin live? Do you want to give us your thoughts, your opinions, your emotions? Okay, casters don't want to contribute to the conversation. We're just going to have a podcast on the desk, okay?
No, Parker was so low, I tried to match him, and then he just kept getting lower.
Parker was just trying to match CDAP's height.
I don't know what's wrong with Parker, but he's a bad influence on me. I am the only one that's broken the prediction train. Everyone else has gone the same thing, I think.
That is correct. You've gone for FaZe Clan. We
were all wrong.
Where everybody was wrong last time, though.
How wrong we were.
Me and the coin might be onto something here.
Parker, you think you're onto something here with E1?
I mean, given what we saw from the first series of the day, I am inclined to go with FaZe Clan because Evo Keystars were inarguably the worst team of the 2, and Black Dragons got absolutely smoked. FaZe Clan, with their record in Stage 2, is inarguably the worst of the 2 teams. But then again, FaZe Clan might have had tougher opponents. So maybe FaZe Clan will end up winning. So of course they changed my prediction for me. I'm powerless here.
It sounds like we're trying to make sense out of something that doesn't seem to make sense, CDAPs.
Well, if you want to say the transitive property of E1 not having harder opponents, E1 beat Vivo Keystars. FaZe Clan lost to Black Dragons.
Okay, look, I'm not. This is really complicated. This is like a math question. I'm not good at math, so I'm just gonna let Intero and Fluke take it away. And you guys can talk about the game. You can talk about maths, about predictions, about points. I give you the freedom to do whatever.
Thank you. Can we talk about hats?
If you'd like.
Got the hat.
Put one on. Do you have a hat nearby?
I have a hat that you and I got together, actually, from our last time in America, where we were able to see a team get to America. We'll get closer. Not at the NASCAR Hall of Fame. That was in Charlotte. What? You've got a big D. On your hat, there's a. Were you
Accurate.
laughing?
That's accurate. You're not wrong there.
Can I double check that we were laughing about
it's the Detroit Tigers hat? I got the hat. The reason why I have that hat is because I used to make fun of George a lot for impressions.
Yeah.
We were friends. That's what friends do. And he used to wear a Detroit Tigers hat on every single one of his streams. So there was one time where I was going to do a stream dressed exactly the same as him. And I had a layover in Detroit one day and I was at the airport. And I thought, you know what? Why not buy a Detroit Tigers hat at the Detroit airport? So I did that. I thought it was funny. And then
that's funny.
Literally like a month after I bought the hat, he got all of his own branded merch. And now the only thing that King George wears on his streams is his own merch.
Would you wear your own merch?
I would not do that. I would also not wear King George merch. So I'm not going to do that either. Now it's just kind of a nice hat. It's a nondescript black hat with a white logo. It goes with pretty much everything you wear. It's great. I don't care about the Tigers at all. So
doesn't go with another hat.
Well, then we'd have the towering pillar of hats going on, wouldn't we?
It depends on if you have a top hat. Were you laughing because on the desk I wanted to make a joke? He said transitive properties, and I was like, hello.
I think the fact that, well, no, I didn't. That was not the reference that I was making, though. That is a funny coincidence. It was the fact that we heard an analyst use the phrase transitive properties to discuss whether another team would beat one team. And I'm like, what the hell are we here? Use words that the audience understands.
Okay, you and I think bad influences on each other. Because they're doing great work on that desk. When we talk about hats, ducks, and we're shying away from our responsibility, we need to step it up, Parker.
I think who needs to step it up is FaZe Clan. Because they are falling short of their expectations, Emmy.
That was a good throw.
Thank you.
Keep going.
I was just going to say, I think that FaZe Clan have been battling their own expectations and battling themselves. For a team that has been so competitive in this region, FaZe Clan have not been that successful through stage 2. I would like the record to show that I misspoke on the previous matchup. These teams that lose are not going to the lower bracket. They're going to the LCQ seeding match. Sheeting match.
All the way out.
You're going to the LCQ sheeting match.
Sean Connery is here.
You sound like an 1800s American judge. That's why I need to go to the American. I need to go to the sheeting match.
Guilty.
I object. That's more of a lawyer than a judge, I suppose. But
yeah, I don't think. I've never been to court like you have, though, so I don't.
I've also never been to court.
What? I've never caught you?
Am I guilty? That's for a jury to decide.
They'll never catch you. They just send those letters saying, "Please come to jury." We've got you on camera. All of your crimes.
All of my crimes. All of them. I don't know. I don't think I've ever really committed a crime like that, but we don't know.
Walking on grass when there's a sign that says, "Please keep off the grass."
I am guilty of that.
Perjury. Ooh, swinging around and not quite getting the kill there. Entirely blinded. They somehow find an escape back round, but there's another player. It's a trail of near misses, and so many people are almost down. Sexy Cake is the first to be finished by Handy. It was an attempt at a sudden blind strike here, and they've at least netted a kill from the back of it, but now they're in a little bit of a rocky time, and Dodes might be the one you can get the wherewithal on where they are all. Unfortunately, no more flashes and more of a pushback.
That's a good first pick, but it didn't come easy. I mean, look at the HPs of FaZe Clan here. I mean, they've taken quite a beating across the board. Now Cyber is gone. Cyber and Astro have been two big question marks through the entirety of this stage. Cyber not playing up to his full potential. Same with Astro. There have been multiple games where it's actually taken Astro several rounds to get on the board. This is incompetence from FaZe Clan. The way that they go about... I'm broken.
The judge.
I'm broken.
The judge.
I saw that push from your FaZe Clan. I object. E1 don't even get challenged in that position. There's a mirror window there. You don't drone it effectively. You don't use your utility. Lukid playing on that spot. Gets 3 kills.
Pretty good. They get themselves sorted. I love the cat background. Do you like cats? I can't remember.
I'm ambivalent to cats. I think cats are fine. I'm more of a dog guy. The way that I see it is that if I'm going to get a pet, I want a pet that's active. You know, like, I don't just want a pet that, like, sits in a cage or a crate and doesn't do anything, and you just look at it every now and then, you, like, hold it, and that's pretty much the extent of your relationship with it.
On a scale of, like, fish, which you sort of have to keep in a box.
I eat fish. I don't keep fish in aquariums.
Do you eat other people's fish? Like, if you went around to
I
someone's
suppose
house.
then you'd need to dive into ownership.
Right. Is this a communist thing you're about to go off
Oh,
on?
who owns the sea?
BP oil?
How true that is.
True.
True.
One round, E1. They're able to live up to the name. Will they become E2? Or E3? No, because E3 got cancelled. We'll see. They can try and push themselves a bit farther forward. As we go back towards the top end and have a look at the other side. The Geisha is actually the second lead in, the opposite of the Skyscraper we just had, where it was pretty consistently the second site, second map played here. And once again, a deep dive all the way underneath. If you're unfamiliar with Skyscraper, a lot of it is cutting it in half, getting control of Drum and the lovely display area across the back of the dragon as well, and then pushing across from the shrine.
This discovery work as so. Those barricades are a little bit unconventional. We don't see them all the time. Handy has to basically... If Handy was a salmon, he would be swimming upstream.
Set you off on fish now.
You're the one who mentioned it.
Yeah, my bad. I just couldn't believe it.
Very good.
Pressure's coming towards
Very good. I heard you chuckle at your own joke.
What? It's like, we leave the silence for comedic effect, right? We know that we're doing that.
But then people will be like, oh my god, she made it so awkward. He must hate her.
It's so awkward.
The amount of times that would happen with kicks as well, where like I would say something deliberately stupid and then Michael's response is to just not respond, and that is the joke. Then people that maybe don't have the best grasp of social situations will be like, it's so obvious that he hates Intero because he didn't even acknowledge it.
Listen, when I said that and my Twitch got banned, I didn't know we'd one day be casting together. A minute left. All 10 players still standing. A 3-2-1 go, and CyberZero goes straight into a flash of his own teammate. Can't get the cement on the kill, and they're able to hold the back of the box. Do they know that they are still there? Because Vitikin's taking a lot of damage. CyberZero is on the one swing and gets the kill onto Dodes. ADS trying to find their way up towards the stairs and offer some support. Caught out in a frost mat and caught the player. Going for the saving grace. Unfortunately, they are graceless as they slip and fall and get knocked right back round. There is only Handy and KDS left here. FaZe Clan, they thought that they could go for something snappy and smart, but, well, E1 just sort of took a few steps back, held them at bay, let them enter, and then knocked them right back out.
There's 15 seconds left, and E1 are sitting quite comfortably all right now in the back of T, but they're going to give themselves away. KDS was the last one left. Souls dies at the final moments. Who was in a frost mat the entire time, just bleeding out? Changes. Frost not there yet. Can't get yourself up. from the Frost mat. E1 up 2-0. But we know Skyscraper is a defender-sided map. We know this. We know that E1 is, in theory, the better team. I think when you look at the fact that FaZe picked this map, the best way out for FaZe Clan is going to be win 2 rounds in the first half. Don't blow your timeout. This is the site that you're probably going to win your first round. If you don't win this kitchen barbecue take, then you're in trouble. Because E1 will have completed the full cycle. Office and karaoke, 2 upstairs bomb sites, are typically harder to win. This is where things might get troubling for FaZe.
There is also the worry that it is FaZe's map, Skyscraper. They wanted to bring themselves here. We sort of made the joke and the reference towards it earlier that have the map bans been done. I don't know what happened there. The right way around on the previous showdown, because it was 7-1s and 7-2s apiece against each other. Here, FaZe Clan, if momentum starts going away from them, it's almost what they talked about on the desk, where they said there's been so much preparation of the maps that they've seen, the maps that they've seen their opponents on, and we will have them go at each other with the same
gusto,
sort of velocity.
We say gusto as well, velocity. Ooh, velocity. A speed used, or a unit of measurement that we could use for something that travels in a particular arc. I don't know, I'm spitballing here. Maybe a missile.
Yeah, maybe a missile trying to hit
a small target. Something
maybe
that is not
feathers.
Particularly large. I don't know. What's something that could be small?
A feathered biped.
Like a duck.
Oh, duck. Okay.
But
quacking away.
Yes.
And a minute has gone. And now we're looking at seeing if they can try and maybe get a pick. That's what I'm angling towards here. From the side of FaZe Clan, seeing if they can try and get a body removed earlier on in the previous engagement. It was a late take, and they go for these sort of, as I said, 3-2-1 snappy executes. But as the break comes across the side of Drum, Souls gets Astro, Sexy Cake right back. Take care of Cyber. Svita King wants to try and take the close swing. Goes all the way in via the side of Drum, sets themselves up to catch one of the 2 players. Souls wants to put some pressure on his hand. He's able to take out another body. They've got themselves in a better place to snap shut on those escaping players at this point. Previously, they had a route out. They fought tooth and nail, but without anything being handed to them. The Black still away from them. They're waiting for the approach here to come from the opposite end. More time, more utility, more waiting and baiting with sort of held breath here. They have a man advantage, so FaZe just have to make sure that when they go for their executes, that they're taking them 2-1. They're taking them. This idea of we can get trade on the back of this before they have to then hit the floor. And with the body going down inside the site, it makes things much riskier here for Dodes. He's about to get some pressure on the window to his right-hand side, but it is Castle, so he has a little bit more time before that turn into a bit of a shove as Spider King gets some of the destruction done above. Again, precious time goes away from them. They're utilizing it quite well here. They're making sure that everything is weighed up and measured. They're making sure that they have a good idea. We've talked about teams that have struggled with this exact game before of getting a droning and not working on the back of it. Dodes, though, works on the back of Vita King across the bow. He's shot and somehow removes the head before he's straight it out there. Sexy Cake is waiting. One more final attempt at this. 14 seconds. They're going for the rotate. He's got one player close. They seem to have an awareness. They're going to try and get the plant on the far opposite end. And he's got a risky route because that castle is putting him in a tricky situation. Plant is going down. The hop over will give some audio. They're tucked up on the stairs. He's able to get the first fight, but it's a post plant. Fires through, but misses out. And all those castles, all that structure is making things very risky here for the retake. He cannot tear that down. Player has got themselves wisely tucked off towards the bottom of Black stairs, punches right through the castle to make a lot of audio. He's looking for the engagement. He's trying to find the fight. They slink a bit further away. They're popping around and doing all that they can. At some point, there it is, the reload, the swing on the closed door. There's the pop bullets, and it's KDS. The wins out the round there.
So close, and honestly way too close for comfort with FaZe Clan on a maybe semi-confusingly paced round. But yeah, I mean, there are times where you play at a pro level and the castle barricades are your undoing. There are times where you maybe play at a lower level than ranked or say casual. Sexy Cake has been phenomenal so far through stage 2. And that round was really no different. Sexy Cake will play these floater mid support style roles. Not necessarily the person that's getting the first pick, not necessarily the person who's opening up the round, but is still capable of being a threat if they go unpunished. And that's exactly what happens. Sexy Cake, he doesn't get punished whatsoever and is able to make good use of the final 20 seconds of that round, as it may have been. Ultimately, E1 forfeit the site. They find themselves in a troubling position. Dota's almost winning the round back. And that's because of the gun skill of E1, not necessarily any real strategy to it. Sexy Cake comes in, almost clutching it out. I think we have a tech pause right now. There we go. We're back in it.
We do. We covered it quite well. KDS doesn't have that skinergy.
Unbelievable.
Do you have the Kenergy?
Kenergy? Is that a Barbie reference?
It is.
I have not seen Barbie.
What? Have you seen Oppenheimer?
I have.
Because that's sort of yours and my dynamic, I think. Is
You're Barbie, I'm Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
I can see that. Yeah. I do fashion myself as a modern day Cillian Murphy. Well, I don't think that's actually how you pronounce his name in like Gaelic, but I'm not Irish. I'm not Demo.
What?
Yeah, Demo's Irish.
Oh. Okay.
There's only one Ireland, so I mean, he's just, there would be no distinction that needs to be made there.
You didn't do the double down, Oppenheimer?
I have a life.
Okay. Are you gonna do the next double down of films?
What is that?
2 iconic characters. Wonkapolian.
Was Willy Wonka and Napoleon, are they coming out on the same day?
They're coming out very close together. Wonkpolian. I'm gonna do. I'm excited about that one.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, I think that the Napoleon movie looks interesting. I don't really have much of an interest in, you know, what's his name? Timothy Chalamet or however.
Yes, Timothy Chalamet. Yes, you've got it right there in one.
I feel like I don't, and you're making fun of me. I have no idea what his name is. But Joaquin Phoenix in Napoleon looks pretty good.
Yeah.
I have no real interest in seeing Wonka. The original Willy Wonka / Charlie and the Chocolate Factory with Gene Wilder, excellent movie. The Johnny Depp version, I thought was kind of garbage. I'm sorry. Didn't really do anything for me. I like it when Willy Wonka is an insane, evil lunatic that it's got like that dark undercurrent, which is what I thought Gene Wilder did an excellent job of fulfilling that vision. I don't know if Timothy... Oh my God, you make me Google his name. Timothy Chalamet. Chalamet?
Chalamet.
What did I say, Chalamont?
Something like that.
Oh, it's an extra letter. Just, get over yourself.
Yeah, you just put some French in there, I suppose.
He's an American French actor.
You're an American French heartthrob. Cyber is neither of those things, but he might be a heartthrob if he can get the first kill here. He's going for the drop down round. The flash comes against it. Nothing is otherwise going to meet the back of it. They've forced the players off the shield and location, but without the kill and with that castle still standing, it's an awkward approach to have to make a lot of softs. He hasn't quite stolen that heartthrob title yet, but there's still a chance as he keeps on pushing for the swing here onto the back of Dragon. Looks for the edge of the fight and gets a lot of damage, and, well, the thickness of wraps. Unfortunately, his downfall.
Just waiting very patiently. Slow-paced round. Cyber in on the action, though, by that Dragon position. Andy the first to die for FaZe claim. Hold on a second here. They're putting something nice together with only 20 seconds left. This is where the rubber meets the proverbial road. Though I guess we are on a skyscraper, so not a lot of rubber to be had. Super Astro! He's adopted that super handle because he knows what's on the line. I love this throwback that Astro used to do on FaZe Clan. Unfortunately for him, it's his former team that makes him pay. 2 in a row for FaZe.
Much better bounce back. Much better sort of focus on the side itself, the players, and the pressure that they can put down here. We've obviously seen them suffer a lot in those opening 2 rounds. They weren't quite able to get themselves truly locked in, and here it's pressure of the game is starting to heat up. And as you said, there is a lot of experience in this game across these two rosters, a lot more than you would sort of say in the first game of the day that we had here of what is expected of getting yourself towards the stage on a major and breaking your way across. There's 1 or 2 players, but this is sort of, you know, rosters and some names synonymous with the big stage.
We're at a point in Brazil where I think this was last week that it came up, where the supposed quote unquote old gods of the region are just, they're gone, right? There's been an immense amount of turnover here. You know, you've got that old FaZe clan roster. Almost all of the players have fallen off. You know, you think of that old roster, Cameraman, Mav, Astro, etc. Over on the side of Team Liquid, you think of, you know, Moringa's retired. He's not playing any longer. At the time, the reference that I made was that it is even more impressive that somebody like Nesk has remained relevant for as long as he has, given the turnover in this region. Structurally, Brazil had some challenges for a couple years ago, but you never questioned the skill of the individual players. This has always been a region where, honestly, I have hung my proverbial hat on the saying that the young players and the mechanical skill is the highest. Period. I think that if you take an average Brazilian player, in terms of gun skill, they can outgun most EU and North American players, and they are far ahead of APAC, as we have seen from regional results as of late. So when you look at players like Cyber, who are starting to get a little bit older, you look at players like Astro, starting to get a little bit older, even Sexy Cake, and they aren't able to hang the way that they used to. So the fact that Sexy Cake has performed as well as he has over the last couple weeks is really quite impressive. And again, always got to bring up Nesk too, because he dominates a lot of these conversations, even if Liquid will have to fight their way through LCQ to get to Atlanta.
About half the time has gone here, and you can see they're still weighing up. Where is Lucid? He's tucked himself around on the opposite end. He's holding on towards the museum side, and they have to try and remove that player, because then otherwise you'll just have this control across the back end, the middle, and it makes things really awkward to see if you can seize any control elsewhere. He's dipping and fighting for the fight. There's at least one player of Handy that's been sent to try and lock him in, but Cyber cannot comfortably go in through the double window whilst the Frost is still mucking around on that end. And he's sort of saying, look, I'm here, come get me, la 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 la. But on the back of it, well, he's able to win out his 1 versus 1. His engagement is his now, and there's no one else in an immediate place from the side of FaZe to pick this up. He almost lent in to his next engagement, but he knows that Timer and Time is on his side. And yeah, they know that he's over there. They could go for the 4 versus 4 onside the side if they really wanted to, but think of what you need to safely get yourself in and to pay attention towards gold to that opposite end. They just cannot get it. There's 2 kills that go their way, though. Suddenly, they have a little bit of a strike right up the main stairs towards the opposite end, as Astro's still sort of watching and waiting from the cut of anyone that might come in via the side of Drum. There is a little bit of motion. Too far away from him, though, and he's got to be ready for the reaction. There is the fight. Souls goes down. The quick take from behind him. Cyber's there. You're sort of wondering where is Lucid from all the build-up, but he's on the opposite end of Shrine, holding out to a long angle. 15 seconds, though. They've still got to secure the kit. They are able to get Raps in the fight over the opposite end. There's the take onto the line. King's going for the plant in the meantime, right on the opposite end of the karaoke machine. The swing of Lucid comes around the corner. KDS has it watched.
3 rounds in a row now where I gotta say the hallmark of FaZe Clan, sweeping through the site and then holding the angles, preventing a retake, has been very strong. Almost a retake from Sexy Cake going back to the very first successful FaZe attack. But then since, I haven't really seen a lot I've liked from E1 when it comes to the final moments of a round. E1 are an unpredictable team a lot of the time, largely because for us, they haven't played a lot. Yeah, they come from the ashes of that LFO squad, but assembling this team, only getting to play a couple best of ones doesn't give us a great amount to work with. So if we just approach it for this matchup in particular, right now, first couple rounds, FaZe Clan, not very effective on drone work. Something that we talked about quite a lot in the matchup that went before this, especially with that VKD versus BD skyscraper match, played 10 rounds. the attackers had a fair amount of difficulty. Even Vivo Keatstars, who won 2 rounds on attack to ultimately win the match. Apologies for spoilers, but we are live. We're going to talk about the previous matchup. The reason why that match went in Vivo Keatstars' favor was because in many ways they won those 5 rounds on defense.
Yep.
E1 should be able to do similar things, but FaZe Clan have turned around what was an ineffective start and have now taken 3 rounds on attack on Skyscraper, which is an excellent measure to be at. Now, I would like to remind everybody this is FaZe Clan's map, so we expect them to excel. But I don't think I expected this performance from KDS in particular, who has looked very good on the role that he is on, playing a relatively thankless role. Let players like Cyber, Handy get in the building. Souls is always a threat, even though he plays on support roles. But KDS has been great, getting on drone, getting utility down, and then helping guide the team in and picking up very important kills in the post plant, and while E1 tries to transition into the post plant as well. That's been a huge boon for FaZe Clan.
Well, with a minute on, and I suppose I was sort of a bit curious about how slow things were on the previous round, they still made the execute count. They showed some of that trademark brilliance that they used to flaunt quite well. When the meta started to become quicker and faster a year and a half, 2 years ago, FaZe of that era were one of the sharpest teams who had new methods of pain delivery right to the heart of defense. Iber on this buck has been doing a bit of a route around and trying to find these fights on the back end, draw some attention, but they weren't quite aware of that. Sexy Cake was more than ready for the approach of Cyber. Now needs to see if he can trample one of these bodies back.
Hold on. You've been saying Vitamin and now you're saying Vita King?
I was actually saying Vita King as well, but I paused on that one because I knew you would pick up on it.
I have harsh words for you right now, okay? I have very harsh words.
Old man.
You're older than me. Old woman.
I'm a vampire.
Old lady. Old lady.
This old lady is about to watch Cyber maybe get a kill. Souls is going to go after some support into the window.
Is he going to massacre one of mine? No.
Nope.
No, it is.
Whoops.
Oopsies. Put Souls in a tough spot because now he'll have to vault in with 2 of his teammates dead and no control over that part of the map either. You have to hope that Handy below can maybe open some things up, but not a single scratch done to E1 so far, and only 20 seconds remain for FaZe Clan to somehow find their way into a promising situation. Their numbers will continue to go down. Souls with Diffuser still on these stairs. Flawless end of the first half for E1 as they equalize with 3 rounds.
This is a very strange game. The pacing feels confusing all over the place. It's jazz, baby. But I'm still trying to work out if I dig it. You're seeing these teams take some rounds and take some moments, and the energy of that round was very similar to the energy of the ones FaZe won at the start. Just a couple of engagements is really seemingly the deciding factor of who clears out. To go from that to what was a flawless was a bit of a surprising sort of arc. A change there, and I guess we'll see if maybe we can get a little bit more kind of movement here on the second half. Maybe we can try and get some rounds threaded in a sort of more understandable manner.
Well, that is the first half in the books. 3-3. Opening picks going back and forth. Site rotations looking relatively similar to the 3 sites that are played most commonly on Skyscraper. I would be shocked if we see any real urgency for these teams to go downstairs and play that bedroom bomb site. Though if there were an inclination to maybe play a Solus, who is not banned but isn't really being played, which is quite abnormal on this map across most regions.
Yeah.
Just as we said the same thing about Ying in the previous matchup. Ying now obviously banned here, but when we were watching that Vivo Keatstars Black Dragons match, Ying wasn't banned in any of the maps, but then didn't really have prominence that I think you and I thought she would as an operator. I was a bit disappointed I do like seeing what Ying can do. Sorry?
I'm gonna say mainly you were a little bit disappointed by the lack of Ying. I enjoyed Ying. I think you have merchandise. When you were talking earlier about what kind of hats you own, I think you have a Ying and other hat.
I actually don't. I don't own any. I think I've gotten rid of most of my Rainbow Six merch because just I've been trying to get rid of clothing, but I have a couple hoodies. Like, that's it. None of it's branded around operators.
Conversation. You know, crime conversation. Hey. Pressure.
Why do you keep referring to me as a criminal that has to go in front of a judge? I've not committed any crimes.
You were once a baby, and now
I'm just a criminal.
And you're just a criminal.
I used to be a baby. I'm too busy microwaving batteries, you know?
That'll slick back. Real nice. Doesn't think people can change, and Cyber doesn't. Is caught out with the jump out there on the side of the Claymore. They knew what to protect, and Astro's going to see if he can try and move on the back of it. Finds another. Suddenly, E1 have a really good bite into the territory here on the top. It is not entirely locked in, as Handy proves. Steps in against the E1Z, against the motion of the big brother in the sky, and takes the hair off. That is a heck of an angle. Souls is watching, waiting for the approach here. Drone should get the catch on the player.
Because at this point, if you're on defense, you've got a lot of good map control, but very few players to actually hold it. KDS and Handy will both be playing from this position over towards Drum and Dragon, which if they fall, that would leave just what, Souls left on site? Relatively easy for the 4 players from E1 at that point to sweep on in. Not a ton of utility though for the attackers. They're just going to go for their gunfights. They win the first one against KDS. Now it's Souls getting beaten up, indeed, in the bomb site. Soft walls will provide long range as Handy now comes back to help out. 20 seconds for FaZe Clan to get in. They've only got a legion of Handy to find. But even a baby control the recoil on that T5. You don't need to be a criminal. And he's still in this position, top of the stairs. 3 silhouettes laying in wet. Astro taking a little bit of damage as the diffuser goes down.
What? Yes! I was like, I saw the play coming together, and you could see the motion coming through with the impact of they had the pings, they had the awareness, and you said a baby criminal, but they've just done a crime, stole that round from underneath them. It just takes stopping the plant. And E1 will be beating themselves up about that.
You bring a Solus to play that exact position, but I mean, I guess you've got information inside the site. I mean, there's a Valkyrie on the board. Those impacts are not a guaranteed kill. You have to be low HP, so actually taking some damage earlier on was not ideal.
Wait. Can we have that replay again? I swear Raps was planted. Sexy Cake died. I don't know if we have the power to have replays again.
No, not allowed apparently.
Oh. I think Raps may have just let go of the plant. Sexy Cake was the one that died, and our hindsight was like, was Sexy Cake the one that was planting? Because they used to do that quite a lot.
Right.
But I think that was Raps who was planting. He went down to half health. He just stopped planting.
Here we go.
We're going to have a look. A very quick look. Is it? Yeah, Raps doesn't die.
No.
He just stopped planting. He went to half health.
Play it again. One more time. Can you play it in slow motion? This is slow motion. Yeah, you're right. Amidst the confusion, a blunder.
A whoopsie.
A big whoopsie. Not sure exactly how you quantify that, but a whoopsie nonetheless. And honestly, a devastating result for E1 on what should have been a relatively easy round to hold. I think the concern was that the impact also opened up a sight line, and then, you know, FaZe Clan would have just killed you through that, which I feel at that point, diffusers at halfway, that's a relatively safe assumption. But still, why not at very little let them do that? I also said I didn't think we'd see like a bathroom, bedroom bomb site, and well, would you look at where we are? as we've buried 4 of the 10 players in the server, and we're not even at the halfway point of this round yet.
Yeah, and it was like 0.2 seconds left as well. As our production team is pointing out to us.
Yep.
Wild. Wild. 3 apiece, and a minute 30 left on. A lot of bloodshed has happened quite early. That much beckoned for and requested and psst, psst, psst. Solis is dead. They have been removed from the board. There's a little bit of a silence here. As he said, this isn't the most common sight. It is such an awkward one. And it's such a rare one to have play as well, especially successful play. There's only really 1 or 2 teams from around the world that have a hold that they do on this site. And, oh, souls. I mean, it took him all of his health to push the last drop, but he gets an important kill on the top of it.
We got control from above, but the numbers aren't in their favor. As long as you've got a single tick of HP, you got a gun in your hand, you're still capable of clutching out a round. And we've seen rounds come down to the wire where 1 or 2 players are on low HP, the other person's full HP, and it doesn't really matter. It's really just about holding firm, as Sexy Cake will need to attempt this plant, but it's Dodez to get down towards the bomb site. Stuck inside a closet. Valkyrie camera gives the position away. There it goes, and so does Dodez. The 10th kill be found for Sexy Cake. Will it have any impact whatsoever with 3 players from FaZe Clan still on the board? Emmy, Diffuser walking in with 10 seconds to go. Sexy Cake ice cold in that engagement. As Vidaking to get the final 2. FaZe Clan win 2 in a row. 5-3 the scoreline.
I mean, that one was definitely more convincing. You had them with a lot more awareness about it. You had FaZe with a good lockdown there. It's one of the very rare statistics of a bedroom being played, but bedroom being won as well. Just from the sort of lockdown there. FaZe were able to lock it in. We'll see, I guess, how it goes and how far on this game will go before E1 think, well, we might need to do a timeout, because at this point, you know, it's either going to be on map point or you've got to try and win one against the Brain. You've got to go to a tertiary site, but for my money, you're now going to one of the strongest sites teams like to set up on, regardless of how known it is.
I want to go back to that round 2 ago, because there is a mechanic that is relatively inconsistent that I genuinely think can be the culprit that isn't blame the diffuser stopping. If enough of the flooring underneath you disappears, it can interrupt a plant from going down. So depending on where that impact hit, it is possible that it knocked Raps off of the plant. Now, this is obviously something where we would need to actually speak with the player, because it's a possibility that Raps aborted the plant assuming that he would get killed from below. It is also within the realm of possibility that when the impact goes off or a nitro cell goes off, etc., if there's a part of the floor that gets blown open and you're on it, it can prevent you from continuing on the plant. It stops you, it interrupts it. Obviously, this is just speculation at this point.
You might have just been scared.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends on whether it was the game mechanic doing it or whether it was a deliberate decision from Raps, but it's still a head scratcher nonetheless.
5-3. FaZe here, and they're moving on towards the karaoke side. They start with their pressure here on the opposite end. We've talked about it before, where you sort of get in and get some sweeper control. Lock out Museum, lock out VIP, and then move your way across towards Shrine, towards sort of drum, and cut it in half step by step. That's what Dodez is going to try and do here. They'll get themselves onto that window, and last time we've seen, you know, a couple of bodies suffer from this attempt at a clear, from this attempt at a little bit of control. They have some caution to themselves to be protected, but as they see there's a player already on the swing, they just need to be here on this window, so if someone does try and run past it, they can shoot them in the face.
Halfway through the round, and E1Ds go out for Luke Kid as he hops onto drone. Still 2 E1Ds, and will be likely used in the final stretch. This has been a very scrappy match on Skyscraper. In a way, it might not be the most valuable utility, but I'm surprised to not see a Doc or even a Thunderbird whose pick rate is virtually 0. With how much chip damage is being done. FaZe Clan continuing their ways. Emmy is there now up into a 5v3. Finally, one of them dies. That's Souls, outdueled by Astro, who looks for another, gets the down, finished off. But FaZe Clan just decided to end the round and send us to match point.
It just seems like they can't quite work out how to root out these players, these positions. They were, for a long time, as I said, trying to encircle those two players, force the motion and force the movement, but then it comes time for the engagements and FaZe step in. They remove the players, they remove the threat of that. They don't feel pressure to have to fall back. And then at that point, well, you've either got a player watching a flank where there's no pressure on, so they have to try and hop in and find the engagement. That happened to one player. They got killed as well. And this is all, again, taking place on the other side of the map. There's no pressure coming to the side on the back of this. It does really feel like FaZe are in a bit of cruise control here on their defense. And that E1's opening half, as you said, you sort of need more on your defense here, and this is kind of proving why. Beep. I don't know if broadcast can hear that.
I believe they can. It technically comes out through my mic.
I think that is...
It gets picked up on NA, that's for sure.
Okay. I think that's just Robo Parker needing a recharge. You've long since been replaced by an android. Have you seen those AIs?
I knew you were going to ask about that, man. Oh, man. You know what I mean.
I know what you mean.
It's like I use the same argument when it's like people say like, well, dude is gender neutral. That's how I approach it.
Yeah.
A gendered term.
Have you seen... Okay, well, you can't call me gendered term.
I said it's not a... Oh, my God.
Have you seen those AI games where they try and convince the AI that they're not real?
No, but that's very funny.
Yeah.
I did see that one where it's like, we're your AI commentators, and it's like, can you at least program them to blink?
No. What do you think this is?
Capitalistic hellscape. I like how we could use AI to get rid of the jobs that people just don't like, but instead they're like, you know what we should do? We should just get rid of art.
There's AI esports casters now, broadcasters.
Yeah, that was what I thought you were talking about. That video that went viral where it was, I think it was being shared by like what? It was like a Filipino news channel, I think it was.
And they have sports broadcasters. We'll get replaced.
It's inevitable at this point.
I mean, even if we train up
the AI is coming at us like a Tomahawk cruise missile, and we're the ducks. So
even if we train up your son Lynx to be able to fight them in a Terminator-esque, showdown, he's just a duck versus a Tomahawk missile wearing the wrong hat. A minute has gone.
I beg an artist to make this a thing. Oh, we can just ask AI to do it. Never mind. See, look. Perfect.
I've come back round. I'm back round. Back round on the AI train.
Back around the office, by the way.
Yep.
Perfect cycle for FaZe Clan on their defense up to this point. Does the timeout break it?
I guess that's the thing, isn't it? That's the story here is, has the timeout been enough for E1? Did they expect this map to sort of go this way? You're on your opponent's best map. You're on an opponent that you know very well. And they probably know big parts of your game very well as well. It has been pulled apart a little bit by bit, but there is always that moment where the sort of plan might go away from you at this point. Are they just sort of thinking that, hey, we're going to find ourselves fighting and battling on the third map? It's not a great headspace to be in, because at that point you're sort of writing off this first engagement. A minute left. Every player still standing. Not a huge amount of audio pressure that we've been able to get. Obviously, the camera is sort of doing its own thing. We can't quite piece together what's been removed from the hold itself, but look at the positions that FaZe are still in. They're kind of comfortable.
It is quite the view.
I love it.
30 seconds left to determine the fate of this round. If you're FaZe Clan, You had to be prepared for where the attacker's going to come from. There goes a nade tossed out. Vidaking is dropped, so is Dodez as well. As good a time as ever for Handy to hit the ground. ADS with 2. Where did these come from? Oh, Rap's gone as well. It's Lucan and Astro to keep things going, and they're doing an okay job so far. They're battling the clock. Astro against his old team, and he loses it to KDS. FaZe Clan take number 1.
It was the only expected result, I think, that we've had so far today. I really think that for everything being put against each other for the games that we've seen earlier, especially with how quick they go, this result on this map from these teams, you're kind of sat there going, yeah, probably. At this point, it's down to the rest of the best of 3, and it might have always been for these teams so far, but FaZe, they get 7-3 slide across the line.
And now we go to Consulate, the newly reworked Consulate. See how these teams will fare. FaZe Clan have an opportunity to move on to go up against Ninjas in Pajamas. It would be a rematch, which I believe was played on Consulate the first time, if memory serves me correctly. How will these two teams shake out? Emmy, will E1 answer back and send us to a third map? Or is it curtains on their chances to make it to Atlanta? Or anything but the LCQ? We'll find out in a couple minutes. We'll be right back.
Right, our predictions so far this time around, they seem to be correct. FaZe Clan managed to pull out one map pick. We still have another one at least to go. But E1 Sports, it felt like they struggled with everything that we were praising them for.
Yeah, overall, the defensive side, the trade game, and how they were extending just didn't seem that clean. And sure, one of those rounds you could definitely say E1 deserved to win on their attacking side with the heroics of a Pokeball downstairs, the impact grenade from the Soulless, but it's just been a little bit worrying because E1 kind of looked flat. I expected them to come out swinging a little bit more, keep this game closer. Sure, in a best of 3, you do not have to win your opponent's map choice. Sure, it's really nice, but you don't have to do that. You can just chill. You need to come out, and now Consulate E1 definitely has to win and hopefully send us to a decider.
Yeah, absolutely. That is the best case scenario for E1, but you're looking at FaZe, we're looking at their performance, and it's actually the opposite. Coming into today, we said FaZe were the ones that have been flat during the best of 1 stages, and it was E1 Sports that has really come out swinging, but the tables have turned this time around, and FaZe coming out on top, not just in rating and kills, even their entries, everything has just been on point for them in this first map, which, as you said it yourself as well, CDAPS, it happened to be their map pick.
Yeah, and mainly those 4 rounds in a row on defense is what made this game seem just that much more FaZe-sided than it was. A 3-3 split, it's not the best on the defensive side of Skyscraper, but it's workable. But when FaZe just come out swinging and looked so dang good, KDS absolutely stepping up, being a force to be reckoned with on that defensive side, just roaming around with operators like Valkyrie, just unable to die and taking 2 or 3 people down with him every time. It's hard to compete.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we highlighted players like Sexy Cake as well on the side of E1 Sports, and although they did have a great performance, it wasn't enough when you're going up against someone like KDS, who's been having the game of a while. So 7-3 for FaZe Clan to be able to close it out, but we're now going to be heading on to Consulate. Consulate is the second map, and this one, however, is going to be E1 Sports map pick. We haven't seen them yet on this map particularly, which is a little bit of a concern for me personally, because not only do I know whether or not they're going to be absolutely correct on this map, or if it's just something that they thought, well, we're kind of comfortable on it, let's just pick it and see how it goes.
I think that they're really going to try to work into what FaZe have shown on this map, because attacking wise, FaZe really struggled on this map. It was just a super defender sided double 5-1 split that we saw against NIP last time this map was played. So hopefully E1, they've had enough time to do their homework, do their prep, and bounce back.
Yeah, I mean, they've had a whole week, right? So you got to do your homework, you got to do your prep, you even get to rest a little. What a great life to be. But I think as well, Consulate, again, this is really the pressure here, because E1 Sports, like we said, they had no pressure on them at the beginning of the stage because there were no expectations. So they can just play their own game, do their own thing, and we would just be like, that's really great. But now there's pressure on them to perform because they were the 2nd seed in their group and they're going up against the 3rd seed of the group E that FaZe was in. So now there is pressure for them to perform, and it seems to be crumbling a little. And that pressure is heightened even more by the fact that if you lose this next map, which is also your own map pick, you gotta be dropping towards the seeding game. There is no lower bracket.
Yeah, there is definitely a lot of pressure, and for pressure, you need certain players to step up to the plate. And for the side of E1, there's definitely one that makes a lot more sense, and it's going to be Sexy Cake stepping up. On the attacking side, that's where I really want to hone in for the side of E1, because they're going to be going up against a team that they just lost 4 straight attacks against. It's the side that they've struggled on for the entirety of the stage, and they're going into a very defender-sided map so far in Brazil, where Sexy Cake, he really was able to turn back the time quite a lot on the attacking side. Being a little bit more attacker-sided than defensive is good, especially when he's playing those operators like Ashe and Blitz. It means that he's aggressive. He's not seeming like no old man that's been playing in the league for 40 million years. He's not, you know, it's just going back to his 18-year-old days where he's just going to hop in, he's going to be aggressive. We didn't necessarily see that last game.
Yeah. Get that time machine, going back in time, play aggressive. Something that we want to see from the side of E1 Sports. But we're looking at FaZe Clan, and we're looking at the player from their side of things that has to step up if they want to make this a quick 2-0 and not push this towards that decider.
Yeah, and this stat has aged very well, because struggling on the attack, KDS, he didn't really have the best attacking side, but on the defensive side, he definitely turned up, and that has been the story of him so far in this stage, really well highlighted, where on the entry engagements overall, he doesn't get involved that much because you have somebody like Cyber, who is just the cruise missile that gets guided in on either the attack or the on the roam for the defensive side. And when you have KDS still left alive in the mid to late round, especially on the defensive side, that's where you see him go absolutely huge.
Yeah, so I think as well, then coming into this, so E1 Sports, they are on that side of, yes, we have to win this because we don't want to be going towards that seeding game. And then we're looking at FaZe Clan and they're like, we have so much to prove. We were the winners of stage 1. We went to the Copenhagen Major. We can't lose out on the Atlanta Major. We can't lose out on these SI points. So there's a lot of pressure for both of these teams here to perform. And I think going on to Consulate, a map that we haven't seen from E1 and that FaZe hasn't really particularly done the best on, is maybe, I don't want to say a recipe for disaster, because I feel like it's going to be a recipe for entertainment.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be entertaining. Consulate, it hasn't been played that much, a couple of times in EU, I think like maybe 2 times in NA, and here it's only been played 1 singular time in Brazil, that overtime barn burner between NIP and FaZe. So I definitely have high hopes because FaZe arguably should have won that game. There was a couple of clutches, I think 2 on the defensive side for NIP, that they were able to just pull a rabbit out of the hat and pull the wool over the eyes of FaZe Clan, that hopefully if FaZe Clan, you know, just realize that, hey, we can let those big plays happen, they should be able to win this out 2-0 and make me wrong in my prediction.
I think I would be right in my prediction if they do make this 2-0. I mean, I didn't really go for a specific scoreline, but I did say that FaZe was going to come out on top. So, no, I said E1. The only one who said FaZe was Emmy. So actually, let's go check in with Emmy right now and see how she feels about being absolutely right.
I'm feeling pretty good. That's why Parker's put on. No, you're wrong. Hey, there's me being 1 step closer towards right. I might be. Yours has changed. Hang on.
What?
Hang on a minute. Hang on a second here. Something has happened.
This goes to show you that neither of you nor Ginny, actually look at what happens on the screen, because it changed when I said that I went in with a certain thought process, but then I had changed my mind. Our lovely producers updated it before we got into map number 1, but neither of you noticed.
If you weren't Parker, jingle jangle in your step, Mackie.
That's not my middle name. It's Jingle All the Way is my middle name, just in case you were
Jingle
curious.
All the Way. Oh yeah,
I'm Parker Jingle All the Way Mackay. That's my name.
I forgot your parents' favorite movie was the.
You're cinephiles. What can I say?
Was it 1991-ish, 1992? Arnold Schwarzenegger.
No, Jingle All the Way was like 98.
Was it? Wow.
96.
96. It was like half.
We're both wrong.
Yeah, we're both. We just need to watch more Arnold Schwarzenegger films, I think.
I got a DM on Twitter.
I doubt it.
That said, as an Irishman, I am obligated to tell you that it is Killian, not Cillian.
I said Killian.
I don't listen to you.
Yeah, I know that. But, you know, I wanted to have my moment of saying I'm right before I go back into your patriarchal-driven society.
And that was from Sublik, the R6 coach for Aerial Arise. Good luck in the NAL Last Chance qualifiers. Aerial Arise has probably the easier side of the bracket, but Wildcard is up there, so that might prove to be a bit of a challenge. Operator bands are in. We're going to see Consulate. Flores and Fenrir. And hold on, I'm talking.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I just wanted my moment.
Flores and Fenrir band. Valken Ying. Now you may have your moment.
Do you like New Consulate?
I mean, yes and no. I think it suffers from an issue that a variety of maps had a couple years ago that I thought that we had moved past, which is called roomitis.
Ah, yes. Shoeboxes on shoeboxes on shoeboxes.
What I loved about old Consulate was that it was linear, but it was a lot of straight, long-range gunfights. Whereas this is now a lot of it, you're just shoved into close quarters, and you have to take micro-engagement by micro-engagement.
Well, the first micro-engagement might come across here over the servidores, or servers, if you want to know, Michael. Astro's gone really far. Gets the ping on that loose player there, and you talked about the power of Monty. They might think that they've gone unchecked And that could be a little bit dangerous for the player in that position. However, it's a real tricky one to try and route your way in if you're going to try and force your fight on electric, the swing around towards construction for the fight itself. You've still got to get past the mirror window. And so they're not even going to risk it. They're just going to let the player pull back, keep the Monty where they are, and start doing some more structural work.
Still going to continue to press forward, though. Raps dies first. Lose Astro 2. Now Dodez on the board, but traded right back. Sexy Cake gets one, then he's gone to Souls. These teams coming to blows very early on. Not benefiting E1. They're stare down a 1v3.
A bit curious, obviously. They was all quiet for a long time, and it seems like the Monty just walked right into FaZe's trap, and then they were able to go, okay, here's the kills. We won on the back. Yeah, we did get a taste of Sexy Cake inside the site, maybe putting some pressure on, or at least attempting to, but again, Remitus. There is a lot of these small corners, a lot of areas you have to clear, and you can see Luca is looking for that. Almost gets a double stack up there, and you can see what player that is. I think that's Handy in the far distance, pulls themselves a bit further away. They don't get caught, because that could have been 2 kills in 1 DMR pump. But here, with one player on the yellow ping, the other he's not quite sure about. Capcan isn't moving. They're just holding on behind the screens. On the opposite side, it is such an awkward approach to make. Does he know how close the swing is on the left? He gets another one, almost a second stack up here. The DMR has almost found a couple of victims. 30 seconds, loads of time, and some hot pings, and even now a mirror window to play behind. But the kid being away from him is that biggest risk factor. A slight bit of motion from the Legion. A great gun to lock it out, but that almost went away from FaZe.
Almost. But ultimately, just buying time until the inevitable end of the round. Things have been flipped on their head. Vivo Keyed Stars versus Black Dragons did not go the way that we anticipated at all.
No.
Further, I mean, it wasn't even just the matchup, it was how the maps went. If you look on paper here, E1 has had more success in stage 2. Yeah, FaZe Clan maybe in the harder group. I can agree with that argument. FaZe Clan starting on defense on Consulate can rack up an impressive tally of rounds. They can hit that 3 or 4 round mark and swap sides and only be a couple away. Victory. And to date, Nip, there's a rematch within their grasp. A lot of work to be done. And we're on Consulate, so we're still seeing metas shift and develop. The way that E1 just went about approaching that bottom floor bomb site is something that we haven't really seen replicated by other teams. So I think, as a spectator and somebody who doesn't particularly care which team does better in this matchup, I think it is always a treat to watch teams approach certain bomb sites on new maps with a different flavor.
The flavor so far is FaZe, but I'll be honest, with how much of a disaster that started in for E1, they really should have been able to start biting and biding their time back in towards the end of it. We're all the way back up towards console, or you may call it CEO. You may, you don't have to. You just have the permission to.
I actually call it console. I think I'm one of the few people who do. Seems like everybody else just says CEO.
CEO is just more fun. Like CEO, you know? Console. CEO. You see?
I genuinely do not see. And also do not care.
Do you E or do you O? I put a face. And you can see the... I know. A minute gone. They're still trying to filter their way out. You can see they've made some approach onto the opposite end. It's not quite an admin take. They're underneath it instead. Sexy Cake and Astro, both with grenades in their pockets and an Ash up trying to find the fight. And, well, there's the first body. Odes gets rid of KDS, and there is the play on the grenades. Vitiking almost caught out quite horribly there, just in passing.
Curious as to where the Razor Blooms are. After the changes to Thorn, and by changes I mean literally giving her a 1.5. Suddenly Thorn is in vogue to a much higher level than before. Razor Blooms will almost never get the kill. Sometimes maybe, but so seldom do they. It's mostly to push somebody out of a position. You vault in through a window, Razor Bloom starts to go off. You cannot stay there. It's like a frost mat. You vault over, you see the frost mat below you. Chances are in an engagement, you're going to pick the frost mat, you're going to shoot it. Somebody might be watching over top of it and be waiting for you to get the kill. Oh, here's a flank from Cyber with the shotgun in hand.
A risky flank. They're obviously playing themselves underneath here with the hope that a plant comes down. There's a lot of soft on both of the bomb sites here. You've got the sort of cubby that I'm not sure if it's been broken in, the walk-in connector. Otherwise, they're still trying to find a way to funnel their players up. Cyber does get one. There's the play against the grenade. It gets caught out, but they at least don't die in the fight. The Sexy Cake gets some revenge against the shotgun-toting Solace. And that buys them some security for the plant. But look at the timer. Not a lot of it left here, as Astro needs to try and join the team that is otherwise suffering, or he gets handed his own face via bullet form, and Sexy Cake doesn't last much longer. FaZe get a second round, and that one at a much more sturdy end.
It might sound like a cop-out, but genuinely, what on earth happened in that round?
Such a good color.
I am not a color commentator. See, this is what happens. There are two play-by-play casters working together.
Hello.
Hello. There's no such thing as a dedicated color and a dedicated play-by-play in this game because there, in all reality, is about 25 seconds worth of action per round. Both commentators need to know how to do some color, though it is not their focus. And I think that play-by-play is not really as necessary, but I mean, it's a good thing to have for both. Take a new map. Yeah. You take a single perspective, as we tend to see. One player. Challenging to understand how you go about breaking that down. I don't know if you have a better understanding of that round than I do, but I mean, a lot of it seemed to come from over towards admin's side, where much of the focus from E1 fell apart. It could not move the Azami, I believe it was, that was playing in that position. If memory serves me correctly.
He's an awkward one to take, and I think the way it sort of boiled down was they had a couple of different plans that they wanted to try and make stick, and that's a teething issue that I think you'll see on a lot of new maps. New map-itis. You'll add it to your list of illnesses.
Teething-itis, or teething issues, yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, and they went in with the, 4 grenades underneath to see if they could get a catch. We only saw one actually try and impact close to a player. It didn't quite get the lock in. They had the single fight inside admin, and you know, they got the first kill, but then you're looking at trying to push your way across the long corridor and push your way onto the next step. They seem to try and dabble with a couple of different ideas and just want to slowly encircle the site. But with the free sort of wheeling energy of FaZe, it didn't seem like they quite had the full lockdown on where the players were. Talking of, I mean, look at that. Quick zip right in. They didn't quite know where Cyber was. They're peppering bullets. The sledge comes through. The Twitch drone was watching it. Please don't escape. And if he escapes, this is a tragedy for the side of E1 at this point. He's going in blind. He gets a couple of hits in. Rap survives, but there's the pickup on the back end. They should get the end of that. This is a lot of time, a lot of utility. A C4 gets wrapped as well. They bait against the player. And all of this to try and close down on Cyber. You saw him get aggro. You saw him lean against the window. But just that sort of blinkered focus has been punished by FaZe.
I think that if this round goes quickly in favor of FaZe, we see a timeout get popped, because at this point, FaZe Clan will get that full rotation. You've got a sledge. Where is Dodez to do this work upstairs? The longer it takes you with that super shorty, the more vulnerable a Gridlock is to getting killed by an impact, a nitro cell, of which there's still one in the hands of KDS's Pulse, or just simply getting shot away at. Additionally, the longer this timer goes down, the more power goes towards Handy, who is now under fire but has the shotgun. And he wins the fight against Dodez. That's relatively easy. No way! No! Good God, Handy.
I mean, shotguns have got a buff, but swinging around, throwing utility behind someone else, taking the fight. Yeah, they don't need a buff to get the kills off of the back of that. That is really the perfect place for that. And you said if the round ends quickly, yeah, you're right. But if the round ends poorly, same thing. 3 bodies to a meat grinder and a missed play and just no real connection.
I was correct with the timeout, by the way.
Yeah, I was just complimenting you.
Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I was saying, you know, if it ends quickly, but also if it ends poorly,
Yeah.
you're right on that. Handy. It's proving pretty handy. 6 kills, no deaths.
Astra came out of retirement for this too, right? It's not been for the stage for E1, it was pretty good. They looked like a great team. And then they come up against FaZe in a best of 3. And I mean, it also shows to the deficiencies that we see in terms of skill with a best of 1. If you have an off day or 2 of your players have an off day and it's just a single map, that's it. You're gone. Like there's nothing you can do really at that point. You have one shot, one opportunity, and that's it. Whereas in a best of 3, you can have a bad game, but you know that you've still got at least one more map, hopefully 2, to try and course correct. And in a best of 3, we usually know that teams will come in being confident that they'll win their map and lose the other. So
reality can come at you.
Life comes at you pretty fast, you know?
Of a tomahawk missile.
Like a duck, almost.
If I saw a duck coming at me, and I didn't have a tomahawk missile to defend myself, what would I do?
It's a great question.
FaZe. Go back down towards the garage. And that's an easy word in Portuguese, actually, because they just had an M onto the end.
Garage 'em?
Garage 'em. I don't call it a garage. I call it a car hole.
When you say garage?
It was a Simpsons reference.
I got the Simpson reference, but I was also making fun of...
Garage.
There you go. Or as some in, I think it's Western Canada, will say garage.
It would be like, garage? I'm going to my garage? Can you do any impressions?
No.
You said that with a bit of fear. Like someone's asked you and you've tried and failed before.
No, I wouldn't say it was fear. I would just say it was definitiveness.
All right. Can't even do like a Christopher Walken or...
Not on a broadcast with people watching. First time out used between these two on this map. E1 gets on the board first. Goodbye to KDS. The nade from below from Dota is looking for a follow-up, but cannot find it. It looks like one player from FaZe Clan in front. Yep, it's Handy. Cyber there as well. Astro tearing through, finding kill number 1 for him. Bringing that goose egg. Got Handy next. Handy taking down Raps, though. Astro just a little bit too slow. He's dropped away at the hatch.
It's a bit tragic there, right? He's just been led ring around the rosy, and the player he was hunting got a kill. Whilst he was trying to get the exact watch onto that fight there, and the F2 isn't the easiest gun to control. You'll obviously see a lot of DMR players playing the gun nowadays after it being one of the strongest guns in the game to sort of be moved away by the kickback and by how it angles. But that, to lose a player is one thing, but to have them go away and get a kill, they weren't quite ready for the drop there. They have the swing waiting onto the opposite side. Sexy Cake wants to see if they can try and get the plant down. I think sure if they threw a pocket utility or another gadget to deploy, but very noisy gadgets. Pressure's coming out to the swing on the side. They get the first kill. There's the second follow-up, and FaZe either side of a timeout. Doesn't matter, time after time. Their rounds to take. And with this one held, that's 4 in a row on this map.
Very impressive from FaZe Clan, even if a lot of the action is happening in ways that we are not capable of seeing. And I don't want to be the guy that just simply says, oh yeah, you know, let's go to drone work, which honestly was the bigger issue in the previous matchup. I've not really seen a lot of cohesion from E1, and I don't know if drones are the culprit or if it's just them trying to figure out a map that Still relatively new for a newer team. I think the troubling prospect is that this is E1's map choice. Right? It's, you pick your map. FaZe Clan going up 4-0 is fine. If E1 wins the next 2 rounds, you're about as good as you're probably going to get in that first half. Then you have to hope that momentum is still there mentally. You're still in the game, because if not, FaZe Clan will just run away with it. I think it's fair to say that FaZe Clan have the harder side when the side swap comes in. I don't know if you would agree.
I do. I think attacking on this map is awkward. I think attacking on new maps can be awkward if they're big maps, and this definitely falls into, I think, the category of a big map. Because remember how small Consulate used to be as well. Consulate was a very narrow map. It was a shoebox map. It was one of the only maps where if you zoomed the camera out all the way on the top, you could get the entirety of the map in frame. And there isn't really any of the maps that fit that play space. Border is the only hyper-aggressive one that I think we really have left in the current map pool. This handles more like Skyscraper. It handles more like checking lines and checking corners. Just look at that setup of admin there, how awkward those corners are and how awkward those rooms are to get a proper clear and to get yourself up on a rappel to get your way in. It takes a long time. And all of that adds up. And attacking just doesn't work as fluently. You have to be very smart and very sort of clever on it.
Calm start to the first minute of this round. Shotgun brought by Cyber on the Ella. Shotgun that jumps to mind on this previous site is that Soulless clutch. Broke the backs of E1 back in round number 2. Oh, there's a nade to go against Handy. E1 suddenly hitting the board, and furiously so. 3 uncontested kills.
Very well put together there. They sort of had an awareness of where the pressure needed to be. It was quite aggressive from FaZe. They stepped in. They wanted to see if they could try and get the kill. 2 bodies throwing themselves through a single door just makes it an easier target for the person that's holding onto the angle. The drone rolls out and isn't going to sit around and see what is to follow it, because in a 5 versus 2, E1 also have loads of time, and they're making sure they make good use of it. It's 3 drones we've seen them remove in the past about 20 seconds. They're going to get themselves back into a position that they just get torn up on. Souls at least gets 1, but with the player on the loose end behind them, a much better round from E1. They had the wit. They have 1 attack, but at the minute, all that means is they have a lifeline for the second half of the game. They need to cement a second round here.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is your saving grace. And as you said before, they were a bit graceless. If you're not able to take 2 rounds in this first half, then yeah, you're in significant trouble, especially up against a team that looks like it's working very well together. I will say in that round, promising signs for E1 were that they took map control much faster than the last time, and they actually seemed to use their utility quite well. I haven't seen a lot out of the various Lion and Dokkaebis that have come out from E1 that leads me to believe that they're actually following up on that information. That particular round, what used to be Projector upstairs, which is where one of the bomb sites was, fell very quickly for E1. They were able to swing through, get those 2 early picks, and I think FaZe Clan, frankly, overcorrected. And when they tried to punch back, which is a very sensible thing to do, if you lose 2 picks, catch them while they get those kills, gun them back down. 5v3 is something that we always say is one of the most fragile and precarious leads in Rainbow Six. FaZe Clan overcorrect. They lose more bodies. At that point, it's just a waiting game. There were still drones on the side of E1, still had logic bombs, they still had good HP, and they're very, very close to the bomb site. It's not like they're going to have to struggle with very limited time to get to the site. No, they're right there. All told, much better coordination, and E1 do finally get on the board. This round is an absolute must-win for them. Not an absolute must-win in the sense that they lose the game if they don't win it, but I just don't see how you win this map if you go down 5-1 in the first half.
Yeah, we haven't gone back that far in time to 5 rounds being a win. What a 1. FaZe, they've got themselves in pretty good stead. They're going to find themselves background here on what is a ground floor, what is a first floor, depending on what country. you have the respect falls towards, and well, with the vertical control up on the top floor, that's the bit that you can't argue they either need to get rid of. Swing comes in. Across, they have the Dockery, they're going for the hunt, they've got the Iana not far behind, the shield as well, but there's the long range. Souls gets one, there's the cut right across from Handy, getting Astro, and to say the importance of that verticality needs to be stolen, but Sexy Cake is a couple of two steps away from actually being on the back end of this engagement. They've already picked up and pulled themselves further back. They can hand over a little bit of the line here. They don't have to be as sort of aggressively poised, because this is the important part, and they play them right into the hand of a C4, dabbled and danced across destruction. With Luca looking to see if they can try and tear off the head either side, it has sort of been just this step in and then just a perfect step out. There's a player watching from underneath on the verticality. Just caught the end of that, and well, they're hunting them like jaws. They close down, and the last little bit is for Raps. They were able to get one kill. But again, they suffer from they don't even know where. It's another C4 to close it out.
So much information from FaZe Clan there.
Just didn't know. They had no idea.
Yeah. And just as I was complimenting E1, it will again be a bit reductive to say poor drone work. And that's really what a lot of that round boiled down to. Individual gunfights that occurred through various points in that map, which, if I can borrow a phrase from a good friend Pengu, compartmentalization is very important on maps with lots of rooms. You have to basically cut the map into chunks and then clear it together, which is the hallmark of a good team. It's something that W7M does exceptionally well. Nip has been doing it quite effectively. And honestly, E1, I've had struggles with it, but for a relatively new team, I want to just, give them a tip of my hat and say they've been doing an okay job with it as well. On all 6 of those attacking rounds, there were serious struggles from E1 when it came to compartmentalization, and that last round was an excellent example of it. FaZe Clan didn't even seem to break a sweat at all. Default cams left up. Map control outside of the very floor that you were attacking on never really gained by E1. It was very linear, very straight and to the point. And even though it was straight to the point, you think, okay, we're going to drone one person in, maybe 2 drones go in for the same person. That's a very linear take. Sure. Why not do that way? You've got intel. Somebody's going to follow up on it. No. E1 didn't look like they were droning half their players in. There were 2 engagements that I can recall that were earlier on in the round that happened with very minimal information, where FaZe Clan either had intel themselves because the default cam's going up, or because they heard something and played off of it. You have an experienced team like FaZe Clan, whose players have been around longer. There's experienced players on E1, but not to the same core level that we see from FaZe. You need to be prepared for what comes your way. That's drone work, that's on defense, that means information. Might not have worked on attack, but on defense, at least you're bringing information here. Legion is going to be your intel operator with all those goo mines littered about. I'll hopefully give E1 a good wherewithal as to where FaZe Clan's attack is coming from.
Wherever it hits, it's got to make sure that it hits hard, to be honest, because at this point, that is one of the big things that's being pulled away. You look at the kill spread. I mean, Handy's on 10-1. He's sort of away in his own game right now, but multiple players have gotten themselves onto at least that even KD, whereas on the other side, E1 have really struggled with only 2 players getting into fights consistently. It seems like they're just being pulled away from these, and as Sexy Cake wants to step in with his army onto this engagement, they're playing onto those windows and sort of pushing them back and smashing them. They're holding on to try and support Dodes, who is deep in almost enemy territory at this point. The slow clear comes around the corner. They're trying to find them out. They've cut off the rotate. They're going to see if they can hold on. The pre-fire hits the angle, and all is being thrown towards them. But as long as they're holding onto this spot, they're wasting a lot of FaZe's time. The pings are still on towards the Azami on the far end. It needs to be a roll. And with all the grenades that have gone away from them, they're just a little bit stuck here, FaZe. They've sort of got eyes on this single player, finally been able to do a bit of a scrape and a scratch against them. They somehow get the kill against the hard wall, finally get ended, but it has been such a costly affair for them.
Chip damage again for FaZe Clan, doing what they can to E1, but only walking with the single kill. Remarkable that Dodes got that swing onto the panel opened up. At risk at this point of falling behind the clock. I'm glad that FaZe Clan are still doing intel gathering. But 5 drones of 10, They get information from the Yana clone right away, but KDS, whether it be the information he wanted or whether it just be an assessment from the IGL to, hey, we need to move and go in a different direction, KDS will fall off of it. That was an angle on the Sexy Cake that he was almost certain he was going to win, but E1 are sitting pretty. King and Souls are the last two left. There's only 30 seconds to go.
It's an awkward push now. They've got themselves both stacked up top of Spiral, but as you said, that intel gathering is full sound. Both of them having to pull these pins out of their peepers or they get popped from the swing round the side. There's the last at the top of the Spiral, but they don't last very long. E1 find their second round, not too far away from their previous one. You can start threading a couple of these together. Might have a FaZe timeout sooner rather than later.
I mean, there's a long road to walk for E1. They can actually win in regulation if they go perfect on this half. I think that's maybe too much of a tall order. Overtime is likely your best bet because FaZe Clan not picking up a single round on Consulate, seemingly very, very unlikely. Only the second map of stage 2, we saw Consulate emerge with FaZe and Nip doing battle here. FaZe Clan took 7 rounds to Nip's 8 rounds. And if we actually go back to look at how that broke down, round by round, it was actually the third match technically. It was a 4-2 half for both teams. Defender favored. FaZe Clan took 4 of the first 6 rounds. Nip answered back, and then every single round in overtime went in favor of the defense. Operator bans were Monty, Ying, Kaid, and Azami. The only ban from that particular matchup that matches here is the Ying ban. Everything else is open. And as to whether or not they want to play it, that's anybody's guess. I do like when we see the diversity in bans. FaZe banned out Monty and Kaid in that match. Here, it's a Flores and a Fenrir. So it could just be that the meta is shifting or that this is a direct target against E1.
Flores feels more like a direct target. It can become a bit of a reliance. Fenrir is just good to get rid of. He's sort of in that pocket of super powerful defenders at that moment in time, alongside, you know, Solace, alongside Valkyrie, alongside an unfortunately long list, to be honest, of what is an operator that it's not just that they have a great gadget that requires that use of coordination, but also great guns, great motions, and there's the first. The emotion is Astro being removed by Cyber. The King gets one more, and look at this. They just took the back. All the momentum. They're inside the site going for the plant itself. Raps is left raptured by a fight elsewhere. He can't even begin to retake the vertical. It's all down to the Soul player. Sprays over, gets 2. A huge play, but doesn't last very long.
It's like my grandpappy always said, you know, close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. And none of the horses are there, so.
Sad yeehaw.
The opposite of yeehaw, boo-hoo.
I thought it was ha yee. Do you think you would do that as a cowboy?
I'm more of a cowboy.
I saw them live the other day.
I know.
It's very good. Very funny.
I know you
I'm
did.
a cowboy.
How was it?
Very good. Very funny. 6-2.
Just literally repeat exactly what you said. No further explanation. Excellent.
6-2. I like that there were people in Twitch chat that were like, oh, these two casters, they don't really get on, do they? They don't know each other.
I don't read Twitch chat while I cast, but I will say I got a couple DM requests on Twitter that popped up basically saying like the reason why he bailed off the plant was because of the floor thing, which I don't know if they're watching on a delay or not, but I mean, I think it was a round later that we brought that up as a possibility.
Yeah. Oh, that was a while ago. It was so map one of you. This
It's been
looks like a very
fast
fun
day. We've only
lineup.
been casting for 4 hours.
We have. No game has gone more than a 7-3. And look at the lineup on the right-hand side of your screen, my friend. This one might end here as well.
Dokkaebi, Amaru, and a Blitz. FaZe Clan got dinner plans. They got somewhere to go. They got somewhere to be. They pull it
there's
off,
the
though.
hat.
I find like a lot of times over this stage too that these rush strats just ultimately do not work.
Yeah.
Oh.
Silent shotgun. They sneak their way in. They don't want to drop the camera because, well, if the camera's broken, you know somebody has been there. So at this point, was going to come through. They are watching some of the vertical all the way from underneath, and the Solace will be the big break on this. Because if they try and zip up and go for a plant, the Solace can see through pretty much anything. They don't care that they're being called. They don't care that there's smokes or anything. There's the Blitz. We are chugging our way across the middle of the site. There's the fight on the back end of it. Tux drops and rolls. Sexy Cake gets one. The Blitz is able to get Sexy Cake back on the back of it. Are they going to go for the plant in the meantime? It seems like the kit was obviously stocked, but they do still have a second of a chance. The bulletproof is the big problem right now. They're spraying towards the Blitz, hoping they can get the kill onto the side of the player, but they can't quite eke out the narrow angle. You can see that there's a lot of maths being done from both teams now, and as Astro just tries to pop the hand to the shoulder, the Blitz needs some support. The Princess is stuck in the tower, and they're going for the reverse plant. The shield on the back is going to act like a turtle and stop them getting it, but there's the catch. Zyber has to stop planting. They could just see the foot. That bulletproof is giving the whole game away. You need the Buck to make a bit of a motion here. You need them to draw some focus up top. Dodes has creeped his way in. There's Astro finally getting the end of it. And for a valiant effort of holding in, there was just too little support from FaZe. Far too late here. You look at where the Buck was. You look at where Handy was. And at this point, the Blitz had survived far longer by themselves than they should have.
This lends further credibility to the statement that these rush strats don't really work all that well. I struggle to think of a matchup, at least that I've casted so far this stage, where full rushing into the site actually works. I'm thinking it's not coming to me.
Happened in a ranked game the other day. We did a really good rush on.
In what universe do you think that matters to what I'm saying?
I just wanted to try and give you an example. So
what about the multiverse? You think in the metaverse, maybe?
I wonder what metaverse us is like.
Ooh. Probably very similar, but sadder. Andy dies. That was it. This round was effectively over. A 1v4. Time being on the clock. There was no hope whatsoever for FaZe Clan.
They knew where the kit was. They had the Solace above. Even if you tried to get in and get the plant, that bulletproof would have all of the read on you. That round was over. They're going right back on the horse, mate. Look at that Blitz. Oh.
Play standard. I mean, at this point, FaZe Clan have proven themselves to be a significantly better team in this matchup. And you go back to Skyscraper 7-3. That was FaZe's map, of course. We thought that E1, after they won their first 2 rounds in a row, they only mustered a single round from that point on. FaZe obviously having 3 round wins in a row and then 4 in a row. Now you go to Consulate. E1 only muster a single round on the first half. FaZe Clan looking like their old selves. And if you look on the right side of your screen, I actually desperately hope that these stay locked in, because that means we'll have a Blackbeard emerge now. I was hopeful.
You know what I haven't seen yet? And to be fair, this is the only day I've cast since it, is the Master Chief skin on Sledge. In terms of the player card, obviously, not the in-game skin. I haven't seen it yet. Have you?
No, I don't believe so.
People need to sort it out.
You can't use the skin in-game.
No, there is a player card, right? It's a full wrapped elite.
Yeah. And it's Master Chief.
Yeah.
I agree with. I don't know if you saw Fresh's tweet, but he said that we should make an exception.
We should make an. I think pay-to-lose skins should be allowed. Give me Furry Smoke. Give me Master Chief. Give me Mozzarella.
Isn't the rule just? It's simpler this way, right? It's no skins basically, except for like R6 share skins, which I think is fair, because then every single time a new skin comes out, you have to basically assemble the council and assess, all right, is this worth including in the game?
Yep. I just think silly skins should be allowed.
Cyber's
error showing what he thinks
concur.
of desk work. Press to smash it up, but can't quite get the angle vetoes is taking a bit of a risk here. When you are 6-2-3, and remember the power position they played last time, you're going to survive for however long you're going to survive here. They're dodging a weaving, but this time, Cyber is able to get the kill way earlier than they did without 2 bodies being fallen on the back of it. A minute 30 has been the cost, but the body advantage can be something that can be pressed. We've seen FaZe go for rotates round before. Will they try and find one decisively? Picking, cutting his way underneath past the cautionary tail. Visa stairs, but as Souls is setting up some air jabs, you've still got to try and have this pressure applied elsewhere, and whether it was the top of the spiral or not, well, when you're in the 5 versus 2, it's much trickier. But they're just sort of ensuring some safety underneath. However, push does need to come to shove.
Souls cannot get bogged down on this skylight, but finds Lukid by long desk and tears strips out of him. As KDS, who had a phenomenal first game but is slowed down for the second game, will throw out his last nade. Attempt to dislodge somebody on defense. Souls now daring for an engagement as he hits a goo mine at the top of Spiral. Very little time left. Advantage favoring FaZe Clan. No logic bombs. Virtually no utility, by the way, for them to work with. This will just be a straight up slugfest.
Oh, they forgot about that position. They came up and sprayed through across towards the top of Spiral window, but with 20 seconds, and now all attention paid towards the top of Yellow. They got to win out this fight before they can focus on the push and the plant elsewhere. Cyber takes some damage. Handy's going to go for the plant. Sexy Cake does win out. Now they can full focus their attention and say, let's stop this kit going down. Lukid gets Cyber. They're still holding on to the cover. The close angle, the explosion doesn't quite get it. Souls gets 1 and 2 down. It is just down to Sexy Cake now. He's trying to find the angle. He's been able to creep his way around onto the corner. There's 2 players still standing. He's taking the long route, hoping that he can get Lukid up. He should be able to, but there is a bit of a rotate coming through. The position has gone wider. There's the spray. He watches Lukid go down. They know exactly where he is with barely any health. He has a pretty Herculean task. Sees the first fight, doesn't get the second. FaZe, they take the second map. They take the second spot in the games tomorrow. And this is where the road, at least in these deciders, ends for E1, as all they have ahead of them is seeding.
Oh my! And of course it's Sexy Cake, the star of E1, who time and time again kept this team in the thick of it. Comes up empty-handed against possibly the hardest foe. FaZe Clan, in impressive fashion, winning this one 2-0. You said 7-3 the score line that we never got past. Still, 7-3 the final score of Consulate. FaZe Clan match up against Ninjas in Pajamas tomorrow in what should be an exciting rematch. Not sure who's going to be casting that, as there's 3 of us splitting it, but I will say it's been a pleasure to join you again.
Yeah, it's been quite nice. We talked about ducks. We've irritated Twitch chat.
Hats. Missiles.
Missiles. Hats.
Carter Short.
We talked about your son a lot.
Carter, my son, yes.
I've had a wonderful time. Your many wives and children, wonderful time.
To the desk.
Oh, do we throw? Okay.
I have no idea what's going on, but at least, you know, one thing that Fluke can put onto their name is the fact that FaZe Clan have actually managed to get that win onto the board, and they're going to be heading tomorrow. CNAPs against no one else but NIP.
Yes, that is a nice rematch too on this exact map that we just played. A phenomenal game. Probably the game of the stage so far was that overtime barn burner NIP versus FaZe. So I'm sure FaZe definitely feel like they did not leave their best siege on display in that last matchup and are going to be trying to change things around. But for E1, they've got to go to that decider game, and they're down to the LCQ, which is not going to be a great position to be in.
LCQ feels bad, man, for both E1 as well as Black Dragons, especially when both of these teams have done so incredibly well at the start of the stage. It feels like this was that last hurdle for them. This best of 3 was potentially an environment that they're not able to thrive in, and they're gonna have to play for that seeding, as you said it. But FaZe Clan, it did feel like they're back on board. They're back in business. They're taking those slow little baby steps to being the FaZe Clan that we've seen in stage 1.
Yeah, and for E1, there's a single number in their name. There's On our broadcast,
One.
we've got one desk host, one analyst,
Whoa.
one set of casters. And for E1 in-game, they got one singular attacking round over the entirety of both maps. And
it's a curse.
That's just not it's not a position that you can be in, Jenny.
I mean, I wasn't in that position myself, but I do agree. As a team, Esports, E1 Sports, they unfortunately found themselves in a rather unfortunate situation as well, with the fact that this does mean that they haven't really made it towards that lower bracket potential yet. So because of the fact that they're going to have to go for seeding, they're going to have to go for the LCQ, but they have proven to us what they're capable of. So I'm looking forward to see what they can do there. But FaZe Clan, I think this really was just... It felt like the losses that we've seen throughout those best of ones and them scraping by to make it into the deciders was that wake-up call that they needed to just come in today, guns blazing, and both of these wins being so convincing. I mean, look at every single one of their stats.
Yeah, it's pretty dang dominant. And funnily enough, the kills is a little bit closer than I would have expected in a double 7-3, but is what it is. FaZe Clan didn't have to get that many kills because there weren't that many rounds to get them in. So, as kind of FaZe Clan stands, me and you both expected somebody like Cyber and somebody like KDS to stand up, and in this matchup in particular, it was Handy on Consulate who really did well. And it's just proving that FaZe Clan, they can step up when they needed to. During the regular season, players like Souls and Handy were relatively quiet, but now as they hit the BO3s, they can adjust to the game over time. It feels like they're finding their footing and looking that much better.
Yeah, and it's going to be really interesting as well how that's going to be playing out tomorrow, because we have 3 best of 3s played in total, and FaZe Clan is going to be in one of them, and that will be the one up against NIP. W7M will be taking on Vivo Key Stars, and both of these semifinals will determine one team, well, 2 teams that we're going to be heading into the grand finals, and then 2 teams that will be heading into that lower bracket. And with the grand final spot secured, CDAPs,
you get the major.
Yeah, you do get that major indeed. So that is something to genuinely be looking out for. And then, as we already highlighted, the teams that have lost today will be going towards those seeding games. Now, tomorrow we're going to be starting off with a seeding game. So we'll be the Black Dragons up against E1 Sports. Unfortunately, both of these teams are now into the LCQ. They're going to have to fight tooth and nail to be able to make it to the major. W7M against Vivo Key Star, as well as NIP against FaZe Clan. And it feels like we're going to be seeing the strongest iteration of the teams that we've seen so far in stage 2. And that is something that I am very excited for.
Yeah, personally, I'm super excited for match 3 because we get that rematch where NIP just continued to look better and better as the stage went on, and FaZe Clan are finally hitting their form once again, where at the beginning of the stage, that was still a great match between 2 strong teams. FaZe Clan went on a little bit of a roller coaster, but they're right back. Now we get a BO3 between those rosters. That's going to be... mwah.
Oh, chef's kiss. All right. I was going to say it's going to be spicy, but if you guys want to miss it, no, you don't. Because why would you want to miss us sending 2 teams to the Atlanta Major tomorrow? Same place, same time. Make sure that you tune in, set your alarm clock, leave the tab open, and refresh it. Smart. We're going to be seeing you guys tomorrow. Have an incredible evening.